Good evening. It's episode 299, the longest running episodic, whatever it is. We don't know. We still don't know. We're approaching 300 episodes of this and still don't know. But the first comment of the night was a correct one. Zach says, not a good day for Eric. Tomorrow's the 4th and he hates America. 250th. Speaking of, Eric, what does it say underneath your name?
Continues to hate America. Happy 250.
Accurate. Accurate across the board.
I love America.
No, you don't. You bought that was like a Temu hat. You literally bought like the cheapest hat with a flag on it you could find. On the other side of it is the Iraqi flag if I remove that thing on there.
No.
Listen, we saw you on the international feed. Whatever you want to say. Sure. Good evening, Keith.
Have you guys
Scott, we're gonna do
this Argentina game at all?
It sounds like soccer. No.
Mom and I were watching it, and all of a sudden I'm like, holy crap, it's 8:00. They're going into overtime.
Oh my God, overtime. That's like the most exciting thing. Scott, do you remember when the grass growing championships went to overtime? It's the same shit.
So are you talking like extra time or actual? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No, not extra time. Like they add 3 minutes to the end of the game.
Oh,
this is overtime. They already went through all that.
Okay.
Jim?
The captains are out at center field. They're going to flip a coin, start a whole new game, and see who wins.
Dom knows the score. Eric is going to be firing off Dutch fireworks at Joe Thornton. Hashtag un-American. It's true.
No.
All of this is true. Thank you, Hodges. Appreciate you. I've been sucked into a soccer game, which is highly unbelievable. It's highly unbelievable. Now, Scott, the funny thing is, like I said a moment ago, in addition to Eric's continued hatred of America, Eric, I don't think the text messages, cursing America was necessary. And the all caps, who does all caps, honestly? Completely unnecessary. A little childish, to be honest.
Can I ask what is Appalooza? Appalooza?
No, this is Fanatics Festapalooza.
Oh, festival.
Scott.
Okay. I thought you were
Scott. No. We got two things. We don't just have one. We have Fanatics Festapalooza. I decided to make it bigger.
Is that this weekend?
It's going to be the same weekend as the Hobbipalooza.
Okay.
So that's why it's like it can't be Hobbipalooza and it can't just be Fanatics Fest. It's got to be Fanatics Festapalooza.
I believe I looked and I think I'm leading y'all in. I know. I'm the opening act for you and Dan.
For Dan.
Oh, you're not gonna be there?
No, for Dan, for the Cardboard Cynics, yes, but I'm also doing the Friday.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm saying. For Cardboard Cynics, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll be there. So I'm doing double duty.
Yes.
Mad City Brew. How much mayonnaise will Eric eat on Saturday? All of it.
None of it.
Are you sure that's what you're going to go with, Eric?
I'm going to go with none of it.
Scott, you know what I don't like, Scott? I don't like liars. And you would think someone who claims he's going to be like, oh, yeah, I totally love America. You think, what an American value is supposed to be? Truth-telling?
Uh-huh.
There's supposed to be an element of that.
Really?
So Eric's here is telling this, and I happen to believe the opposite.
What did you do to Ray?
I don't think I did anything to Ray.
You can't do that to Ray. Come on.
Not my fault. It's the way it is.
That's not cool.
But you know what I'm more concerned about, Scott? I got a bigger problem. I got to be honest. I got a bone to pick. I got a serious issue here. We need to deal with this because we're only 2 weeks away from the Fanatics Festapalooza. The holiest of holies. So if we're going to have Fanatics Festapalooza, it's exciting. We cannot allow things to simmer. We cannot allow things to sit, especially, Scott, 2 weeks from that and 1 week from episode 300. This episode 300 spooktacular. I haven't even decided what I'm going to do to Eric yet. I mean, what's going to happen?
I don't like the way that's happening.
But before we do, we've talked about it before. We've talked about the Dallas card show theft and the alleged individuals who may or may not be involved for legal reasons. But Scott, I'm a big believer in a certain axiom, certain truths, I think, Stan. You are the people you hang around with. You hang in with a bad crowd. At a certain point, you have to believe that some of that's going to rub off on you. And Eric has been claiming innocence whenever I make any allusions to the thievery. Well, Scott, what if Eric was hanging around with other known people of the thieving arts? other individuals who have a history of trying to take things that don't belong to them.
Unbelievable.
What I can't believe, Eric, is that the hamburger can share a burger with you.
I'm pretty sure that's Bret Hart.
I don't think Bret Hart is a hamburglar. I'm very confident the hamburger.
Just scored.
I'm very confident that Bret Hart, Scott, listen, I don't know a lot of things, but I'm very confident that Bret Hart and the hamburger are two different individuals. What I see here is I see an individual who stole a burger, and I see another individual who stole a puck with Bret Hart's signature on it. That's what I'm seeing.
Or wrote Bret Hart's signature on it.
Yep. I can't believe that of all things, he would steal from Bret Hart. The man had a stroke. It's unbelievable. And then you would celebrate with the hamburger. Ridiculous, Eric. Utterly ridiculous. What other criminal element have you been associating with? That's the question I have. Good evening, Kathy. That was quick, Eric. Indeed. Carlos
I don't know if that's a real autograph or not, but I bet you there's a certain cardboard hunter person that'll probably buy that from you.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Ozzy Albies, says Carla. Good evening, Josh. So yes. So Scott, that's our first revelation of the night. Turns out Eric is hanging out with a certain criminal element. It explains a lot.
Yeah.
It really does.
You know, I don't like the way you talk about me when my mother's watching. You mean
as opposed to the way I talk about you when she's not watching? or as opposed to the way your wife talks about you? Since you bring this up.
Oh, come on. No.
Oh, Scott, and by the way, Scott, this is true. I'm not making this shit up. Eric tries to claim AI. Eric gets himself a text message. He says, Michelle is taking this joke, put that in quotation marks, too far. We're heading back to my mom's for the night. I took most of the meal home. Tell Ham I'll see him later.
It's not funny.
Wow, Eric. Wow. Even your wife. Unbelievable. The betrayal. There was no joke.
I was going to say, where was the joke?
The joke. Eric is trying to say, Eric's the one trying to claim there's a joke. The same way he's trying to claim there's no thievery, even though I see him with the hamburger.
It's not funny.
Eric is the WF's Repo Man. Love that reference. Good old Repo Man. Classic. A true classic.
I like the Brooklyn Brawler myself.
So what do you have to say for yourself, Eric? Your wife is saying that she wants us to make sure we pass along messages to Ham. Kathy isn't defending you. And all we have is your known associations that are the hamburger. And a gigantic jar of mayonnaise. I can't figure out which one of those is more disturbing, but nonetheless, you do have both those associations going for you.
I don't even know what to say to you right now. I don't know what to say to my wife because she is not funny. I don't find those jokes to be funny.
It's pretty funny.
She's down in Florida again with her
mother. What a coincidence. Florida man.
She's with her mother. And she makes jokes like that. And I don't find them to be funny at all. I find them to be hurtful and mean. That's what I think.
I see.
Hurtful and mean.
So you're saying is she took her mother to go down to meet Mike Ham?
Mm-hmm. That's what you're saying.
I don't like the direction that any of this is going.
Listen, hold on. A point of order, Scott. I feel this is an appropriate point of order that I want to make note of here, and then I got a follow up question. Eric always accuses me of putting him in these compromising situations, positions. I don't believe I've done anything of the sort, but for the sake of this conversation, let's pretend that that's true. Let's pretend that Eric's fantasy is true. Scott, what do you have against Eric? What reason would you have to besmirch his good name?
I never said I had a good name.
Well, then
he's always nice to me.
Yeah, listen, all I know is that this is the man who has been and continues to be when the time calls, emo Scott. Between the two of us, what I lack in compassion, he makes up for in compassion.
Yep, this is true.
Yeah.
I am noticing though that Ham has not joined in the chat yet.
Mm-hmm.
You mean because he's busy?
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
Alluding to?
There are allegations.
That's a big word. I don't even know what that means.
alluding.
Listen, the fact that Eric knew a word, I was impressed already. I was kind of I'm wondering how he looked that up. He was probably checking it out. I got questions, man. Like I said, Eric has been involved with a lot of questionable characters. We've already talked about this.
I can think of one in particular.
That seems a little bit mean-spirited, especially after he gifted you a Joe Thornton picture. Tom Brady seems like a nice enough guy. Like he was there. He was being magnanimous. He was giving you a wonderful gift.
Fuck Tom Brady. He owes me money.
Wow, Scott. Wow.
And that's, I mean, that's one of those new tops 8x10s there.
Yes.
Autographs.
Yeah, Tom Brady can suck it.
Wow.
I mean, if you swing that way, I mean, that's okay.
Listen, Garrett gets a little excited when he's watching a marathon of Manual in Space.
I am not going to say anything nice about Tom Brady until he gives me a check. And when he does, I'll tell the world that he made right and he made good on his thievery. And
don't you feel that before, you're familiar, Scott, with the notion of he who has not sinned shall cast the first stone? I have a question. So does Tom Brady give you that check before or after you deliver on the Ray Bork autograph that was promised?
I have not seen Ray.
It sounds like excuses to me. What if Tom Brady hasn't seen you other than that to give you the Joe Thornton picture? How is he supposed to give you a check? He's looking for you right now.
No.
He's putting about as much effort into finding you as you're putting into finding Ray.
I heard you were already, shaking hands and hugging people you're already having arguments with. I mean, at some show last week or something.
Who said hugging? No one said hugging.
Wow.
There was no.
There's nothing wrong with a man hug. There's nothing wrong.
No, I was grabbed. Wow. I was grabbed violently.
Wow.
I was drawn in. Okay.
Well, that's little guys. That's what happens to little guys.
And forced to take a photo of the assault. Oh, fuck you, Ham.
Wow. Just wow. Such not a masterpiece. Unbelievable. Jim wants to remind us how the calendar works. Thank you, Jim. Good evening, Laura. Good evening, gentlemen. In the hokey pokey hockey trade season, there is indeed quite a bit going on.
There's a lot of silliness happening.
See, I
like to stay in Miami and not go anywhere near Naples. That's all I'm saying. Stay out of Naples.
I'm happy that one of my favorite player right now is right down the street from me. So I'm happy about that.
Mm-hmm. I did chuckle because I was following following up.
Who's your favorite player?
Carlson.
All right. And you think and you're okay with the money they're gonna give him? That's a lot of money.
Raleigh's not my favorite team. Washington's my favorite team. I was upset when they got rid of him, but it's business. So.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, how you gonna be mad at John Carlson for signing for big money?
You got to be careful of how much money you pay hockey players.
I agree. You got to be careful in any sport
because it's a salary cap. They don't have the stadiums they can fill up like football. You got to be careful.
The salary cap isn't real, Eric. It doesn't exist.
A lot of money.
Eric is trying to suppress the salaries of the proletariat. Unbelievable.
My other doctor friend texted me to let me know what about it this week. So,
I thought the part that my big takeaway from it that I thought was interesting is that I think what's going to happen next is that now you've got an $18 million thing. So in order to do that, you actually had to be willing to give up the 4 draft picks, which is fine because we basically agreed to the $18 million. But what happens then is like the thing that bobbles. What I'm curious about is, and I think it's going to drag for at least a little bit longer. We're waiting on the Jason Robertson pump because for Bobbles' sake, trying to figure out what's going to happen with that one. And the gap is, the Stars didn't want to offer more than 12 million, and Robertson's camp supposedly wants 14. Now here's Carlson coming over the top with 18. So is that 14 the correct number now? Because Seattle was willing to go to 15. How much higher should it go? I don't know. We'll see. And I think they've entered into the area now where, other teams can make a similar type of offer, but you have to be willing to give up the 4 picks. That's basically the deal, because at that, it's the compensation is dependent on how big the offer is. The more per year, the more picks. So he's in the 4 pick category for whoever wants to tender an offer, if they want to do that. Otherwise, he can opt to go for arbitration, and then if that's the case, 1-year deal basically is, I think, what's on the table, and then he'd be a completely unrestricted free agent next year. And good luck. The cap will go up a little bit more. Mad City Brew. Is Saturday the day Eric meets amends with his favorite hockey player of all time? Maybe.
And who are we talking about?
I don't know. Mad City Brew's going to have to fill us in. Don't leave us in suspense. You let us know. So, Scott, let's we'll kind of circle around a couple different things here. We'll talk about it. As far as Eric is here, not standing outside Madison Square Garden, Eric would love nothing more. The only thing he loves more than Madison Square Garden is a bicycle with no seat on it.
2-2. Unfucking believable.
I can't believe it. Scott, I am blown away. I have no idea what Eric's talking about.
Cape Verde, just unbelievable.
That's a lot of scoring in a soccer game, 2-2.
I was going to say, sounds rigged to me.
This is going to go to penalty kicks. This is unbelievable.
Evening, Paul. Evening, all, and Eric. Indeed.
Didn't the game the other day go to penalty kicks?
This is nuts. Un-effing believable.
I like that what qualifies as un-effing believable is, oh my God, someone actually scored.
Cape Verde just tied it.
Cape Verde.
Right, against the defending champions and one of the soccer powerhouses in history, with the greatest player of all time on the field.
You better be careful when you say that. Ooh.
This is a huge
because the other greatest players' fans might come after you.
Eric is known to upset the odd person. Thank you, Carl, for Boz. In extra time indeed.
Unfreaking believable.
Well, Eric's mind is being blown at the concept of scoring in soccer. Shocking, but true. I don't know, Ham. Ask Michelle. Maybe she's got some insight. You let us know.
Don't encourage him.
Just saying. So anyway, Scott, I want to touch on it briefly, and I'll talk about it a little bit more next week. But since we do have Fanatics Palooza, and that is how shall it be henceforth known. Fanatics Palooza.
Yes, I understand it now.
Yes, correct. So now that we understand that, so obviously you got your programming in. I did see John, 3D80s kid, did a video covering all the different, gave the whole lineup and everything laid into it. I think what's funny though, I'm glad she agrees. Thank you, Ham. I appreciate your fill in the conversation. But one thing that I think he wasn't included in there was the themes for the different episodes. Did you have any theme, or I think John kind of left it open ended.
I don't know when he did that video, but I sent it to him last night. Because I was trying to line up the people. Because I knew you were already on twice, so did he announce who was on with me?
I think he left it kind of open ended. I think with a lot of them, because the video itself, he was just going in and giving the lineup in order. So I think for the most part, the focus was just making sure he went through the whole thing through the different days.
So I got Hitman 23 and Mike O. And I might have my dad too. I didn't tell him that yet. I'm going to talk to him Monday. But I'm talking about, all of us are collectors. We collect differently. And I'll go more over that. And how much has it changed, if it has changed from when we were kids? What do we still like about it when we were? Because that's what I want to really talk about, the collecting. So much stuff about value. And so I just want to talk about collecting.
It's probably a good thing you didn't invite Eric. All Eric knows now is just the thievery. It's just the thrill of the possibility of getting caught.
I want to know if he was in New Jersey, last weekend before.
Well, that's why, Scott, I felt it was appropriate at the beginning of the episode. You asked me if he was in New Jersey, and I said no, but we're going to reveal some things at the beginning of the episode. Found out he and the Hamburger have been sharing notes.
No, I was at the 1,000 Table Show in Marlborough.
May I ask how much was TCG?
There was a lot, but it was less than half.
Is that a newer show?
It's the first time they've run that particular variation of it, because
Yeah.
I think the show's been there before, but this is the first time they announced it at a 1,000 table show.
Yeah, absolutely. So the organization that runs it is doing shows all over New England and different states, and this is the biggest one that they had.
Oh, all over New England and different states. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think to get 1,000 table, you'd have to go, because the Shriners has a lot of tables. Even if you get all the dealers from Shriners, you would need to bump it up significantly to get it to 1,000 tables. But I saw from Jake Waxback Wisdom, he did a little walkthrough, a little look-see on it, and I saw on the social medias they had a pretty good space. So I think they had like 100,000 square feet or 150, something like that. So they definitely used the space. They took advantage of it.
It was
And I'm not asking to bash anything or anything. It's just we talked about it on my channel on Sunday night. It's just something that I ask, especially when it's a big show, it's a newer show. It's just a lot of times to get that size, you almost have to have TCG in there to get to that size.
And listen, and there were a lot. There was some with mixed sports cards and the Pokemans. Then there's some with just the Pokemans and the Magics. And there were people standing there throwing money.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like there was a section that nobody went to. I mean, those tables had customers and cash was going across the table.
Mm-hmm.
It was hard for someone like me who only collects vintage hockey.
Yep.
Right. And has a lot of it. So I'm going up and down these aisles like this, walking straight up the middle of the aisles with my head going like this, seeing if something catches my eye. And, modern football, modern basketball, baseball, Pokemans, Magic, modern football. And then all of a sudden, modern hockey. All right, let's go over there and take a quick look. Maybe they got something else. Oh, nope. Keep walking. And then, but I found quite a bit.
No. Yeah.
You just had to look for it. And it was there. And I got some really, really good stuff.
Some would say was there for the taking.
It was the one table that nobody was at, and it was like here. It was almost like free samples.
Well, he had to pee, and I told him I'd watch his table for him. That's stupid on his part, man.
Yeah, Paul thinks.
He was just walking with the whole show. He was walking with the whole showcase, and when somebody tried to call him out on it, it's like, no, I am bringing the showcase in, but you're facing out towards the door. Oh, well, listen, I'm really confused. I've had a lot of concussion. Sometimes I don't remember which way is north, south, east, west. It's very confusing.
Inside, outside. I get confused.
It's all the same. The stroller situation is important. That is critical. Yes, and Orlando will be with Dakota. He was able to get him out of his retirement to do a live stream. I was trying to do it, but he's a diva in terms of scheduling. I think the only way it worked out was because of it was probably the charity angle, and it was Orlando asking. Another period to go, so it seemed. What's the thought of a 54,000 at the Dodgers Padres game? Must have been a heck of a giveaway. Well, I didn't know they had 54,000, but I don't know. Maybe they did.
What, in the parking lot?
No, they can fit 50,000 at the stadium. They got enough room for it, but I don't know why specifically this game.
Was it? Well, San Diego. I guess it was at San Diego. That's a newer park, I guess.
Yeah, one piece giveaway. Maybe, I don't know. It's gonna be something.
That tonight at Dodger Stadium was one piece giveaway. I saw pictures.
Okay, well that would make sense. Would make sense.
I still don't know what that is. I know I've heard it.
It's a cartoon. It's a cartoon, and they made a TCG out of it.
TCG.
An anime, then a cartoon, then a TCG. But basically,
we don't have any at the shop. People do come in and ask, and we say we don't have any.
They got video games. And
Yep.
Manga.
Notice
It's a franchise at this point. It's an IP with a bunch of stuff.
and nothing jumped out at me at the 1,000 Table show. Not that I wasn't looking for it, you know what I mean? But I didn't. Nothing caught my eye to try to explain to me what it is. I still don't know. I mean,
there you go. Ham's trying to explain it to you.
Yeah, if you want to start watching a easy anime, start with that. It's just a few episodes.
Yeah, right. Just a few. Yeah.
Indeed. Never ended.
Indeed.
It's an anime cartoon called One Piece.
It's called One Piece. Yeah, that's the name of it.
I mean, it's all franchise.
I think I'm gonna do a little bit more research on it to learn about it.
Well, now that you've been given sufficient incentives.
No, just a Google search with an explanation. I don't
the same browser he usually watches Manual in Space on.
I have very little interest in.
Be careful how you search it.
And the card and hat were being sold on eBay for 1,000. That makes sense to me.
I just
see Ham's just here trying to help you out, trying to fill in all the information.
No, I don't listen to anything Ham says. I don't like him. I don't trust him.
If you have the channel Crunchyroll, the show comes on there.
You know what's funny? My parents actually had Crunchyroll for a while. They like the anime. They enjoyed it. So I actually set it up on their box years ago because they enjoyed it. So I was like, here you go for it. Have fun.
No, I've never heard of Crunchyroll. That's new to me. Yeah, lies. Yeah, right.
So actually, I did want to touch on one thing here because I did have Andy, Sports Card Investigator, included in the Discord here. A breakdown, I guess. I love basically the Leo Carlson deal. I love the structure of it, Scott. The structure of it is fabulous. So 85.3 of his $90 million is in signing bonuses, which is fantastic. So basically the way it's supposed to be structured is that with him accepting that deal, the first year he gets 38.9 million. I like it.
Get extra cheese on my Whopper with that.
Yes. And so basically salary wise, he's basically around not far from the league minimum. So like year one is 850K salary, 19.95 million signing bonus. Year two is 900,000 and 18.1 million.
So does that full signing bonus count against the cap, or is it a percentage?
I believe it's the AAV. I think it's whatever the annual is basically what you're counting.
Okay.
Yeah, like however you want to structure it, it's the AAV. Like you can't give somebody $1 and then be like, hey, it's only $1. No, you can't do that.
Yeah,
no.
I knew it. It's going to hit it somehow. It's just I didn't know how in hockey.
Yeah, I think they average it out basically. Whatever the annual is, that's kind of how they work it out. Because I know that when I was listening to it briefly when they were describing it, basically if Anaheim wants to basically resign it, because they have the right to match, they can match the offer sheet, then their salary cap is adjusted down accordingly. The reality is basically that's a grenade, because as soon as you do that, if they accept it, all of a sudden a lot of their flexibility goes away, because you're committing so much to one person that's kind of it messes up your ability to re-sign other people. So it's very much either you let the guy go now because you can't afford to keep him and build the rest of your roster, or you pay him a crap ton of money and you're committed to it and you still have trouble filling out the rest of your roster.
Hey, he can only play on one line. So, I mean, you got to pay some more players.
Yeah. Good evening, Amanda. Apparently Philly hates Anaheim even more than I do. So it would seem.
There you go.
So that's why I keep wondering now that he's eligible for it, I'm wondering if anybody decides to do the offer sheet for Robertson. Like you have the option if you have the capability, you can extend the offer. If he's so hell bent on getting like this big annual amount, somebody could come over the top and offer a crazy amount.
So, I mean, my question would be is like the team that does it, would that player generate enough income to warrant that, right? To bring in enough eyes, enough ad money, all that stuff.
No, you're doing it strictly with Leo Carlson's a fantastic player. You're doing it specifically to roster build, or in this case, to screw with Anaheim.
That too. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're making a choice. There you go. Orlando says Argentina scored. There you go.
Yep, off a corner kick. Messi sent the ball in, head ball.
Hold on. Let's here you go. Best I can do.
The fans are crying in the stands. I mean, it's just crazy.
All right, fine, Scott. Jeez. Feel better, Eric?
Hey, whatever, man. Listen, I gave half my life to this sport, including coaching, high school coaching club, doing private trainings with people. I mean, until I finally walked away from it. But, you know, the World Cup does bring it back to me a little bit.
So that's why you hate America even more, because you hate baseball but love soccer or football.
Football.
Yeah, I never called it. I've always called it soccer. But, you know, again, I mean, I had a small scholarship in college. It helped pay for my books and stuff, which are very expensive.
But how many of those books did you actually read? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, I still can't read. But
I figured that would be a hang up. That could be a problem.
Yeah.
But they gave you the books, so you at least had them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. They were like, thanks for playing soccer at this college. Here's some books. I went, oh, I have the cash. And they're like, no.
Was that at Guelph?
Guelph?
No,
Was that at Guelph?
that's not a real place.
You sure?
Not a real place. Yes, I do have some soccer cards.
You and a gigantic mayonnaise jar seem to think different.
No, that's not real.
No, Eric, the gigantic mayonnaise jar is real and it's spectacular.
Seinfeld.
Plus, you're wearing your Guelph hockey jersey. Very nice. Love it.
Not real.
It's all true. Hanging out at Sports World, you and your best friend, gigantic mayo jar.
You know, you shouldn't make fun. Your family comes from here, all right? You're part Massachusettsite, and that's your birth language.
That's
so
probably how she. That's why she knows how to say it. Like
Saka.
Yeah.
But where you live at, you can only play it like 6 weeks, right? Rest of the time it's frozen and snow.
We have indoor places. We can play. I played indoor all growing up during the winter, so I played year round.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean
was it hard to kick it while you're pedaling, or?
I didn't find the love of cycling until probably towards the end of my soccer love. I think cycling took over and I gave up soccer. But I couldn't play anymore because of injuries. If I run for any length of time, my calves will tear. My calf muscles will tear. So I can't run anymore. And I'm a cross-country coach. I can't run.
So you're saying that your team can get away from you very slowly. They don't really have to run very hard. They just need to briskly walk,
smack you in the face, and run away.
Yeah, they don't even need to run away, Scott. They can briskly walk because if Eric goes beyond a brisk walk, he'll tear.
No,
at first I thought they were crying. I didn't know.
Listen, his calves are tearing. There's a lot.
They're tearing.
You're emo Scott. He's got emo calves.
Yes. Okay.
But you don't like the way I say that either. Okay.
No, I didn't. I enjoyed the way you said.
I enjoy how you say tear, tear.
Okay.
So you're saying that your calves listen to My Chemical Romance? So they struggle too.
So I can't run, so I can't play. I can still coach, but I just walked away from the sport. I was like, I'm all done with this.
Well, again, we've already established that walking away.
Walked away very fast.
We did establish that walking away was your only option, Eric. There was no other option.
I can ride my bike all day, and I don't have any issues. But I
just want to know what you did in soccer, where if you run now that it tear your calves.
I can't run. So
how did that happen?
Were you trying to get away from the police? You know, back in your days when you were more fleet of foot, and then you had a tear. You had double tears.
The police couldn't catch me. What a
Fascinating.
save. Oh my God.
The lore increases, Scott. We're adding to the lore.
Oh my God.
And One Piece thinks it has a long-standing lore built in. We got a lot going on, man.
What a save. That was a guaranteed goal. What
Obviously
a
not saved it.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. What a shot.
Says, Carlos, you're doing a 7-hour Harry Palazzo. So, Scott, I want to talk about this. This is one of my favorite things here. So, I'm not planning on it, but I'll say this. No. I did laugh on how many people were posing a similar question. This was the problem. And what's funny, Scott, is, you know, in last year's, it wasn't Fanatics Festapalooza. It was only Hobby Palooza. But now it's Fanatics Festapalooza. You know, it's double.
I'm sure they're going to show it on all the screens.
They should.
At Fanatics Fest.
Well, my live still might be going on during it. So, like, it might be the only way, you know, people have long lines and they need help. We're here to help. I did mention it, though, last year, was that that I laugh because it's almost like there's an expectation, Scott. It's like people kind of expect it. I'm sitting there like, I'm not really looking necessarily up that much time. It just works out that way. The regular episodes are very easy to do. They're the kind of cruise control. I'll figure it out. My big thing is going to be the one planning thing that I'm going to do, and I want to talk about this with the chat a little bit tonight. I want ideas because there's things I can do, but I'd like to make it interesting for folks. I don't mind sitting, hanging out, and hosting it and doing it, but I'm going to try to invite a couple of the West Coast folks because I think it'll be good to have some fresh legs, so to speak. We don't want to rely on Eric's double tiers because, you know, he can only casually walk a brisk walk. That's out.
That is true.
So we need some fresh legs. So if we can manage that, Scott, then that'll kind of keep the energy at a good level. And really what it comes down to. So what I'll say is this. A lot of it, Scott, will depend on how the chat's doing. The fact, and I went back and listened to the last little bit of it just because I was curious. There were over 20 people in the chat at the end of it at 4 a.m. The fact that was the case blew. If the chat's holding up and they're actually interacting a little bit, I have no problem going into dark water. But there's no point in just going in the middle of the night and having 2 people on there.
So Saturday, you and Dan are on at what, 5 on Saturday?
I'll find the schedule. I'll double check it. I've got the schedule here. It is. Let me see.
Is this next weekend?
Yeah. It is the weekend of the 17th. It's not next weekend, the weekend after. 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
So it is 6 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, because I'm on at 4, I think. If I remember correctly.
No, you're directly after us.
So I'm at 7?
7 p.m. Eastern, yeah.
Oh, I was at 4 at first.
That's what I got in front of me. 4 Pacific. 7 Eastern is what I see in front of me.
Is that what I looked at? Okay, I'll take that. Yeah. That's even better.
Yeah. So, crap game. To answer your question, it'll depend. It depends on how the chat's doing, and depends on everybody. Because obviously, you know, if the chat's, you know, still kind of engaging and they're going back and forth with me, that's the fun part. If they're still going back and forth with me, then that's fine. I don't mind. But and then having some West Coast folks, I think, will help with that as well. Keep the energy going. But yeah, I'm good to end it when basically it's lost its steam and I can move on. But it is a charity thing, so if people want to contribute towards that, they can play along with it.
Oh, I didn't know there was an Eastern and Pacific.
Yeah, that's what I was like. That's what I was like.
When I enlarged it, I didn't see the top. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's even better. Okay.
Yeah, I think the time's pretty reasonable actually. For Saturday, it's not bad. That's fine. I don't mind that. Matt City Brew says
couple?
That is Petty and Southern Collector.
Oh, that's right.
Mad City Brew says, I bet Eric's favorite person in USA history is Benedict Arnold. Facts. Facts. You are correct.
I would hate
you should see the shrine.
Benedict Arnold was one of the better generals up until the time he decided not to be. But, you know.
You had enough of this shit.
The hardest answer collection. Why do you collect what you collect? That's how I first confronted Carlos years ago. I still don't have a good answer. It's always a good question. That is actually a good question, Jay. It's always a good question. Why do you collect what you collect? That is true. It's always an open-ended question, Scott. It is a classic question. You got your collection, you're doing this, you're doing that. Why? Whatever the answer is whatever the answer is. Oh, and also I do want to mention this will also be for next week. So next week is the 300th episode, and next week. So I've got a scrolling ticker right now. I'm going to switch it in a little bit here. It is going to be the Nova Scotia Expo. So I already did the AMG podcast episode. The Hockey Card Gong Show guys are going to be down there. A bunch of other folks are going to be dealers coming in from different parts of Canada. So if you are, I know a bunch of the folks that are listening are over from that neck of the woods. Go support the show, because right now this is a brand new show that's just first go around. I saw the little floor map and everything looking pretty good. So if the show is well supported and well attended, well, then it'll give the opportunity, because Benzie and those guys have no problem running it. They're trying to almost go coast to coast show. So they've got the Expo brand going from coast to coast. And if they have something in Eastern Canada, there's no reason they can't bring it back again. I know AMG is going to try to support it as much as they can. They're definitely trying to help promote it. But for the people down that neck of the woods, go have a good time. Have fun. Participate in the show, and that's the best way to demonstrate that it's worthwhile going another year. So we'll see how things go, and then I'll check in. We'll get the tales from the ground. I already had a chat with Brad this week, so I'll see post-show if I can get a little chat with him and see how things are going down that way. But they're going to be busy. So that's going to be next week. And then obviously the week after will be the Fanatics Palooza. And then we'll go and have some fun with that. But then after that, yeah. So we got that. And then at the end of the month is the National. So it should be pretty good. The content gods smile upon us, Scott. Got a couple of things going. So that's pretty good, both local and for the rest of it.
I think we should just completely ignore the National and just pretend like we don't even know what people are talking about, and not even discuss it.
That's not far from what I usually do. That's actually not far from what we usually do.
What?
That's usually the non-national.
I don't know. Is Ham messing around with my wife again? I don't know. Let's talk about that instead.
Probably, yeah.
I'm kind of interested just to see what's going to happen, because I think it's going to be, I think it's going to surprise people. I don't think it's going to be as busy as it was the year before, but
I think that's true. But I think that still doesn't mean it's not going to be busy.
Why?
I think it's going to be a spot where there's still going to be plenty of people there. I just think it's not going to be a record number. It's not going to be like I think, Scott, the story is going to be nothing particularly crazy. It's going to be like, yep, I've had a big show. Lots of people were at the show. Lots of people paid a lot of money for a bunch of cards. People fawned over each other. Somebody entered the Inferno. Watch the last Cardboard Cynics episode. My enthusiasm for Enter the Inferno comes across the screen.
okay.
What? My question is, why do you think there won't be as many people there this year that it was last year? What's your
Moynihan ended the revolution, Eric. Moynihan ended the revolution.
I think there's, we keep bringing it up, and the reason why a lot of these guys are not going is because there's other big shows in areas, and you only got so much money to go around. Plus, when people went last year and you couldn't get hotel rooms across the street, which that was a major thing there.
What was I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep interrupting. I'm being serious.
I'm being serious too.
Why couldn't they get hotels across the street? Was there
the National bought up large swaths of suites and
so there is so many dealers and so much corporate at this show now. They take up all those hotels.
Okay. So Joe Average couldn't get one. All right.
One of those hotels at the same weekend also have some type of horror fest or something like that. So there's not a lot. So you have to stay away from from there, and then also a lot of people got a bad taste because they're not getting have the same luxuries they had before.
Oh, Scott, just say it. They bitched and moaned about no media badges.
That
you don't need those sticking badges.
They don't. Each dealer only has two dealer passes, and they're just not letting people in. So, everybody's got to go in with the pours, and not everybody likes that. So,
well, and of course, I understand. I've gone into the Toronto Expo with the pours, and that is definitely not as much fun as going in with the non-pours. And I would hate to go back to standing in the long line and getting bags checked, and going through the back door and going hi to the security guard every morning and getting in an hour before the show starts is a lot more fun.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about the day before. I mean, it got bad where some of the dealers were complaining about Tuesday and Wednesday morning having so many people walking around. They couldn't even halfway set up. People are walking up to their tables trying to see everything and asking a bunch of questions. So, you know, and the and the National's so big, they don't need any of that.
They don't, but actually I got a quick story for you that you'll get.
Yeah, I mean, but that and I'm not just saying because of the YouTube. And also it's in the same place twice. So part of the allure of the National was at a different venue at least every other year. So that as well. I think it's a culmination of things.
Yeah.
And
What's funny though, and I'll touch on Mad City Brew's comment here in a second. What I found funny though that was enjoyable is that there is a YouTube channel that I follow. I want to say it's called Sports Card CEOs or something like that. They have a podcast, but their channel has like 500 subscribers, Scott. They have media credentials for both Fanatics Fest and the National.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and the reason is because both guys on the show are former CEOs, so they have buddies and they have. Scott, it's not an accident. It's not a normal 500 subscriber channel.
Right.
They got a couple of hookups and some buddies there.
Yeah, go ahead with what you're going to say because I have something to say about this too. Go ahead.
I just thought it was. I actually enjoyed, Eric, the fact that it's a 500 subscriber channel because the two guys happen to have plenty of connections and hookups with a lot. They probably know a lot of the guys, so as a result, all these guys are bitching and moaning about. Oh man, you know I used to have media credentials. They don't have. And listen, Scott, I am, as we talked about earlier tonight, I am very sympathetic to that cause. And the first thought that I had as soon as I remember listening to them talk about their not being able to get media credentials, the first thought that came through my mind was,
because me too. Another part to that is they actually have the real media come there covering it. It was talked about on several games that were being played in the area.
Yeah, they got enough coverage. The coverage isn't a problem. They're covered.
Having somebody with a few thousand followers coming in doing a video, they don't need it anymore.
But also, just to be clear, even if I don't want to bring the $1 Million Man cackling clip into this,
right?
Even beyond that, for the people that were getting the media pass, they were being very loose with those before. The reality is, if you are actually a committed person who is doing videos promoting, a lot of the guys that were doing it, they'll make a video or two. Like it'll be about the National. It's National adjacent. It's basically let me in early, let me in for free, so that I can get to the cards easier. Yeah, I'll make a couple of. You're not actually actively promoting the show.
The media pass gets you into different places too.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, and so you know that, and they got them in on Tuesday, I think, as well. So I take that back, but they did get them in on Wednesday morning, I think, and they got there like whenever the dealers were let in, they could be there.
Yeah, that's why I say, like, if you're gonna give those out, I think you would rather give them out to somebody who either has legitimate hookups or can commit to actually doing. Okay, will you actually make a series of videos about the show?
Yeah,
which actually helps promote it. Or
yes, or you know, what is your plan for the National? If I was going to give you a media pass, and if you don't do it, I expect you to pay for a VIP pass.
Yeah. So it's like
it should be some type of contract.
Yeah. So the reality is at this point, basically what they said, without saying it, is corporate entity or hookups. If you're a corporate entity effectively, or you've got plenty of hookups at this point, then you're good. If you're not, you're out. Mad City says, what new content can come out of the National we haven't seen before? Nothing really. Only if Kenny lights himself on fire, because that's always a possibility. He's denied me so far, but I'm hoping. Crossing my fingers. One day. Eric appreciated this comment. It was Pack Tuesday last year. That's exactly what happened. Yep. All content is new and original if you're ignorant to the history of card videos. It's true.
Well, they're even
Media
opening
Pass
up
for Orlando.
earlier on Tuesday this year. So, I mean Wednesday.
I do a video every day during the National 4 years now. Foulball, don't say that about Eric. Plus, he's only one person. Don't be mean. Mike Ham says media is now only allowed during the VIP ticket holder time. They started that last year.
I don't think they did, Ham. There was a guy at our
Are you
place
questioning Ham? You're questioning Florida man?
I am not questioning. I said
Fight
I
him.
don't know because he was allowed to go in at 8 last year. He actually was there. He took some videos early. And I know, like, on the trade nights, he could go upstairs without a wristband. So it was some special things going on. And he might be right. I might be misthinking of another year, but I don't know. I didn't have nothing to do with it. So
I think eventually they'll all start blending in together. Josh says, my old man trade is that I hate the idiots doing videos in the middle aisles. Shame. Shame. What a shame, Eric. And unfortunately, no media credentials for you this year. Maybe next year.
At the National? Oh.
Yes. I know. I think I actually pulled one of those.
Shohei, Crackle,
Yeah.
or foil
yeah.
board or whatever this is.
Yeah, because I opened a couple of those boxes that they had. I forget what format it is. It was a retail format. It was a retail SKU.
Yeah, this one's out of the value box or mega box or whatever.
Yeah, something like that. I bought 2 of them at one of the shops around here that gets allocation. So, and the price was okay. I was like, yeah, I'll open a couple of boxes of this. And it was the 75th. So I was like, what the hell? I'll open a couple boxes. And I like 91 tops. I already talked about this. 91 tops was the first one that I actually opened a full box of.
Yep.
So for me, it works. And yeah, I listed, I put the card up on ComC because once I got enough small inserts and stuff, I just listed it on ComC.
Yeah, I have to see what that was worth.
Trade nights I can get in without a band. Well, I don't think
Yeah, that's what I'm
trade
saying.
night-
I might be confused. I mean, the person I was with, I could be confused on different years. I don't think.
Yeah, I think a media pass would be for the most part opening up a lot of doors. But it's one of those things like, I don't know. Trade nights is if you got a lot of energy.
I just think
Unless you actually want something.
Yeah, I just feel like, the people that got it, I'm glad they got it. It doesn't bother me they got it. I'm good for them. But, I mean, were you really doing anything other, like Orlando said, he did a video every day. Okay. But did you interview people? Did you go around and, like, go really into something? Like, do something other than just taking a video, walking around or something? Like, did you do something that somebody would say, oh, that was media worthy? That's my question. So, I mean, that's.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be very entertaining to me. I think the story of it, and it's been going on for years now, but I think the fun part is, here's the comp I'm going to use. I think the national guys are basically doing a WWE, steadily raising the prices and making it less fan friendly, and just being like, pay up, peasants. You'll do what you're doing as you're told. You'll like your slop.
So
Take it.
instead of saying you can't have other wrestling shows in the around the area, they're saying you can't have any more card shows around the area. They won't even allow you to pull cards out in the lobbies of hotels. So it's kind of that's a great comp. That fits it perfect.
Yeah, so that's basically what I'm looking at. Is you're just whoever has the most connections or the biggest platform, you're all set. If you got the hookup, you're good to go.
Orlando, I'm not saying you didn't. I'm just saying, most people just go around and do I'm at the show, because that's what I'm just saying that's what most people do. It's like, I'm at the show. They're not Jeff Wilson or Ryan. It has a team that goes around with them to do big production is pretty much what I'm saying. So,
yeah, I think the key though, Dom, is that look, the reality is Orlando's making his case and everything is fine. But at the end of the day, is Orlando not going to the national because they didn't give him a media pass? Then they did the right thing. they're going to get your money then, and you're still going to go, and they don't have to give you shit.
That's right. I mean, that's what happened to Victor. And I mean, I wish everybody that wanted. I wish I could get a media pass. I'm not saying that they shouldn't, but it is a business at the end of the day. They're trying to make as much money as they possibly can. It's capitalism. It's just, you know.
Rick here.
Nice.
People are pissed at the Nationals controlling everything. Chicago again. Cost of hotels around the National. Most important, one less hotel bathroom to use after Big Scott destroyed one. Shame.
The one that kicked us out. I went in there the next day. I said, "Kick me out, will you?"
Wow.
That right there is Eric level spite. That's the kind of spite I'm used to from Eric.
I didn't do it intentionally, but it was a funny coincidence.
Yeah.
Wow.
He had Mexican the night before.
No better. It was the barbecue house right around the corner.
Oh boy.
And I might have ate a little too much. You know?
Mm-hmm.
My favorite part about this, though, and that you kind of alluded to it too, Scott, is I enjoy, like, oh, Chicago again. I'm sitting there like, I literally go to a card show that twice a year has been in the same place since 1991. We don't bitch and moan. Oh my God, I'm sick. I don't fucking care. We're not going. Nobody's going to the international. Eric, nobody's going to the international center for the vacation destination.
Yeah, but I'm just saying because it was like that before, you know, and now it's 3 years in a row.
Eric, you're not going to the international center for the vacation destination. You're going to the international center because you want to creep on Marcel. That's not the same thing.
And I mean, it doesn't change the reason why you want to go. You're going to hear all the same cliche things over and over again. I want to go be with my friends. I want to hang out. I got new shoes I want to break in. Whatever it is, you know.
Yeah, but the reason I'm mentioning this is we talk about some of these other shows, right? Some of these other big regionals that have been developing and growing a lot of it. Okay. Does the Philly show leave Philadelphia?
Right.
Has the Philly show been to Detroit? Has the Philly show been to like
the Dallas show has been? And where did Dallas show?
Well, they rebranded it. They didn't actually move the Dallas show. They said the Dallas show, whatever. It's still the real Dallas show is still in Dallas. But Scott, do you get my point though? All the other regional shows are in whatever region they're in. The Philly show is in Philly. The real Dallas show is still in Dallas. The Shipshewana is still in whatever location that's in. So, and then they got a new Columbus Card Fest that they created. Card Collector 2 came up with that. That's in Columbus.
Yeah, Philly needs to find a new spot. They're outgrown that one, or they need to take over the animal because the same time as the Philly show is like some animal thing going on at the other big spot, same convention center.
Yeah, and they're growing out that West Coast show, the West Coast show that was the Burbank show.
Yeah,
and that's out in the West Coast. My point is, the National is literally the only show that was rotating locations. Everybody else pretty much found a spot. The only time they would change is if for some reason there was a scheduling issue or the show got too big. If the show got big and they needed more room, then that's different. So it's like, all right, when will the National and Fanatics combine into one fan nat? There we live. Imagine Scott, the bitching and moaning would be heard from the other side of the ocean. Be incredible.
Well, they were across the whole front of it when you walked in, Fanatics last year, and then they probably got the biggest part in there. So that, and I mean, I don't call the Breakers Pavilion the whole thing whatnot, but you know, the Breakers Pavilion is the biggest, but you know, that's the Breakers Pavilion.
See, Keith, what we need shoe reviews from the basement.
That's right.
In the lead into it, the opportunity to me, the crossover you can get with the cards because of the National angle. And then on the other side of it, Scott, you can get into the shoe YouTube side.
That's right.
You get in with the sneakerheads, you do the cross promotion.
Yeah, and that's a good way to get the 100,000 subscriber pack there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Front row shows can get some momentum and do a once a year mega show. Yeah, there's a couple of different promoters that are starting to build out. Like I think front row has, the folks that do the front row show, I think, have started doing some interviews and stuff. So they're getting themselves out there a little bit, and they're working on building. So a bunch of these different promoters are starting to build little mini franchises for themselves as they're building out some of these shows.
We got one down here. He's probably about 4 years strong, and he's really growing. And I just saw him in one publication he had talked about. So he's doing pretty good for himself in this area.
I like Laura's comment here. That would be a no from me, dog. I like it. I like it. That was a Skechers unboxing. Facts. Like I said, I'm still waiting, Scott. I'm waiting.
You froze, man. You got to back up a little bit.
All right. What's the last thing you heard just before that? Then
you went to read Dom's, and
all right,
you froze on us.
So Skechers unboxing videos are barrel eye, the most wax nowadays. What I want to know is when the shoe sponsorship finally happens. That's been the one I've been waiting on. I legitimately want someone to have the shoe sponsorship for the national, the official shoe of the national. I want it.
You know it would be good, and this comes to my plant once or twice a year. If I pull up and there's a shoe truck outside selling shoes to people, or they have it set up in the lobby, that would be
Scott,
a moneymaker.
Look, if you're being smart, you don't sell the shoes, you sell the insoles.
There you go.
Because the insoles you can fit cases of insoles that it won't take up as much room. That'd be way easier. Then you don't have to worry about sizes, because a lot of the insoles you can cut them down to whatever size you need it. That's the money, Scott. Eric, that's like the meat guy, the insoles guy.
You don't, yeah.
When you're on like day 2 and the concrete is starting to tear, you're tearing.
Yep.
There's a lot of tearing going on.
Funny.
Then that's when you need the insoles.
Yeah. Funny. The tearing. Yeah.
It's all about the tearing.
Okay.
Kid says, can we put a card in the shoe like kangaroos? Give it a go. Andy, she blind refractor. Did I hear sponsorship? That's right. So Scott, actually, this reminds me. So last week we saw the reappearance of Andy Sublime Refractors. Yeah. I told Andy, I'm going to take credit for this, Scott, because in the week since, there have been not 1, not 2, but 3 She Blinded with Refractor videos.
No, son. Get the hell out of here.
Where'd it go, Andy? You went above and beyond.
All I'm saying, man. All I'm saying. These are facts. I couldn't believe it. I saw it and I was like, what's going on here? I see what's happening.
I even saw he was using AI for his thumbnail.
There's a lot going on there, Scott. Check this out. Hold on. That's why a valid question by him. Valid question. Here, look at this.
I saw the last video. I didn't watch it, but I saw it.
Look at this. Right here. 4 days ago. Shameless ad reads and sports car videos? Question mark. 3 days ago.
Not him. That's AI.
3 days ago, I found a 90s Griffey in a local vintage toy store. 1 day ago, collector briefly analyzes card while plugging fake ad sponsors. That is 3 videos in the last week.
Wow.
Who was the person that did that? I didn't watch it. I wanted to, and I forgot about it.
Sorry, what was that?
Who was the person that he was speaking of in a nice way there?
There's a couple that you could take if you really want to. There's a couple of options available. And yes, Andy, you did hear sponsorship. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Again, says, now you just need to get the Pirates fan used to have on back in the fold. Bob, this is not the correct spelling of Bob Lewis. You need a very long middle section, a dramatic pause, if you will, the sound of crickets, and then Lewis. About 3 minutes later.
And chair.
Correct. And chair. Without chair, we don't even want to describe it.
No,
discuss it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And his favorite bowl of cereal.
Well, once upon a time, we had very serious cereal debates. We discussed what is best cereal.
Yes.
These are important conversations to have. Matt City Bruce says, will the TikTok booth have a card break live stream? Maybe. We can only hope. We can only dream. So, Scott, that kind of plays into the Fanatics Palooza. If people want so badly for there to be a long episode between Friday night and Saturday morning, then we're going to have to workshop some ideas. Because, Scott, If we leave it up, listen, I get bored of the cards pretty quick unless there's a really interesting topic. Otherwise, we're going to wind up with best cereal. We're going to wind up with the best cereal debate. It's going to happen.
It's going to be because that weekend. Well, the one thing with Fanatics is I think their whole show is on somewhere on the YouTubes. Somewhere, somebody's showing everything live. They have media there for theirs. And it's going to be, we probably won't have a lot of Tom Brady for Eric to be mad at. So
I don't like Tom Brady. He owes me money.
Mm-hmm. Eric speaks the truth. He doesn't like Tom Brady. He loves Tom Brady.
No, I do not.
It might be some panini breaks.
Maybe. Like I said, Scott, if it goes too far and we don't have any good ideas, then it's going to come down to breakfast cereal debates, and then we might have to do a Mystery Science 3000 watch along.
Well, so I'm watching. It's funny you said that. I'm watching the WNBA on Ion, and the only way I can see it is on Amazon Prime Live TV, which I have. And one of the channels on Amazon Prime Live TV is Mystery Theater 3000.
Mystery Science Theater 3000?
Yeah, nice. All day.
There's a lot of them, though. There's a lot of episodes.
I'm sure you probably won't see the same one twice in a week. I'm sure of it.
Be amazing. Be incredible. So we'll see. We'll see. Yes, Hockey, this has been discussed. Eric wept briefly. He teared, and then we moved on.
Well, when I was planning on going, I was excited that he was going to be there because he is friends of some people that we know. He's an acquaintance of some people that we know.
Can I offer you Ricky and Julian from the Trailer Park Boys instead?
No, I'm good. Wow. But
actual talent, but instead you want me to worry about Brad Marchand.
So I was like, I may have some stuff to get that taken care of. And then I was, needed a brand new roof from my house. And my plans of going to Canada for a card show quickly ended when the bill came due. So I have a new roof, which is really nice, but I'm not going to a card show in Canada. It's a 10-hour drive, plus hotels, plus the money you spend at the show.
Plus you didn't get a media pass?
I'm curious, how did your roofer take a look at your roof?
How did he take a look at it?
Yeah, to see what, yeah.
Well, I knew I needed one. Mm-hmm. But when the roofer and I went into the attic and saw that there was wet insulation and some little bit of black mold starting to develop, we kind of went, maybe it's time for a new roof.
Well, you could have had him initially start off by kind of cleaning up that problem. He messages you, Eric, the roof, ... The roof is on fire. You could have started there and then rebuilt from there.
But the reason why I'm asking, because when I was in Iowa, the guy used a drone. It was pretty cool.
If my house was higher, it's a split level. So mom lives downstairs, kind of almost underground. And our house isn't very high off the ground. So it doesn't take a lot to take a look at. If I had a 3-story home, like the one across the street,
mine was a 1-level house.
Yeah.
Well, Eric, maybe if you clawed a little bit more effectively, you could have a multi-level house. You could have a small McMansion. You could talk to the Hamburglar, get yourself a McMansion. What do you think, Ham? I think if
Great idea.
Hamburglar meeting of the minds, I think he can get himself a McMansion.
No, I'm not going to deal with him tonight.
You don't have to.
If he's going to be here, I'm leaving. All right.
You're not allowed to leave.
You're not allowed to leave.
You can't even turn your screen off.
Ham, can you just turn down your gain slightly? Just turn down your gain just a smidge.
How about that? That better?
You're good. Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Because I know that she's sitting off to his left on the couch or something, giggling.
Yeah, oh no, she's actually cooking me some chicken wings right now. Well, she didn't cook for you?
Oh, Yeah. She did.
By the way, the conversation earlier was true. Eric sends us a screenshot of Michelle sending a text message that says that literally references you, Ham.
Yeah.
So Michelle's like, and Eric's like, this joke has gone too far. I was like, yes, this joke.
Yeah.
I was like, all right,
Good
listen,
stuff.
it is what it is.
She ended our nightly text message with, I'll tell Ham you said hello or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just like,
right.
you gotta be kidding me.
That's awesome.
So yeah, she's closer to you in distance than me at the moment.
Is she in Naples?
Yeah, she's in Naples with her mother.
Okay. I'll call her.
You're killing me.
That's fun.
You send a couple of selfies over.
The goal this year is to add another lady to my harem, and I need to hopefully run into Jeff Wilson's wife in the crowd at the National.
Well, she is the sugar mama of that relationship. Right?
And I like sugar mamas.
Yeah, me too. That's why I want
right.
to keep mine and I don't want to make sure you don't take her.
That's right. Daddy's going fishing.
Gotta get the new fishing boat.
That's right. She likes those Moana cards, so all I gotta do is get me one of those.
All right.
Well, this has got a plan.
Oh my
Yep.
god.
So there you go, Scott. That could be part of the not national coverage. Ham's
Mhm.
expeditions.
Most of the stuff I do outside of the cards and cases is a bunch of goofy, silly stuff. I try to show her the entire thing, what's going on. I know, Scott, you were saying like interviewing people. There's really nobody to interview for the most part. Half the people don't want to talk on camera. Half of them that are working for these companies don't know a damn thing. They really don't. They'll tell you to go talk to somebody else. And that person's always too busy to go on camera.
Have you thought about taking whatever footage you were able to get and intersperse Steve continuously having a dialogue with himself and just keep cutting back to it, but then go back to cases or whatever else, and then come back to Steve, back to cases, back to Steve?
I need people to pay attention. So no.
No, the point, Ham, is you're only cutting to Steve for like 10-second bits. It's only like 10 seconds.
I'll do like three seconds.
Yeah,
maybe.
exactly. Like you just keep it short. You don't have to spend a lot of time on it.
It's just so interesting because it's one of those places you can, and I'm sure you've been to a show that's busy and you turn around, the person you're standing next to is gone. But realistically, they're only 5 feet from you, but you still can't find them.
Yep.
Yeah. Saturday at Expo is the one that usually basically falls under that. Although this past year, Friday was pretty busy, actually. It's busiest Friday I remember. But Saturday is traditionally the big one. Saturday, one of my buddies is a dealer there. So I kind of just hang back inside the booth so I can kind of just chill. And I can waltz around and chat with different folks if I feel like any time. And then we'll have dinner after the show anyway. So there's no urgency to like, oh, I got to go find somebody unless there's a specific reason to. But then, yeah, when it gets busy on Saturday, I don't show up early. There's no reason to. It's a madhouse. I come in for a little bit and look around. I'm like, all right, let me go to the dealer table specifically, and then I'll go hang behind the table for a bit until the crowd disperses a little bit. You're just waiting for different groups of people to move around.
The last couple of years being at the National, Thursday and Friday seem to be the two busiest days. Not Saturday for sure. Yeah. Saturday is more of the family day, more strollers, more kids.
1 or 2 o'clock, it empties out.
Well, I don't know about that part. It's pretty busy still.
Last year,
I don't leave it. Like I'm like Neo and Steve, they'll go take a break. I just keep going. Like I'm just trying to literally see everything there. And it's really hard to do.
Yeah, if you ever do make it up to the Expo, Scott, Saturday, it didn't empty out. I was
I'm not saying
people need to go home. Go home.
Empty out. What I should say, gets
it dies down. Yeah, it gets looser.
You noticeably loosens up.
So at the National, what they do is they all go to, they go to stand in line to get into trade night because that line gets long quick. And you don't want to be an hour late into that because you're trying to get a table so you can sit down. Again, what's interesting that they started last year at the trade nights is they have vendors in the trade night setup because that's how I was getting from free stuff. I was getting more free stuff from the trade night than I was from the show floor for people like giving out free samples and stuff like that. And nobody was really talking to anybody there. We didn't even know what was going on. There are like 13 or 14 vendors there. We had no idea what they were doing. So I just started walking around and asking each person, hey, what are you doing? What are y'all showing? What are you giving away? Blah, blah, blah. And do a little video. And then, keep moving on with my life. but we didn't know anything was going on. And this year I couldn't see the vendors on the map. Where last year they didn't put those vendors on the map for the trade night. So it does show that they're still going to be there for those events.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't go to trade night because I don't want to be. It's just too many people.
I have a blast at it. I mean, I like just seeing what the regular person has.
Have you actually done any deals at trade night?
Me? Yeah.
Yeah. I bought a couple of things. I went to
It's easy to buy.
Yeah, it can be because sometimes it is the little mini dealers will actually have some decent. I laugh because at the whole trade night thing wasn't a thing at Expo years ago. They caught on to that much later. But the last couple of years now they've got official trade nights and they've got the sponsors and all that stuff, and they've got a open bar. They've basically got a cash bar, so you're good. You're good to go there. So in that space, though, it's gotten super busy. I was there with Simon 466, and we actually sat at a table, and basically I bought from Lapper, one of the guys there at the table. But then I walked around, and somebody had a 5,000 count case with all stuff on there, and it was like patches. And they literally, you could go through it, and they had everything priced out. It basically running their own dealer table at the trade night effectively. But when you got a 5,000 count case full of patches and nice stuff, actually, they're basically trying to do business. You can get a lot of cash and set up, but it was set up like a dealer at trade night, correct, with a spread.
Yep. And that's exactly how it is at the National. And a lot of the vendors that are set up downstairs, they start running out of stock. Literally Thursday, Friday, they're like, I'm out of stock, what they consider movable stock. They have the cards that are like, hey, if you don't have 25K, don't talk to me. But all the other stuff in between, they start completely getting eliminated. I remember RBI Crew last year, they were done before Sunday. They had no cards. They were gone, done. And they were trying to buy cards each night leading into Sunday to try to stay there because people were buying. I mean, and they just go to trade nights to buy. That's just what they do. Because there are people that literally will just show up for a trade night. They won't even really walk the floor much. Or they'll come in late. Trade night's their first stop with their cards, not the show floor. And the show floor is so busy, it's really hard for them to make trades and deals. So trade night is their opportunity. So they wait until trade night to even pull anything out. Unless they're at Lowe's or somewhere. And let's face it, I know they cracked down on that. They can't stop it. Good luck.
No. They can clear out a little bit, but the overall is not going to be able to do too much with that.
No.
Good evening, Dan.
Dan, the
evening,
man.
everyone. Hey, Mike. Hey, Scott. How are you?
All right. How you doing?
Did you see the schedule for Hobby Palooza? You're right after us.
Yes.
So, we're gonna.
You'll get it crowded for me, and I'll clear the room.
Well, if we say something and they just kick us off, you'll have an extra 20 minutes or so.
So that's a real possibility. Look, Friday is the one I'm still worried about the most, Dan, because like I said, we've talked about the whole concept of known criminals in the hobby.
Yep.
There are people with questionable associations.
Mm-hmm.
I won't single anybody out, but I got questions.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? Continues to hate America. Happy 250. Okay.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Well, it's canon. It's well known that Eric hates America, freedom, and the troops.
Oh.
So basically, tomorrow is everything he hates.
So was he celebrating on July 1st, Canada Day?
He doesn't celebrate anything. He's a man without a country. That's why he's in a rolling truck in Manila.
Can he speak or is he muted?
He's muted at any time in life.
No, I can speak. I'm just not contributing to this nonsense.
That's not the denial.
Well,
Hockey 90 says, Carlos, how do you cultivate connections to the expo over the years when there are usually a lot of people there? Over the years is the key part of that sentence. It wasn't always as busy as it is today. I've been going to the expo since 1995. So when you're doing something for 31 years, there's a good chance you're probably going to know a couple of folks, and then mutual friends of friends, and you keep building out that now. After 31 years, I better know some damn people in that building. And I do. So unless you've literally gone out of your way to avoid everybody, you are going to know some folks, good, bad, or indifferent. You're going to know. But then eventually you hang out, go to some dinners and hang out with some folks. You're going to build up that network. And like I said, friends of friends association deals over the years. and then you keep doing business with certain folks, then, oh, hey, this person's got this. I'll take you over. I'll introduce you and blah, blah, blah. Rinse and repeat for 30 years. That'll do it for you.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've been going to Philly for 6 years, and I have, I think, connections with pretty much every one of the vintage dealers there.
I have a couple of dealers at the show. They'll call me over because they'll know they'll have something I want at least.
Yeah. But the key is you have to be good to do business with.
Mm-hmm.
If you develop a reputation for being good to do business with, a lot of doors open. Because as soon as people understand that if you commit to something, you're as good as your word, that's it. That's all it takes. Then nobody has any problem recommending you. If they see something they think you might be interested in, they'll let you know. You'll get a heads up, or maybe sometimes they'll pick it up for you if they really know that you are interested in it. That's usually a good way of being able to find some really good stuff. I've found a lot of good stuff just because somebody let me know. And sometimes they pick it up because they don't want to let it sit because they know somebody would scoop it up, and they'll literally grab it for me. And then we take care of that. That's right, Mike. Carlos knows a guy or knows a guy who knows a guy. That's right. No names. I don't think I saw Jason on there. Maybe. Let me double check. Cars and Comics.
I didn't see him specifically, but he's friends with a lot of guys. Great guy, by the way.
Yeah, he could be part of maybe a collaboration.
Yeah, I would guess he might be a guest on somebody's show. I know he's buddies with Joe Wood Collector. What's his name? Oh my God.
Yeah, they do a show as well. They've done a show sometimes.
Doug, of course. They're like friends. They used to work together, kind of. So they're friends like outside of the hobby also, but they do the show together and everything. Yeah, but I've hung out with Jason multiple times. Very good guy. I have thoughts about the National.
Well, Dom, he said Jason from Cards and Comics, not Sport. The one before us on Friday is Professor.
Right. No, Jason from Cards and Comics is a different guy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when he said Cards and Comics, I'm like, that's what I'm looking for. I know Professor's before us on Friday, but that's a different guy.
I'm pretty sure.
I think he's also a Jason, but that's why I was like, so I get that.
Yeah, no, correct.
If it's Cards and Comics,
he is a Jason. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that's a different dude. George says lower attendance because Dan won't be there. Could be. Yeah, this hobby, all you have is your word. It astounds me how quickly some people will just throw it away. It's true. But that's why that is the honest answer to it. It's just, I didn't go out of my way to build that network. It's just, you deal with people, you talk to some folks, you deal with them over time. And as long as, again, if you're easy to deal with, people are going to want you around and they're happy to do deals with you. And then over time, you do enough deals, then everybody's comfortable and they will happily recommend you or point you in the right direction. Or like I said, sometimes they'll grab it for you and go, here, you can have it for what I paid for it because we've already done like 100 deals. So we're good.
Yep.
And I mean, I'm friends with Ed Westergrill. Everybody knows him. So
it's the greatest. Love that guy.
He gives you crypto tips. Is that, what he's doing usually? He goes, Scott, listen, this shit coin, you got to get in on it. Everything.
He goes up at 11, goes to lunch, comes back at 2.
I think Dom knows who Jason is. I think that was just a confusion. But the next comment, I am interested. Dude, you are going to be on Hobby Palooza. What you're going to be on it Saturday night.
Dan, I think I understand the confusion. I think the reason Josh is confused is, Dan, like Josh, I have no idea what Hobby Palooza is. I only know Fanatics Festapalooza.
Oh, yes.
Is this true?
It's a Fanatics Festapalooza weekend.
Brought to you by Panini.
Like Festivus.
Amazing. Sensational.
Oh, I forget it.
Was it a snarky thing related to the show he's on? Because I love snarky things related to the show he's on.
No, I was going to say, one of the best reputations in the entire hobby for just being easy to deal with, and and I think he got a bad rap from Whatnot. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Hey man, somebody got a bad rap from Whatnot?
Yeah.
No, listen, Scott would appreciate this.
Have we talked about this yet?
Scott, what Dan is alluding to, he's alluding to your fellow Big. You are Big Scott 35, but he's talking about Big Bry, the deal guy.
Where's he been?
Being the only person in recorded history to get suspended from whatnot.
That's
multiple times. What happens when the money goes to your head?
The funniest thing is why he got suspended.
How does that even happen? Did he take his shirt off? And
why did he get suspended? I don't know why he got suspended. I don't watch his
channel. Pull up the
channel.
tweet.
Yeah. Hang on. I will grab it.
That's even better.
Yeah. So let me see if I can grab it.
Expletives were in this tweet.
He was not a happy camper. So let me see here if I can grab it.
He's got FU money, so he just drops FU comments.
Oh yeah.
Well,
no, it was.
There's several things to talk about with this big bribe bit of news.
All right. Oh, I forgot to send it an email. That's right. Okay.
Was it an email? Yeah, send an email. It's easy. You just click on it.
Yeah. I had to go.
I don't have Twitter on my phone. That's why.
He sent me an email to the X post. We gotta have an X post. So here it is. So here you go. All right, big bribe. So I guess on Whatnot, the truth isn't allowed to be spoken. LOL. Okay, I'll say it here then. If an $80 card is selling for $8, you're a fucking idiot for not buying it. There. Fuck you to all the idiots. He basically sounds like Eric.
No, go back. Read what he was suspended for. Can you?
Right. I can't make it bigger. I'm not on X, and I'm not going to get on X. Elon gets nothing from me, but I will read it. So it says,
people,
"Hello, I'm going to read it. It says, "Hello, Big Bri, the deal guy. We're writing to let you know that your account has been suspended for violating our community guidelines. We provided more details below. The show was blowout auction, single cars, lots, packs, and boxes with 4 exclamation points. June 30th was the date. Violation summary. You were reported for engaging in disparaging and personal attacks after referring to participants in the chat as idiots and saying that they were stupid not to bid. Our policies prohibit disparaging the chat, including comments that insult or demean users based on their purchasing or bidding behavior. Action summary. This is a warning for educational purposes only." Eric, no one gets kicked off Whatnot.
I was going to say, because people do that all the time on Whatnot. They beg and plead and call them stupid, all kinds of names.
Oh, yeah,
Scott, I'll say this. What I said to Dan, and what I'll say to all of you, that tells me more that how much has Big Bri been pissing off somebody at Whatnot? Because the only way he's getting booted is literally Larry over at Whatnot is like, you know what? Fuck this guy. That's it. He's getting it today.
I mean, I've watched a video of a guy selling sneakers about ready to cry because nobody was bidding on his stuff.
It's a danger.
So the best part about that tweet now is the responses, because Big Bri, people are not afraid to say what they think about Big Bri anymore, and he gets absolutely savaged in the comments of that, or the replies, or whatever you call it, of that tweet. It's just basically like, you're an asshole. You found out what you deserved like 18 times.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like but there is a talent that you have to be a certain kind of special to have reached the point where Whatnot will let so much stuff go. They'll let so much stuff go. And Big Bri normally qualifies as somebody who would get immunity from a lot of stuff because he's got money, he'll throw stuff around and everything, and he's trying to do his Whatnot thing. And he will bring eyeballs to whatever it is he's doing, even if people are just staring at him to go like, what is wrong with this guy? But the reality is he must have been pissing people off at Whatnot for a while, because that's the only way they would even suspend him temporarily, because you really have to do something bad to even get a warning. Just got home from a pig roast since the WNBA time tonight. There you go, Stu. Good evening.
Stu, your links didn't do very well tonight.
Why not kicking someone off is like letting Jesse James guard the bank. I know. I hear you. But yes, I rather enjoyed it, Scott. Got to be honest. Big Bri getting booted, getting mad about getting booted from Whatnot.
It couldn't happen.
The backyard break guys can't get booted.
I mean, as you alluded to, Carlos, it must be he's been doing this like on, and you of course can see it. You can literally see him doing this on screen, and over and over and over again. So it's funny, but I kind of feel bad because you know what? The people that he's calling idiots probably are idiots, frankly.
I agree.
Yeah. Well, they're watching his live, so that's already
they are on Whatnot. That's the first.
They're buying singles on Whatnot.
I will say though, like if they're quote unquote, assuming they're comped, if they're buying $80 cards for $8, Dan, that's called smart business. If you can get $80 cards for $8, that's smart business. Honestly, then great. Congratulations.
One of the comments is on the tweet is something to the effect of, Bri, if you're selling an 80 card for $8, who then is the idiot, sir?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, there's that, right?
Yeah.
Well, he's
you have to
by
know, like, look, let's be clear about this. We've already talked at length that we're not the biggest fans of whatnot under any circumstances. But let's be clear about this.
Why is it?
Yeah. If you're going to try to sell singles onto that platform, you better know exactly the type of material you're selling, to whom you're selling it to, and you better have enough of an audience to legitimately have a chance to get bids. Otherwise, you're wasting your time because you're going to get smoked. I don't care what the card is supposed to be. Like, the people aren't going to comp it, because when you're doing those quick auctions, you got a couple of seconds, they can't comp shit. And they're not going to trust you. They're not gonna, oh, it's a $500. Says who?
Yeah, and they
sure?
do that on purpose. Yep, and they do it on purpose, and they prefer actually $low cards, not $high cards.
Yeah. So if you're getting $8, Dan, that should be a $10 card, like at max. If you put a $10 card on there, and if you get 8, you're not complaining.
Nope, because you bought it for 5.
Correct. So, like, in reality, like, you shouldn't be putting big cards on there unless you already know, because you can do stuff on Whatnot to preset certain ones to get bids ahead of time. Like, there's stuff you can do that can actually push the action to begin with, and then you're going to be closer to, or you know what, put it at a higher starting point. Then put it at a more realistic number that you can live with. But then don't bitch and moan if people are like, no, I'm going to pay you as little as possible, as little as I can get away with, and you're going to like it.
Yeah, if you don't have the audience in that room for that moment, don't do it. Just don't even do it.
Correct.
Simple as that. I mean, the guys at my show are constantly looking to try to buy people's dollar boxes out from them at like a 50 to 60% clip. They'll kind of go through it and be like, how much you want for this? There's X amount of cards. I'll give you this. And they're just like, here you go. Because they don't just have that box. They have multiple boxes back at home. Yeah. And they're like, it's easy money. It pays for the table usually or more. And they're already having a good show after that. And it's an easy way to liquidate stuff. And they're just blowing right through it in like 5 seconds.
I have dollar boxes, you know, they either, it's weird. Sometimes I sell hundreds of dollars worth of cards from them. Sometimes I sell $8 worth of cards from them, but they're there and people go through them. People want to find my mistakes, which they do. Invariably, they will find something, which is not a dollar card. It's a $5 card. And I got it in there by mistake. So people love to do that. So, you know, it's worth it to put them out. But I don't know if I would sell it.
I did deliberately put $3 cards in the dollar box. I'm like, here you go.
Yeah.
I can't.
Well,
by the time I sell on eBay and pay fees and everything, it's like, I'd rather just take my dollar and move along my life.
I mean, I have a separate box for the $3 cards and the $5 cards, but sometimes I miss.
Some of the smart dealers that I know that used to do the dollar boxes, and they were very successful with it. They would intersperse $5 and $10 cards in there, and it would be like scattered. It'd be the point was to encourage people to go and look through. And if you find those, you feel like, hey, I won. And that was the point. The point was to give some people some wins, but then they'll buy 30 more cards from you. So in the aggregate, you're winning in the long run. And you're getting people to look.
Put an attractive looking card in the front. That's what happens. Then somebody's like, oh, okay. They start going through and, 20 minutes later, I got $50.
I'm surprised we haven't started introducing clear boxes to hold the cards so you can physically see the card as you walk by, because there's a lot of people that don't dig. And if they saw something that, like you were saying right there, Dan, that stood out, they're going to go, whoa, wait a minute. I got to look. Yeah. That's why even like when I go through a box and I lean the cards back when they're spaced, I always put a nice card in the front again, knowing somebody's going to be able to walk by and go like, hey, hold on, I got to look at that. I just do that out of the kindness of my heart. But, and then sometimes I look through the boxes and it's every card's $80 to $300. I'm like, why is this not in the case? Like, what are you doing? That's the stuff that drives me nuts. I tell people, I've literally told people, take that, and that, and get it out of the damn case. Nobody wants it. Put these 3 cards in there because nobody's going to know they're in here. Nobody's going to look.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just think it's always been my opinion when you create a box like that is you want to encourage people to do the digging. You want to motivate them. And then basic psychology, if then people are hanging around your table, other people are going to go, oh, maybe they've got some interesting stuff. If people are hanging around, it's a win-win. Like just throw them a couple bones here and there. And then in the long run, in the aggregate, you win.
Yeah, there's a guy at the National that sets up with, I don't know, $50 to $60 boxes. And there's no way in hell he knows what's in all of them. Like that wasn't like he'd been preparing it for 6 months, because that's what it would took him. People find stuff in those boxes. Even I go through them, but you'll spend the whole day there if you're trying to go through everything.
Mm-hmm.
But it literally is, that first day you're there, you're like, oh, I went through it. No, this dude's got more boxes he hadn't even pulled out yet, because he knows he's going to run out of cards, or he keeps cards under the table in boxes and nobody really asks or knows. So I always ask, you got any boxes under the table? That's my first day at the National, especially day 2 or 3. You got anything you didn't have out yesterday? Oh yeah, I got a box right here. Oh, give me. You know what I mean? Even if he's lying to me, at least makes me feel good.
It's smart. Like if the people walking away from your table feel like they got a fair chance at maybe potentially, they like a possibility that maybe they can find something interesting. Give them that, and that's you'll get more out of it in the long run. People will feel better about it. Ball here says, I wonder if Big Bry says anything when he gets an $80 card for $8. No, 100%. With the shoes on the other foot, he's not complaining.
He does say something. What an idiot.
Not out loud though.
Yeah. As soon as under his breath as he's walking away from the table. Mike here says, as long as you know a little with Boston Bruins cards, you'll make money. Exactly. True, Mike. True.
That's not cool. That's not cool.
Sue says, you lay the good cards across the top of the box. He rotates the box every so often during the show. Yeah. Keep things moving around though. Like feed into people's desire to treasure hunt. Give them that, because they will feel like, hey, you know what? That's why I say, like, if somebody organizes it too much, it takes the fun out of it. Because you don't have any idea, like the idea that there could be something really cool in there, the possibility will draw people towards a couple of those boxes and let them spend a little bit of time taking a shot. And again, if it looks like there are people hanging around your table, it kind of draws other people in. If literally it looks like nobody's coming by your table, it does the opposite. Kind of some people will peek in, but they'll be like, why is no one hanging around this table?
I usually do the quick flip to try to see, because if I start seeing the same old Prism cards in there, I don't want nothing to do with the box, but I start flipping and I see like an early 2000s or 90s card. I'm like, okay, let me see what else we got here. Or is it just in this group of cards? Because people rarely ever separate that stuff out. It's kind of just mixed in, which is a good thing because it causes you to keep looking at stuff. And I always like the idea too that, you buy 10, get 3 free. Force them to keep looking. I want you to get the 20 cards now. So I like those aspects too, because it's a little bit of a, hey, well, you're already here, add a couple more cards and you'll get a deal.
Yeah. I will say one thing, and this is kind of a separate topic, but it does touch on the whole national and everything, is the problem with some of those big shows is because they have gotten so big and now the booths are so expensive, that does demotivate people from adding those things. For the dollar bin boxes and something, the small shows still have an advantage there, because if the table is cheap enough, it actually gives people a reason to bring some of that stuff, because they don't have to worry about making their money back.
What's a standard price for a table at, let's say, a local show or a smaller show? Would you all happen to know that? Tables here run about $110.
No, I'm getting 2 tables for like 110. At one show.
They're like 110.
Other shows I can't get 2. I can only get 1, and it's like 70 or something like that.
It depends on the size of the show.
2 tables in Jersey, I think it's like 130 or something like that. But it's a good show. That's like, I've really done well at that show.
What I found is that the bigger the show, the more expensive the table.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yep. Absolutely.
So if it's only a 25 table show at the VHW, it's like, $25 a table, right? But if you go to 1,000 table show, it's like 200 plus a table.
Yeah.
Well, that's because they're renting out.
But you would think like the promoter would want to make more money on the smaller show, right?
I mean, I could Google, but did you say VHW?
The veterans, the veterans hall.
That's just
you mean the VA? VFW, right?
Yeah. VFW, Veteran of Foreign.
Okay.
Yeah. No, you heard what you heard, Scott. Big Scott, you heard it. You heard right.
I thought
the man is nursing.
Or something different.
Scott, the man is nursing a tier. He's nursing to one tier in one leg and one tier in another.
I didn't want to interrupt his monologue, so I was like, "Wait a minute,
what did I say?"
What the VHW?
You had a VH,
VFW,
like VHS had a baby. And it was
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Josh.
Veteran of Foreign Wars.
Okay.
Yes, the VFW. I'm sorry I made a mistake. I apologize. I'll stop.
So your point though is not well taken, because it's very cheap to rent a VFW, but it's not very cheap to rent like the kind of place in Marlboro where they had 1,000 tables. Like that's a real major facility.
Same thing. Even here, the hotels here, that's just what the cost is to get in. Again, you can't even get into the majority of those shows I go to. They don't usually have extra tables. At least 2 of the shows are pretty much sold out by the same dealers almost every single show.
Now, one other factor that I'll throw in here, and one thing that also plays into where because again, different regions, different rationales, different ways they're set up. When the AMG folks run their local show, they actually run it in the same mall that the card shop is in. But because the mall itself has certain tenants that moved out, you actually have this space. So the mall is actually incentivized to be like, yeah, we'll let you have this space in here, because it brings people in. It actually brings people in. So it's like a win-win. Literally, they've got the store there, so they can sell, they can sell top loaders and penny sleeves and all that. But then all the dealers get the tables relatively cheap, because then they'll bring cards and then people come in with the cards. So the dealers do well, and then they're happy to keep setting up, and they'll bring good stuff because they know they can make some good money. Traffic inside. So because the tables aren't too crazy, though, there's a couple of guys who will bring those dollar boxes. They can bring 50-cent boxes and 25-cent boxes, because if you're not charging too much for the table, they can still make their money back, selling a couple of 100 cards this way in small amounts, instead of trying to get $100, $500 sales, $1,000 sales, which you're probably not going to get at like a mall show.
Yeah, I'm pretty in Iowa. It's pretty much the same thing. The mall show there, my LCS, he was charging $45 a table. Yeah. And he was killing it.
That's a good price.
Yeah, and it was a really good show. Good mixture of all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. And at that point, it becomes a win-win, because the store will promote the show to get people in the mall itself, so the food court gets to make money because they've got their stuff going on. So everybody kind of wins. So it's like, so the mall has every incentive to be like, yeah, sure, we've got some space for you guys. You can set up some tables around here. It sounds great. Go ahead and do your thing. And then everybody gets something out of it. And again, the tables are affordable. So the locals have a reason to set up. The weekend warriors can do their thing.
Yeah, I'm wondering, the one I went to last, that couldn't have been a very expensive show. It was a lot of good, cheaper boxes, and the dealers, most of them were really making good deals in there and stuff. That was a good show for as small as it was.
Yeah. So that's a situation where there are times where some of those smaller shows can yield some interesting stuff if they mix it up the right way. Because again, if you've got folks I love whenever they've got a show where they do bring boxes like that, and the guys clearly don't spend too much time sorting it. If it's not over sorted, then you get a chance to do a little treasure hunting. And sometimes you find some stuff. And again, you're not finding $1,000 card in there, but you can find a $20 card. Like, that's totally doable, and that can totally happen. And that still feels like you got to get your money's worth out of it, and you grab a stack of cards and you walk off.
Yeah, everybody wins. Well.
Indeed. So I think that's where you have to kind of play into it. But something like the National, you're on the other end of the spectrum. The tables are super expensive, so everybody there has to kind of factor that in. I think the one that Ham was talking about there with the guy with all the boxes, I think there's like a singles club. Like there's one there.
There's a singles club, and they usually get bought out day one or day two. Somebody will come in and buy them out.
Yeah, and if you've got that many cards and that's the situation, then you can make that work. But everybody else doesn't have that luxury.
There's plenty of tables with boxes, but they might not be dollar boxes, but value boxes, right?
Yes.
So you'll find a lot of boxes with $5, $3, $2. They might have the color coding or whatever, but it is a lot of that, plus a lot of high-end stuff too. So,
well, my favorite one was at the expo. There's a couple of dealers, and I don't know why, Eric. It's always this. Every time I see this, it's always a dealer in Quebec. It has to be. Like, it always is, automatically. Because I'll see a box, and it looks like a bargain box. But you open it up, and it's like $50, $100, $250. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
They do it different. And They're tough negotiators. They have high prices.
They will fight you. They will freaking fight you.
They are tough, which is why I bring my own with me when I go to their tables. And they do the blue blah blahs, and I get a better deal.
And you get Yannick to talk for you?
Yes.
Eric, hold on. Eric, to be fair.
To be fair.
Not bad.
Pretty
not
cool.
bad, actually. Not bad. Solid. That was a good effort. Good effort.
That was solid.
Eric, you have a similar arrangement when you're in Boston and you need someone to speak English.
That's right.
Yeah, but everyone around here speaks the same language.
Yeah, but yet there is still a failure to communicate. The issue is still the same.
Yeah, we're all parking cars and eating pizza.
Well, not a lot of them have tears. Several of them have tears.
Well,
So there's a communication barrier.
they have tears, okay?
And the people who live in Revilla.
And people who live in Revere. That's right.
Revilla.
That's right.
Just remember, Harvard is here, okay?
Boy, and you didn't attend it, so it doesn't matter.
Yale is only a few miles away.
Also didn't attend it.
All right.
Few miles.
MIT, right down the street. You know, it's like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Not that big a deal.
Yeah, because the people around there can't say it, so they had to put in letters, MIT. I mean, that's right there for you. I mean, jokes there.
Most people don't even know what it stands for. It's kind of sad.
All right, Eric, what does it stand for?
Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
He's right.
All right.
Are you sure it ain't MHT?
Are you sure they weren't in the VFWs?
I'm gonna be laying down the hammer on some of you motherfuckers.
You're not going to be laying down anything. We're going to go get the veterans. Like, did you hear what this douchebag said about you? He doesn't even know where you fucking are.
I'm sorry. I made an error when I spoke. It won't happen again. I only wish to be as perfect as you clowns.
Oh, so sweet of you.
It's an admirable goal.
So, Mike, do you have to leave to give her a kiss goodnight, or?
I did. I got my chicken. So.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Keep it up, Scott. Keep it up.
What did Mike Good? What'd you get? Brooks and Gus Triandos? And those are Orioles. What,
It sounds
what
like it
year?
needs Boog
Yeah,
Powell.
Brooks and Gus.
Sounds like it needs Boog Powell.
Boog. Yeah.
That's probably early 60s
Boog
Orioles.
played in Boog played in the 70s.
Boog played what's his rookie card? 62. But Gus Triandos was not around too much after that.
Mike, you can fill in the blank. So I actually will talk more about it on Monday, but I did kind of chuckle because I was talking about, so in the last Cynics episode, I talked about how I was getting kind of chill because I was kind of sitting around waiting for something to fall in my lap or something to, basically something of interest to come on there. But in contrast to the story of the last couple of months, where everything goes in there and everybody seems to be spending money, go to the big card shows, go into all those things. What's funny about this is that I went and my save search didn't pull up a dual autograph, Medano and Joe Mullen from the Cup. And I was literally sitting there and 20 people were watching it. And I was looking at it and it was $55. And I was like, these go for over 100 all day long. And literally 20 people were watching it. I'm like, what are you all waiting for? I went and looked at the card, looked at the front, looked at the back. The card's fine. The seller has good feedback and there's no issue there. I'm like, all right, buy it now. I'm like, what are you fucking idiots standing around looking for? Sometimes I think, Dan, people overthink these things.
Gray.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, I literally went to double check just to make sure I wasn't imagining it. The last 3 of them sold for about $100. It's the same card.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how many? Some of these people must watch hundreds and hundreds of cards. I mean,
yeah.
My watch list is, I don't know, maybe about 30 cards or so, and sometimes I mess up. It happens.
I think though that when you've got 20 plus people watching it, I think a lot of people are kind of trying to outsmart everybody else and they're staring at it. But I actually believe that at this point, when people go to the card shows and they look at all those people spending all that money, a lot of people in the middle are really hesitating. I don't think they're buying. Like, we'll see the industry tab and they'll say $700 million worth of sales. I think that's predominantly a lot on the high end and a lot on the really low end. And people are kind of hesitating in the middle. $50 to $100. It's insta buy.
Well, hey,
for me, I was like, I know the price is good, so I'm going to take that. Thank you.
Don't you think on eBay too that we're so programmed to not pay the sticker price that you got to get it lower? So it doesn't matter what the sticker price is, even if it's $50 lower, that we're so programmed that we want it cheaper.
Yeah, you question it real quick too.
I think so. I think there's an aspect of that. Yeah. But I think what's funny is that there was no best offer. So I was literally sitting there like, okay, bye now.
Yeah, somebody was wanting to get rid of it.
Yeah, they were just staring at it. I'm like, okay, fine. Then I'll take it. I'll save some money.
Was I selling it? Because I
you just
what's the lowest price? You're not holding them out for Carlos? Come on.
Listen. He's now big seller 35. All right, like Scott's in for the capitalisms. He's all for the capitalisms now.
You're not really Big Bri, are you?
No, Big Bri's about probably about a foot shorter and a foot wider. So.
And not nearly as nice a guy as you, Scott. So.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And hopefully I'm not
I've talked to both of them, and I really don't like either one of them.
No. Well, Scott, if you want to match your fellow big, though, you could always get a toupee. Just make sure it's brown, an unnatural color that everybody knows is fake, and that way you can match it.
Tell everybody
Ham, it doesn't look like it. Literally looks fake. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that, like, he dyed it, but if he hadn't dyed it, I'd be like, so did you get a hairpiece?
Man, did you see where he was sitting at last year at the National? It was like some corner, like in the middle.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it was weird. It was almost like he had that giant vault behind him.
Yeah. It was just like, and it didn't have no banner or nothing. He's just there.
The second day he had a banner.
Oh, did he? Okay. I just saw him. I was like, Brian Gray.
His daughter was pricing cards next to him.
Okay.
Big Bri is a daughter?
Yeah. I know.
Crazy. You must have saw it once.
That means that someone in this world, had a child with Big Bri. And all that entails.
Dan, may I remind you that on this very program, this one has multiple children.
Yeah.
Good point.
The man who has double tears.
But does he look
tear on the left, tear on the right?
Does he look more like this one?
Well,
wow.
Aren't they taller than you?
Hold on. I need to take a moment. Eric, I need to take a moment. Can we consider that Big Scott 35, Emo Scott, Mr. Man Hug Scott, that was a swipe at Big Bri. That was big on big crime right there is what I saw. That was big on big crime is what I just saw there.
Sorry, man. I'll give you a
Eric,
man.
I want you to know I've never said anything that bad.
It was there.
You have time, Dan.
It was there.
Scott, I'm not saying it wasn't there. I am just saying that coming from you, I was a little surprised. I won't get
any sleep tonight because of this. Jeez.
Look what we've done to you. We've corrupted you. It's great.
The corruption. It runs deep. See, Eric, Foul Ball is trying to offend us, but he's watching dorks.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take some responsibility there.
I'm a dork with a clown. I'll take both. I don't care.
That's true.
Robert here says, in order to be Big Bri, you need to wear a polo and never button any buttons.
A horrible colored polo too.
Well, there was Sam. That was that color one where I sent you back what it was. Not available right now, but there's always a chance.
On Google.
He was in the middle of two rooms. He was like a squatter, and he had a huge line. I wonder if Big Bri ever seen his feet
in the mirror.
He had a big line. You know, it's funny. It's when
he was spending at a certain point. He was spending money. He was offering to buy a bunch of crap. So
he bought a whole bunch of crap.
Buying last year. I know that.
The 2024 National in Cleveland, Probstein was right next to Dan McKee. and I was shopping with Dan McKee because he has amazing vintage cards and stuff. And every time I went over to Dan, there was nobody at Probstein, and it was like this gigantic booth. It must have been like 5 tables set up with like a big background and everything. Nobody, not a single person, went to those tables. I'm wondering, what the hell are you doing buying all those tables to National if you're not doing any business? And what do they do other than shill bids on eBay? But whatever.
Yep. What happened to all that?
A couple of years ago, and we joke about it, but it was me, Carlos, and I don't remember, maybe Yannick, and I don't remember who else. Maybe there was more of us. We were walking around the Toronto show, and we got to the Beckett booth. It was it was a ghost town. This is a major company within the hobby with all these different services, and it was an absolute ghost. Now PSA's got their own city down the other end, and it's 5 layers deep of people, and tumbleweeds are coming through Beckett, and it's like, how much money did they pay to have because they had a good size, they had some good real estate themselves. How much did they pay for these 4 days? And there is tumbleweeds coming by. We took a gag picture of me standing in front of it, and it was easy to take the gag picture because there was no line, and I was the only person in line.
That was CGC last year at the National.
Mm-hmm. I think the biggest issue
SGC was the worst. CGC was interesting because you would have like a trickle of 5 or 6 at a time.
Yeah, I actually submitted at the National with CGC because they graded a Cuban card that no other grading company would grade, so I had to go to them.
Correct.
It was easy.
A couple of cards only they grade too.
It was easy to get through, and there was I needed help because it wouldn't come up in the system, and somebody came over. It was like I wasn't waiting very long. Let's put it that way.
And I think this year that's going to be the busiest place, as long as because they haven't come out with their pricing yet, and I guarantee they're going to be the cheapest grading company. That's that's going to be their grading on fire.
You would hope and think, but CGC has missed many possible advantages of many possible opportunities of taking advantage of PSA screwing up. And CGC is perfectly capable of screwing up an opportunity to come in with good prices where they would have the long lines. We'll see what happens.
They haven't taken advantage of it at all.
Yeah, that's been a recurring issue. So in the story that Eric was talking about, what happened with them, and we could not get our heads around it. Beckett was doing on-site grading at that show, but they were so ridiculously high. And again, this is a Canadian show. They priced their stuff on the little posting for the Canadian show. They put in large font the American price. And I'm sitting there like, and then they put the Canadian price in brackets underneath in small letter, in basically small font. And I'm like, you understand you're going to a Canadian show. You can put the US dollar price if you want, but it should be the other way around.
Right.
Like, because basically if somebody's not paying attention, they actually think it's cheaper. And then they get there and it's like, actually, no, this is the price. And it's like, oh. So that probably dissuaded a bunch of people immediately. And and even basically the on-site grading for the raw card review was super expensive. So raw card review, which is basically a semi-rigid with a sticker on it, was expensive. And then actual on-site grading was ridiculously expensive. So by comparison, even though PSA on-site grading is not cheap, it actually looked cheap by comparison. By comparison, you could submit a card. It wasn't that bad.
Wasn't it $100 American?
I think it was more. I think it was like 129 or something. It was something crazy. And it was sitting there like, that's why you don't have a line.
I think that's why no one's interested. Still going to have crazy lines.
They will totally. 100%.
They will.
So last year, even they didn't have a crazy line, not compared to the year before. And it's more expensive this year with less opportunity, realistically, to grade.
Yeah, but they're not grading going up to it.
This is why they create a tier system. You go sign up and they'll call you to come to line. You don't have to stand in line and wait anymore. So there's no heavy line. You can literally go enjoy your show a little bit. You'll get a text message and then you have like 10 or 15 minutes to get there. And that's how they're doing it now. So you don't have this long line and you're just waiting. Where Beckett is a squirrely line and you are waiting like an hour easily. Like people get to the show early in the morning, like VIPs, and they run to go grade a card. They will run. because they don't want to waste their day there.
Yeah, I think in Neo's video, he was making one point though that I agree with. When the cheapest cheapest grading that you can get with PSA right now is $80, mm-hmm. and you're asking for $229 at the lowest amount for the on-site. By comparison, that gap isn't big enough. Mm-mm. A bunch of folks are going to sit there and be like, "Well, it would cost me $80 if I shipped it to you, $229 if I get it at the show." They'll sell out of it really quick.
Oh yeah,
they'll hit their limit. Because it doesn't feel like the difference between $80 and like $230 or whatever it is isn't a big enough gap to really dissuade somebody if they would rather not have it sitting for a couple months.
I think they'll do just fine. And there's going to be those guys that are coming in there with huge cards that have never been graded, that they're just waiting all year long just to bring them in there and drop 20, 30K to grade. And they're happy doing it because they're grading $100,000 cards. And they make big bulk of money doing that. And they have a special guy that's pushing through that stuff anyway. But yeah, once they created that tier system with the line and being able to call you or text you to come up, that just stopped people from having these massive lines that would get in the way of the walkway. Mm-hmm. But they were the only company doing it. Of course, they were the only company needing to do it. Beckett could have done it, actually. Every day, Beckett had 75 people, 80 people in line just waiting.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Eric, I got to tell you, you should be proud of yourself. You have received over the past several weeks not one, but 2 fake accounts trying to support you, trying to help you.
Unfortunately, this isn't fake.
We got Eric's I hear you guys are picking on Eric today. Knock it off. First of all, Michelle would never defend Eric. We've already established this.
Yeah.
Don't lie, Eric's lies, Dan. We're being filled with we're sitting on a throne of lies.
No, I can guarantee you this is really her.
With the Wi-Fi and everything?
It's her.
What's the extra E for? Did she get a tier?
Don't stay up too late.
I hate my family.
You hate America, you hate the troops, and you hate freedom.
Tonight, I do. I hate everything. Tonight, I do.
It all comes together, Dan. On the verge of America's 250th birthday, pretend the song's playing in the background. Benedict Bougie over here declares his continued hatred of America, freedom, the troops, and his Wi-Fi.
Well, he's right there up in Boston, where they started the revolution.
Well, you know, one thing about Benedict Arnold is he did get shot in the calf twice.
Is that our guy's tier?
Yeah. So they do have a monument at I think Saratoga for his leg.
Good night, Michelle.
Yeah.
Shut up, Pam.
She was talking to me, not you, buddy.
The E is for Emmanuel.
I was in Saratoga last year. I don't know. I didn't spend that much time there. I was basically going from one bar to another bar, so I don't know if I was looking for Benedict Arnold.
I think it's because that's his big battle he won.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Beautiful town, by the way, Saratoga. Really beautiful town, but there's a lot of money pouring in there because of the racetrack, and there's also a college there. I can't remember which one it is. But there's a lot of beautiful downtown. USA. Why is USA Soccer not playing on July 4th? Who did not get that schedule correct? They should be playing.
FIFA doesn't care.
It's freaking France.
But FIFA doesn't care about any of that.
Yeah, but they're supposed to do things to favor the home teams. Like Mexico got to play in their own arena for like the first, or their own stadium for the first, the group stage. Yeah, they set the schedule, but they could put them on July 4th. What the hell?
It would be pretty awesome, but
seems like a missed opportunity. Let's put it that way.
Well, in the 90s, they did play on July 4th. If I remember correctly. When they had that real good team then.
There was a possibility, a week or so ago, and the people that understand the schedules and the probabilities, that on July 4th there could have been a United States versus England. But it didn't happen.
I don't know. People's got to make it happen. Yeah, I guess the United States didn't pay FIFA enough money under the table.
Yeah, they
pretty much.
The International Olympic Committee and FIFA, if they're not the two most corrupt organizations on the planet Earth, I don't know who is.
Look, Eric, I have no idea.
FIFA's way worse.
Eric, I have no idea what you're talking about, but breaking news, Scott, FIFA has media credentials to the national. I don't know if these two things have anything to do with each other, but they did get media credentials to the national. It's important that you all know that. True story.
Aren't they going to be all over Fanatics Fest?
Does FIFA have a show on the Fanatics app?
Any day now. Any day now. Notice how this ends is the best American soccer team of all time. Well, I think pretty much by default at this point.
I would say yes, because
football analysis.
Again, I spent half my life, doing this sport, and
you teared both your legs for this sport.
And if you look at how soccer in the United States has progressed year after year after year, and the talent coming up and through, then yes, I would say this is probably the best team we've ever had. Because if you were able to somehow have this year, this cup team play the last cup team, play the last cup, we have gotten better every 4 years.
Of course, they're older now, Eric. They're old men. They couldn't play.
But if you look at like the 1990 World Cup, I think it was, the majority of the team were players with dual citizenship.
It's the same way now.
We had players like Tom Dooley, who was one of our starters, who was really Irish, but he had dual citizenship. So he couldn't make the Irish team, so he played for the United States. So
have you looked at the roster of this team? This team has plenty of guys who could play for other countries.
So that's typical. It's typical. So it is great watching every World Cup. The United States get stronger. I think we're ranked 15th in the world. I mean, that's never in my lifetime did I think that the United States men's soccer team would be ranked 15th in the world. I know to some people who don't understand the sport worldwide, you don't think that's a big deal because we're the United States. This is
Eric, who's weird?
Unbelievable.
We've established your traitorous credentials. I believe Benedict Bougie is the appropriate name for you.
Yeah.
Who's we?
So 15th being ranked 15th in the world is a dream I never thought would come true. It's very impressive for the United States to be ranked so high and to have higher expectations. I mean, they're not going to win the World Cup. I mean, that ain't happening. But they have represented themselves very well and have not embarrassed. I mean, I think the last time the United States hosted World Cup, the home team automatically gets in the first round. Like, you don't have to qualify. So it's like United States are in the World Cup. Yeah, well, because we paid FIFA billions of dollars to host it. So we actually kind of bought our way in, and we lost a bunch and we kind of sucked.
Okay, this time, I looked it up. More than half of the 26-man U.S. men's national team has dual citizenship, and including 7 players who were born in other countries.
Yeah, I think so. We're not quite. We're not there yet by any means. And I think it would really be. And I'm not trying to be some crazy nationalist or anything. This is a melting pot. The United States is a melting pot.
Well, Eric, look, you're going to have to compensate a lot for the whole betrayal of the country and the hatred of the troops.
We will truly be a U.S. national team when we stop poaching people with dual citizenship and were born in other countries. When we
I mean,
have
it's not poaching. These
national
guys choose because they're going to get a better opportunity with the United States for a variety of reasons.
for
Guys do this all over
that,
the
or
world.
they didn't make their national team. So
What?
that, or they weren't good enough to make their national team. So they
Exactly. Because
So
these guys that were born in other countries, Netherlands, Germany, England, Mexico, two in Mexico. So these guys may not have made, or at least may have made the team, but not had the kind of time that they get with the U.S. team in terms of the amount of money.
Dan, the less is said about the Dutch, the better. Let us never speak of the Dutch. I am letting this slide because I don't give a fuck about football. I don't give a fuck about it. Don't care. Football. Don't care about soccer. Don't give a fuck. And I'm letting a lot slide. But if we start bringing the Dutch into this, that's it. Everybody's getting muted.
My dream when it comes to U.S. soccer, and please take this the right way and don't accuse me of all this horrible nonsense. My true hope is that someday I will see a World Cup team with, quote, true Americans through the entire lineup. And I don't know. And I don't know.
We've had 4 decades to try to figure this out, and we still can't do it.
I don't know if I'll ever see it, but
it's never going to happen. Every team in the World Cup has players that were born in different countries and move around because it's a game. It's like whichever team that you can play for, that you're eligible to play for, that's going to give you a better opportunity. That's the team you play for. This happens all the time.
I want to see kids go through the youth programs of this country, the high school programs, the club programs, the college programs, and come through to the national team. That is the ultimate goal.
They're not good enough. They'll never be good enough.
That's why I say it's a dream, and it's the ultimate goal.
So here's my question. Why aren't we good enough? We have more money, we have more facilities, we have more chances.
We don't dump our money into U.S. soccer by any means.
Come on, man. Come on.
It's a money thing.
No, we do not dump money.
You're going to tell me that Argentina puts more money into their soccer program?
100%.
I would almost guarantee.
Team USA.
Maybe not by volume, but certainly by focus.
You're talking about
by focus. For
Argentina
sure.
doesn't have any other sport. Argentina doesn't have hockey and tennis and golf and all those other sports. Like
all right, everyone pause. Everyone pause. Everyone pause. Pause. There's also about 50,000 other sports they can play. And a lot of those sports, if you're really good, that's basically what happened with baseball. When Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier, there were a lot of great black players. And the question is, why aren't there as many great black? Because right now you've got like Kyler Murray guys who gets drafted by an MLB team, but he can make more money playing in the NFL. So he basically took the money. He went to the quick money. Players didn't want to go through the system and develop. So what happened is they look at that opportunity. If you're a good enough athlete, you can play any sport you want. You're going to start playing whatever sport will get you the money the quickest. Soccer, it doesn't have to be that. In a lot of cases, like if you're an American player, maybe if that's the only sport you care about, maybe then you'll go through the system to do that. But if you're a good enough athlete and you can do anything, Ham, what sport would give you the most direct path to fame, fortune, whatever it is you're looking for? Basketball. If you're just an athlete, you can do whatever. There you go.
Bench player makes like $7 million and he gets to play 2 minutes a game. I'm in.
That right there is a very tempting. Like that's what's going to draw a lot of people. Yeah. Again, if you're talking about the best athletes, the best who can do anything, then they're going to lean in that direction. And then you're going to tend to get what's left over. So you're going to go through the first wave of best athletes, then you go to the second best, third best, fifth best. And then by the time you're done, all you're left is a guy with tears.
Yeah, because think about it. What are the percent of people that make it into the major leagues in baseball versus the amount of people that are in the minors? It's a drastically low number.
Yeah.
And also Jay Can is correct.
And stick. Guys can come up for, a call up in September and never appear again. Guys who actually come from the minors and stick in the majors, it's like 2%.
Eric's entire soliloquy was summarized by Jay Can in one simple sentence.
Yes, white guys. Yep, that's what I'm all
That's
about.
why Willie puts you in quotation marks, Eric. Willie knows your game.
Yep.
Anyway, moving on. I'll quickly zip through these and get caught up. Well, says, Carlos, your father watched soccer? Not even a little bit. Doesn't give a shit. Doesn't care. My mom is the only one who actually liked soccer, but she also hasn't watched 1 second of the World Cup. She doesn't care either.
Uh-oh. Idiot.
Don't say that about Carlos Sr. How dare you?
Wow, what a save.
Wow, Eric.
Was that save sick or what?
That was ridiculous.
Yeah, that was
ridiculous.
That was a guaranteed goal.
That was a perfect. That was like a hockey setup. You know, I passed it across. The goalie's not there yet, but he still makes the save.
Wow.
So to answer your question, Orlando, Carlos Sr. is doing good. I was chatting with him just earlier today. We don't evaluate from age 5 to 10. Yes. Best USA athletes don't play soccer. Yep, Stu. That's basically what I was talking about. Yes. Our best athletes play other sports.
Who is the best USA athlete right now? Pick us. I don't care what sport. Tell me who is the best U.S. athlete right now.
All right. So
you're gonna tell me some pole vaulter, aren't you?
No, I'm gonna.
No, he's gonna say some. He's gonna say some lame sport that no one cares about.
No,
who's the best cyclist? Who's the best American cyclist?
Athlete. I would say the best athlete in the United States is probably a male gymnast.
No, he couldn't hit a baseball. Weak sauce.
It's probably a male gymnast.
No, I'm sure some guy that's already playing a major sport that could be a gymnast.
College basketball players. That's true. With NIL, yes, you can make money in college. That's true.
Yeah, you don't have to play for anymore. Yeah.
Yep.
And I worry.
If you're very marketable, you can make some serious cash. Make some serious.
And then
cash.
you come into the league and you don't want to try hard. You're already rich, so this ain't for me. I'm going to leave. I've got plenty of money, and that's a mentality for a lot of people.
AI is telling me Simone Biles is the best American athlete.
That girl's too old.
Also, AI is also telling me Shohei Ohtani. So there you go.
And he's not.
Listen, I happen to think Dan Shohei Ohtani is the best American athlete there is.
At least it didn't say Livy Dunn. So
from the state of Japan. From the state of Japan.
51st state.
That's not an American state.
We did rule Japan for a little while and after the war, but
LeBron James, don't even.
Well, listen, given Eric's proclivities, he's like, we should have kept ruling Japan forever. MacArthur. Now that's a man. Eric's very excited about this, you know.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny though? We can't name who we think would be the greatest American athlete currently in sports right now. Isn't that messed up?
We have multiple choices. Ham, I don't think we're gonna get a consensus, but people can name names.
We don't even have a soft name to throw out there.
It's what you consider an athlete, and I'm saying it's probably a male gymnast.
Who won Mr. Beast little thing?
The Beast Games?
Yeah,
the Beast Games.
That's who it is. That's our American gladiator sport right now. So I'm assuming they're the best.
Listen, based on nothing else than the TB12 method and better living through chemistry, I think it's obvious the greatest athlete ever is Eric's personal friend here.
Nope, guy owes me money.
Which Joe Thornton?
Oh, your choice, Dan. Your choice. Look, his beard game is strong. Joe Thornton's beard game is undeniable.
Yeah,
Joe Thornton.
Joe Thornton.
Is that Joe Thornton or is that?
It's Joe Thornton.
It's Joe Thornton in the picture. Yes.
Yeah. Or is that Brandon? That could be Brandon.
Could be Brandon.
Listen, brothers from another mother, man.
A little AI work, and that could be Bobbles in there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And Eric would have even appreciated that even more.
At least Joe Thornton didn't steal money from me or kids with disabilities like Tom Brady did. So
wait, hold on. Scott, that sound vaguely like a backhanded almost compliment of Joe Thornton.
That he didn't steal money from disabled children. Yeah, okay, that's a bet. Good for Joe.
Listen, Eric, your bar for appreciating an athlete is so low that right there is praise.
Congratulations, Joe Thornton. You did not take money away from kids with Down syndrome. You are a hell of a guy.
You're Orlando. I'm out of bio. Thank you. Appreciate it. I appreciate the combination here. LeBron, I show speed. This is like what I did with Fanatics Palooza.
Yep.
We needed a dash there. We needed a dash, and it would have really sold it.
And where's LeBron going to end up? Anybody got any thoughts on that?
This has been a fascination for me. I always enjoy the in the off season where got the speculation. I did hear like the Miami thing. I think they did. I saw one video where Rich Paul was doing like a whole breakdown of different teams. Obviously, Rich Paul, a longtime associate of LeBron and, everything. But he was literally doing a breakdown of all the different teams and giving different factors for each one of the teams. And I'm like, which one of these teams are you favoring? So I kind of enjoyed that he literally wrote it up on a board. He literally wrote down players that were on there, and he gave a whole breakdown of reasons why this might be interesting. So that, in that podcast, he was saying, are you trying to throw us off the scent? I noticed the Golden State Warriors are all the way over on the edge of your little draw up. Is that what you're doing? Are you trying to guide us in the wrong direction? Are you trying to do a little misdirect? You could make a case for a couple different things. He could do the go back to Cleveland thing, just to kind of like bookend the career thing. That there's an angle there. I guess the question is, what are you trying to accomplish? That's really the key.
I think he's trying to accomplish to win another ring, basically. If you can do
well,
that,
then Cleveland wouldn't be the best option. The argument for Cleveland is not necessarily winning a championship. The argument for Cleveland is the bookend. That's the argument for Cleveland.
But Cleveland, they were in the Eastern Conference Finals last year. They didn't play very well. They got swept. But does LeBron make them a better team? I think he needs to go to a team where he would actually fit in. And I'm not sure that any of the teams that were close to the finals last year would be benefited by LeBron coming in. I mean,
but I think he'd also be okay with not being. I don't think he'd mind not being the main guy on the team.
Right, but still, I mean, he's such a big personality, and it's one of those things where I think he's going to mess up the energy of whatever team. And if a team is on the verge, like let's say Detroit would be the worst place for him to go because he'll take away from the other guys.
Well, remember,
you got to remember, LeBron is going to get the ball. He's going to get the ball.
There are teams where him getting there are teams where him getting the ball isn't necessarily a problem. And kind of to Ham's point, in the latter part of the season with the Lakers, he was getting the ball, but he was playing like a point guard type of position. He was basically distributing the ball, which actually worked for them. It actually, for what they were trying, he wasn't trying to be the number one. At this stage in the game, he shouldn't try to be the number one guy. Wherever he goes, he should be
healthy as long as
he should be a facilitator.
His usage numbers are going to be high enough that it's going to change the energy of whatever team he comes onto. Cleveland was kind of a dysfunctional team last year. I mean, as we know from their coach, they won the Eastern Conference Finals on analytics, but they got swept. So, it's like.
And is LeBron bringing Bronny with him?
Oh no! Did you see what he did? He didn't announce he was leaving the Lakers until the day after Bronny's contract was secured. It vested or whatever you call it. So like Bronny's contract, Bronny can't get released. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
So Lakers are stuck with him. Maybe they'll trade him. Who knows?
I don't think it matters at this
he's
point.
Not an NBA player. I don't know why anybody would want him. He's just not an NBA player.
Yeah, the thing is, he accomplished his goal though. He got him in the league and he got him a contract. So I think that was the bottom line. Is I think, and Stu here is listing off the different options. Las Vegas says Cleveland, Golden State, and Miami are top 3. Minnesota 4, and that won't happen. So there's just kind of your Vegas odds on a couple.
Yeah, Stu is a Minnesota fan. He would know that. So I don't think that's going to happen either.
Yeah, because if he goes back to Miami, he still has a house down there, so that's already set in stone, and he likes to hang out with all the other boys down there. So
I think he should go.
I think it's going to be Cleveland.
Jordan couldn't do.
What was that, Scott?
I think he should go to Wizards and do what Jordan couldn't do.
The Wizards.
He would need to be a wizard.
I'm just saying, if everybody wants to compare the two, there you go.
Yeah. So since you guys mentioned Bronny, Goldauer was asking that. The answer, Goldauer, is he take him soccer.
Bronny is going to go to the G League and play the whole season in the G League.
He tries to lead Team USA so Eric can live his dream.
The Lakers are a mess right now, too.
What? No faith in Curry? Shame.
Well, that, and then after let's say this year, when does LeBron retire? Next 2 to 3 years?
1 more year. 1 more year.
Probably the next year or two. I think it'll.
He's going to want a farewell tour. And then when does Steph Curry retire? They're not going to retire the same year.
When LeBron ends up on whatever team he's going to be on, he could announce when he signs a 1-year contract, this is my last season, and then he gets his farewell tour.
I think he's going to sign a 1-year contract no matter where he goes and just keep making his own decision.
You're not going to waste a bench spot on Bronny. They're going to send him to the G League where he belongs.
Yeah. G Unit.
Yeah, Philly was another one that I saw thrown out there. Mateo's fake girlfriend is the best athlete. That's probably fair.
That's right. I can't argue that.
The girlfriend played soccer, by the way. True story.
Mm-hmm.
Also signed for the Lakers. Yes. I actually feel bad for players who have a Hall of Fame parent who's also in the same sport. That's true. A lot of times it doesn't work out for them.
Almost
it's very difficult. Yeah. Like I'm trying to think if there's anybody who like Bobby Hall and Brett Hall. Brett Hall did very well for himself.
Oh, Brett Hall was terrific. Yeah.
So I would say maybe that's probably one of the more successful examples, Hall of Fame dad, and then you've carved out your own Hall of Fame legacy yourself.
The Gretzky kids didn't do anything.
No, not so much.
I don't think they ever even tried to play hockey.
Yeah.
Yeah. The one kid was I saw his card the other day.
Yeah. Two of the guys that would be
player.
Yeah, two of the guys that would be examples, except the parents weren't Hall of Famers, but were good players. Ken Griffey Sr. was a very good player, and Bobby Bonds was a very good player. But neither one of them were Hall of Famers. But they were both very good players.
So
and the Boones also. Yeah, Ray Boone was a very good player.
McGraw's.
Please don't forget the House. Gordy.
That's true. Mark Howe is a Hall of Famer. That's true.
Mark and Gordy's also. They're both Hall
very
of
different style of player, but yeah, he got in the Hall of Fame with a different.
Marty played with the Arrows, Hartford, and the Bruins.
Brownie is garbage. Sorry.
Yeah, the Andretti's.
Yeah.
Racing doesn't count.
I don't know if you ever heard him. I actually fixed racing. Paul and I have had a long-standing conversation about this.
I saw Michael Jordan fix racing.
No, I fixed racing. I made very clear, if your car breaks down and that's why you don't win, that is not a sport. But I have fixed it. I said, the Indianapolis 500, you do 499 miles. The last mile, you carry the tire. You drag that thing across the finish line, then you're the real winner. But I need you to run 1 mile with the goddamn tire. Then you actually did something.
I always wanted them to run a series of heats, basically. And you take the winners for each heat of, let's say, 25 laps. Make it short, make it quick, make it sweet. And then you put them on the same track. So it's a one-day event, multiple heats, in order to get to the final race to try to win. And that's how you score points.
Ooh.
Way
52
more exciting.
In the chat.
Yeah,
50.
We've been doing all right.
Hit the like button. Eric pays for it.
That is true. Correct. I like Carlisle's lack of selfishness. So I'm not a Hall of Fame dude. Want that sort of pressure on my daughter.
Forearms. How hard do you grip that bike?
No, that's from Manual in Space.
You didn't want to talk. No, this is dangerous.
No, it's a weird photograph thing with look at how big my hands are. It's just because they're closer to the camera.
That's true.
My hands are not this big, or else I would be in the NBA.
It's a bit of an optical illusion. You got to understand, like, depending on your thought process, either Dan is 7 feet tall or some other people are not.
Unbelievable. I'm 5'8", God damn it. I'm average height.
Well, then Dan is 7'8". I don't know what to tell you. It's basically Bull and Dan posting him up.
6 foot
Wemby's
1.
lucky Dan. Wemby's lucky Dan didn't come out of retirement.
You're 4'8". We figured it out. We did the math.
Mm-hmm.
So listen, it happens. Look, Eric, for the sake of this conversation, you're saying that Dan's 7'8". And
I don't care how big Dan is. I'm 5'8". That's all I want people to know. That's a bunch of bullshit. That's even more bullshit.
I don't know what to tell you, buddy.
He's actually taller than
this. You're the same size as Kevin Hart.
Oh my god. I'm 5'8", god damn it.
Whatever you say, little buddy. Whatever you say.
4'8". 4'8".
Whatever you say, little bud.
Should have been a jock.
Then he went out of his tears. The horse could have been doing the work.
Yeah.
Doug Curry was a great shooter, yes. The Matthews and football were both good. That's true. Yeah. Out of stat, Prince and Cecil Field both had 319 homers. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Sometimes sports have weird things. But that's why I gave the example of Bobby Bonds and Ken Griffey Sr. Both were very good players. Both were good. But not Hall of Famers. That's why I say the Hall of Famer qualifier makes it a little tricky, because there were examples of athlete dads that were very good, and then the son ends up being a Hall of Famer. But it's very hard to find Hall of Fame and Hall of Fame. It's very rare.
Was it how many McGraws are in the hall, or any of them in the hall? I can't think off the top of my head.
I don't think Tug's not in.
one of like 4 generations of McGraws that play Major League Baseball.
I don't think Tim's in yet.
Tim McGraw. Yeah,
he is one of them, but yeah, I think it stopped with him.
Australian V8 supercars.
I'd watch.
They should be playing Aussie rules. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Who's
the Rocket and Pocket Rocket. Well, that's not father and son.
Yeah, who's going to explain that to them?
The Pocket Rocket is the brother of Maurice.
Yeah.
Mm.
There you go.
I'm 5'8", God damn it.
Whatever you say.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer.
Yeah. Well, right now the only issue though is that Vlad Jr. obviously we're saying Hall of Fame and Hall of Fame. So Vlad Jr. is having a good career, but we're nowhere near.
Where's his power? Where is his power at?
I don't know. I actually think it's in his head, like because he has this weird thing where he'll start. The thing is, he has power. That isn't the issue. The issue is he's hitting the ball on the ground.
I just don't know what it's like. Let's play launch angle for a year. I just want you to hit the ball up, hit it up the whole year long. Let's see what you can do, because his swing does not promote a home run. It just doesn't.
I think they need to do what happened with Pujols in his last season, where he basically caught fire. I think they need to put Vlad Jr. in the home run derby and just force him to swing for home runs. Literally be like, you know how they say, like, it messes up your swing. In this case, we need to mess up your swing. We need to get you to swing uppercut a little.
That's why it never messed up those big home run guys, because they weren't changing anything.
Yeah, because the reality is he has more than enough bat speed. The issue isn't bat speed. He's got that. Like when he decides to put
bat speed, he's got the weight behind the bat speed. Like it's all there. He hit.
He's
hit amount of home runs early.
He's hit near 500-foot home runs before. It's not that he's not capable of doing it. He's perfectly capable of doing it.
Well, what's the most home runs he's hit in a season? Like 32,
48,
34,
48.
Oh, really? Oh, he had a 48. Okay, I know.
Yeah, there was a weird season where they played games in Buffalo, and but he hit 48 home runs that season. I think the only father and son pair in Baseball Hall of Fame are Lee and Larry McPhail.
Looking at it right now. Yeah.
All right. I think the Bonds father-son duo are Guerreros. But that's fair. Yeah.
Guerrero's really the only one who has a chance at this point of doing it.
Yeah, but he's going to have to make that adjust. The thing is, he still hits for decent average, but he's going to have to figure out to adjust that swing a little bit. Because I don't even need him to swing uppercut ham. I would like him to swing for line drives. Because if he swings for line drives, the rest will take care of itself. He's got plenty of power. It's not the issue. A couple of times, you just let the ball float up and it'll be okay. You follow the Jays, that they signed the right guy to the big contract. I actually think they did. The problem, like I said, is in his head. Last year's playoffs indicate to you that when he gets locked in and he's focused on what he's doing, I think he just got into his own head. And now that he's signed a big contract, I think it's a psychological problem. Because he's
4 home runs this year. He's got 4 home runs and 348 plate appearances. That's insane.
I know. I'm only 4. We're all 4 home runs behind him right now.
Sure.
He only had 23 last year in a full season.
That's what I'm saying. It's like he's digressing basically on power, and doesn't make sense.
With the exception of the playoffs, and then the playoffs suddenly he was swinging, hard, and he was going because he's capable of doing it. It's very weird. The Earnhardts, there you go.
The Earnhardt's a good one.
Yeah.
It's part of the reason Toronto's doing so badly, right? It's because like he's not doing anything.
Yeah, he's basically hitting singles, really hard hit singles, but they're singles. Like I'd have to defer to Filmington, but there is a stat where they keep an eye on like the average like bat speed, like off the contact on there. I guarantee you, his bat, like basically the ball speed coming off the bat is fine, but it's literally being driven into the ground. Like you're just hitting really hard hits into the ground. It's like, well, you're not going to hit home runs that way. Manning family. Yeah, Archie. Archie was a good quarterback in his time.
Yeah.
Pico and Kiki Rosberg. All right. Fair enough. Corda family. I'll take Griffey over Bonds. Yeah, it depends on how you feel about Ken Sr. versus Bobby Bonds. Don't forget all the Hall of Fame wrestling families. Yes, that is true. Right?
Doesn't everybody that wrestle get in the Hall of Fame?
Well, because the WWE Hall of Fame is
just career.
Ham. And the problem is that in wrestling, the Hall of Fame is the WWE Hall of Fame. Drew Carey is in the WWE Hall of Fame.
Correct. Yeah.
So like
the champion's an appointed individual anyway. So
yeah. So
come on.
But I'm saying Drew Carey is in the WWE Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Well,
I bet it was for his Price is Right prowess.
Yeah. entertainment.
Regardless of how you feel about PEDs, Bobby Bonds was a better player than Griffey Sr. Oh, Dom.
I don't.
Good question
I don't
in
know
Orlando.
about that.
Damn.
I
don't
think
know about that either.
Bobby Bonds has a better sort of short period where he was like one of the best players in the major leagues, but Griffey's career was much longer. And
I got to check Dan. Didn't Bobby Bonds also have a pretty good ratio with home runs and stolen bases? Like he was a pretty good like combination of the two.
30 guys, yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, the Alomar family. They got a lot of great players in the Alomar family. That's true.
And the Aludes.
His father was not great.
The Aludes. Yeah, the Aludes are another one.
Boone. Griffey, Guerrero, Lou, and Boone. Yeah. There's good combos there. You have to kind of think about that one, though. It depends. Depends on how you measure them and how you want to try to figure out which one of the better players is. Consistency, length period of time. We're back to cars again.
Well, at least those are real cars.
He said you're going to get muted.
Is somebody going to bring up what's the guy with all the daughters that does the drags?
Am I wrong about this?
Yeah. What's his name? Friggin' Force? John Force? Force?
Should know better than to talk to doubt Dom, because I think he's probably right.
Yeah. Oh my God.
No,
we're going to talk about made up numbers. Great.
It's like war. Psh, my war is over 9,000.
Oh, wow. Bob's war is 58. Shit. And he did play 14 years, but Griffey Sr. probably played more than that.
He played like 18 years.
Ken Griffey. He doesn't come up as senior. He just comes up with Ken Griffey. Ken Griffey played 19 years.
Yeah.
And now in any of these, do we count
34? So yeah, Bobby Bonds was definitely a better player. So I'm wrong. Dom is right.
Yeah. In any of these, do we count any of the players where the father and son are different sports? Because there's a handful of those where you can kind of look at it and go like, because obviously same sport, you kind of you can do that comparison, but if it's different sports, you can kind of play around with it a little bit.
Yeah.
How many old people here missed that one? The answer is Secretariat. Again. Really, Paul.
Really? You're digging, buddy. You're digging.
Wow.
Paul is just itching to use that wrench.
Yeah, he is.
Wow. What I need from you, Paul, is I'm going to need you to name off a couple of people from esports. I need some esports dynasties from you.
Yeah. Because at that point, the whole horse racing lineage is probably going to be the winner on that one.
There you go.
Ain't there a set of brothers playing in a hockey now on the same team or whatever?
It's a Chucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ain't there like another set too?
The Hughes? They're not playing on the same team, but you got Queen Hughes and you got
three of them.
Yeah. The Chucks are the ones playing on the same team now.
Okay. I thought there was somebody with like some type of like Russian name.
I'll leave it open-ended to the chat. I'm going to refill this and I'll come right back.
Hey, Paul, have there been a set of identical twins in a sport? I know the Canseco's were pretty close.
There was identical sports in the NBA in the early 70s.
The University of Virginia had
Van Arsdale.
The Birch
Dick
twins.
and Tom Van Arsdale were identical twins.
The Sedines.
Is that right? I didn't know. Eric knows hockey. I know basketball.
Yeah, I don't know. Everybody in hockey looks the same.
The Sedines.
Okay. I was just curious about that one.
Oh, no, they're also in basketball, there's Jason Collins.
The Barbers. I should know that.
The Collins brothers were
even though the Barbers, they were identical but didn't look like one was definitely different than the other.
One smaller than the other. Rondé's looked smaller in Tiki.
Yeah, and Tiki was always built a bit bigger too.
Yeah.
UGA had triplets on the football team.
University of Virginia also had the Burge twins in basketball around the same time as the Barber.
You're not wrong, Rick. Yeah, Mahomes' father played baseball. Yeah, Pat.
Baseball.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember Gretzky's son's name. I saw the card literally yesterday.
I know we got into the twins thing, but I'm surprised no one brought up Shannon and Sterling Sharp for brothers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There's another one there's a couple in the NBA. I think it's
Schwarzenegger and DeVito.
Yeah.
One in the NBA right now. Actually.
Solid comp.
Two Hall of Famers.
Yeah, there you go. The Molinas, yeah. I'm gonna quickly skim through here with some good answers. Thank you, everybody.
Amen and Osar Thompson are currently in the NBA, and they're twins. Brooke and Robin Lopez, Marcus and Markieff Morris, Keegan and Chris Murray, Caleb and Cody Martin.
I think someone's cheating.
Yeah.
I'm looking.
So Orlando
Mahomes and ourselves right away.
So Mahomes was the one where I brought up the idea about the father and son different sports. That's what I was thinking of specifically. So yeah, it was kind of, again, it's a different category, but it's just kind of curiosity there. First set of triplet brothers, okay. Harrison's ton of Hall of Fame brother combos. Yes, true.
I already brought Van Arsdale. It's the first one I said. Am I muted or something?
No.
Maybe Stu wasn't listening to you.
I didn't keep Van Arsdale. I just did it now. I just Googled now for all those other ones.
Went to the Google machine. Nice.
Yastrzemski, yeah. Grandson.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. But yeah, Eric was right about the Sedin twins. The big thing with them is not only were they on the same team, they were drafted in the same draft. So Vancouver maneuvered to get 2 straight draft picks to draft them both.
Yep.
Wow.
They went out. So they really went out of their way. They made 100% sure we are getting both of them.
They're good players. There's no question. And from what Brad Marchand says, they taste delicious.
Isn't there a Willie O'Ree and a Billy O'Ree? They were twins also.
Not talking to you.
Eric would know all about that. Or Eric.
How about the Hansons?
Hansons, yes.
Yeah, the Maddox brothers pitched against each other.
I'm trying to remember. So what's funny
Mike's a hell of a pitching coach.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to remember here. Let me see. Did the Sedins get put in the same Hall of Fame class or 2 different Hall of Fame classes?
Be right back.
And Pedro's brother pitched too.
The Hall of Fame
Pedro
at the same time, I think.
Okay, try that again. Repeat it.
Who?
I was saying for the Sedin twins, they're both in the Hall of Fame. I'm trying to remember if they were same class or separate classes.
I believe the same class.
Which is hilarious.
That's what I was thinking about was the Sedins. I wasn't. When you said that.
Yeah, they were interesting because they were both like.
Because I like Vancouver.
When they were originally drafted, the whole thing was a lot of people thought it was a gimmick because they're good players, but and what's interesting is they both managed to put together fashion Hall of Fame careers, literally. But you're kind of sitting there going it's kind of weird. Yeah, you're both on the same team and you have managed to fashion it. 2 slightly different styles, but it was kind of interesting because Henrik won the Art Ross and the Hart Trophy. So he had that and 2 Clancy's. So obviously him being a Hall of Fame, sure, makes sense to me. Put up pretty good stats. His brother, though, was more of the goal scorer between the 2. But they wound up, let me just make sure I'm reading this right. They were actually within 29 points of each other. Almost virtually identical in terms of points, but 2 completely different ways of getting there.
I mean, I wasn't paying 100% attention to the father and son, but they keep bringing up car racing. I'm sure somebody brought up the Petties.
Yeah, earlier.
That'd be a good call.
Paul brought up the Bushes, Kurt and Carl.
Make me big.
Nothing. Eric, we've already shown the photos. Nothing can make you big.
Make me
I don't
big.
have that kind of technology.
Make me big. There's the king right there.
Airborne. Didn't come in first place in that race, does he?
Well, it depends on when that happened.
Well, Ham, if he was a better athlete, he could have dragged this car across the finish line.
Yeah. That's true. That's after he won the race. He got spun out.
He was doing an endo.
Yeah, that was the UMF as you cross it and you beat me. I'm just going to take your car out so they can't test that car after the race. That's how you do it.
Necro brothers, yeah.
Yeah, one of them definitely cheated. Was it Phil Necro who got caught cheating?
What's cheating? What is cheating?
Are you thinking about Gaylord Perry? Are you thinking about Gaylord Perry right now?
I don't know. Which is he the knuckleballer that was cheating with the?
Well, Phil got caught with slop. Well, yeah, both of them were considered slop pitchers. Yeah,
do what you got to do, baby.
File in his back pocket.
Half the players in the 60s and 70s.
Is there?
Most time it was on the third baseman's glove, but I mean, or a piece
pretty
of
common.
sandpaper.
Yeah,
but I thought it was one of the Necro brothers who had
pulled it out and threw it when they pulled it out.
Yeah, and he pulled it out and he threw the file.
Yeah, I can't remember. I didn't think that was
Necro.
Joe Necro. The reason I asked,
it was Joe.
The reason I asked is because it kind of opens it up a little bit here. Mahavlich brothers, yeah.
I've met them both.
Gary Perry spitballs were legal, yes.
That's what I meant by
Cecil and Prince Fielder.
Yeah. Serena Venus.
Yeah.
What about the balls? Lonzo and LaMelo or whatever they're.
Yeah, they're.
And then there was the third brother who almost got thrown in jail.
That's like the third Manning. Commercial boy.
Yeah, so you got the you're talking about the brother who almost got a chance to play?
Yeah.
Well, his problem was that he got hurt, I think.
No,
he
got a disease.
There's an interesting.
Cooper Manning was the one who got hurt.
Cooper.
No, he's got a disease.
Cooper, yeah. There's an interesting subset of guys.
He's not hurt.
That's
guys
a disease.
He's probably their best athlete. Yeah.
That's what they were said too. A lot of people said that he was better than the other two.
He was a wide receiver. He wasn't a quarterback.
Just imagine another one of those goofy guys in the league.
So there's a subset of guys who played major league sports who didn't know who their father was, and it ends up their father was a former major leaguer.
23andMe
was one of them Steve Garvey? Because he had kids everywhere.
Yeah, that's true. He's still having kids.
Yeah.
I'd like to see his 23andMe. It's like, where's this tree going?
Sean Kemp?
So there's a guy, what's his name? Jalen Rose. You know Jalen Rose? Yeah. It ends up his father, who he never knew, is a former basketball player named Jimmy Walker, who was on the Lakers in the 70s.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
I thought he was on good.
That's what he yelled when the little guy popped out.
There was a guy named what was his name? Richard Dotson, who pitched for the White Sox in the 80s and 90s, 20-game winner. Found out that his father was a pitcher for the Phillies in the 1960s named Turk Farrell, and they never knew each other ever. And then there's this guy, Willie Davis, who I just got a autograph, 1970 Willie Davis. Willie Davis had a son, Eric Anthony. Eric Anthony played in the major leagues for 10 years. Never knew who his father was. Found out later on, after Willie Davis died, that Willie Davis was his father. So there's quite a few of those. the unacknowledged children who go on to become major league players.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cal Ripken got drafted by the
I find it's interesting.
So we're counting Cal Ripken and Billy Ripken. There's a combo.
Well, Cal's son got drafted by the Nationals a few years back. He's got a first card in Bowman, but he didn't do much. Ryan Ripken.
Yeah, kind of like Kevin Maggio. Or not Maggio. God dang it. Baggio.
Calvin Biggio.
How many
Biggio. Yeah.
How many Sutters played?
6.
A bunch. A crap ton.
6.
Because there's the Delahanties back in like the pre-war. I think there were 5 of them.
The Herd.
And then is it the Bells?
Are they taking that goal away?
Or no, the Boons have 4. Bells have 3 or 4. Yeah, so Will Chamberlain.
Yeah, you got a bunch of kids.
Yeah, but did any of them make it major leagues?
We don't know.
Exactly.
Somebody needs to get some DNA and submit it.
We're going to find out later, Dan. We call them the Orlando Magic. The entire franchise. including staff and executives. Weird.
Every 7-footer in the NBA right now has DNA of Will Chamberlain.
Probably true.
He was a bad
based on his statistical lady numbers. That should be about right.
Or what Magic said, but when he had the AIDS, how many he slept with dudes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So to answer this one, we'll defer to the Google machine. According to the Google machine, the Sutter family has had 9 members of the Sutter family either played, coached, or managed in the NHL. There were the 6 brothers and 3 of the sons, and then some cousins.
Yeah, 6 brothers. So
that's pretty good.
That's probably be up there.
Yeah, all James down there said all the Currys.
That's valid. Statistically, the greatest detriment of success in MLB is having a parent that played MLB. Oftentimes, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You get the fast track for sure.
Yeah, you'll get a look, but you're gonna have to figure out a way to distinguish yourself. I think it helps if you don't play the same style. That goes to kind of like the Gordy and Markow thing. They played they played different positions, they played different styles. So he didn't need to be Gordie Howe Jr. because if that had been the case, I think that would have ended him early.
What Hall of Fame is Cheryl in? College or coaching WNBA? Because she didn't get a chance to play pro.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she's in the Basketball Hall of Fame because Basketball Hall of Fame is just for anything basketball.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to play in the NBA to be in that Hall of Fame.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why international players can be in. It's just the James Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame.
Yep.
So if you contributed basketball in some way, you can be in.
Former Boston Celtic Dino Raja is in the Hall of Fame. It just makes people laugh around here all the time.
What did he get in for?
His international career.
Oh. Yeah, there's a lot of lineage in majority of sports, though.
There is. Clemens' kid is in the majors now. That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Cody Clemens is on the Philadelphia Phillies.
Yeah, he sucks.
He's not. I don't think he's there anymore.
Is he
I don't know. Yeah, I got his autograph rookie card at Bowman First. It's worth $5.
And Rogers a lot nicer than I thought he was going to be. I thought he was going to be kind of
now,
and he is unbelievably nice.
Now he's off the roids.
Yeah.
I think my favorite part of Carlisle is asking the valid question.
Cody.
He's asking if any actual basketballs are actually in the Basketball Hall of Fame. That's important.
Cody Clemens is with the Twins.
Talking about all these players, but what about the basketball
Twins?
stand?
Okay.
Why are we discriminating?
This is true.
Basketball should be in the Hall of Fame too.
Did Cheryl Miller make the first 3-pointer? Is that why she's in the Hall of Fame?
She did not.
Well, she was like one of the only good female basketball players.
She's better than Reggie
Miller. That's Reggie will tell you that.
Yeah. When he came in the league, he was Cheryl's brother. It wasn't the other way around. It was when I got her autograph at the National, I said, "Thank you for being the first female to make me care about women's basketball."
Do you still care about women's basketball?
Yeah, I'm watching a game right now.
Who's playing?
It's the Valkyries and Aces. No, I'm sorry. Ace. Let me wait till I get it back up here.
You're a real fan.
It's Aces and I was almost at Aces and Eights. Yeah, Chicago and Vegas. I'm sorry.
Ace of Spades. Ace of Spades.
That's what he thinks of Rogers. Yes, true. They must have laced basketball in the Hall of Fame. I used my dad's lace basketball to start with. There you go, Stu. My only regret here, Dan, is that this specific topic would have eaten so much time on Fanatics Palooza. It would have been perfect. It's like, all right, go ahead. Name every brother-sister combo, brother-brother combo, third cousin twice removed combo. All you got.
I got bad news for you with Fanatics Fest Palooza. You have 6 hours or however many hours you want on Friday night. But on Saturday, Cardboard Cynics has to be 55 minutes. We've never gone under like an hour and 15. So we're really going to have to cut it down.
Are you afraid less grumpy for 55 minutes?
Less rabbit hole. What?
Are you concerned you won't be able to be grumpy for 55 minutes?
No, so Dan, if we cut out your hex, out of the episode, that'll save us at least 20 minutes.
Oh, I was gonna do my thing was gonna be the guy the signature for shoulders guy, Tim. Tim was gonna be my shout out.
You're trying to off him? The man needs to make it to the end of the charity.
No, I already pre-hexed him. He's not going to be at the National. There was a disagreement about his table, so he lost his table at the National. I pre-hexed the guy. I didn't even do it yet, and he got hexed.
Wow.
So
just wow.
Now it's like I'm worried. Who am I thinking good thoughts about? Because next thing their hobby's going to explode.
Amazing. Mike says for the over-under, I got Carlos handing off the Friday night show to the first show on Saturday. Mike, it wouldn't be a problem for me. The problem is I don't think anyone would be in the chat.
I'm not
doing it. Who was the first show on Saturday?
It is, I'm pretty sure, isn't it the what's it called? Isn't it Hobby Hotline? Hold on. Let me see.
Hobby Hotline, I think, is at their regular time.
Brother, Hobby Hotline is after Brothers Duo. Brothers Duo first. 10 a.m. for Saturday. Brothers Duo and then Hobby Hotline.
I have bad news for you, Josh. I am leaving for Myrtle Beach on the 17th, and I will be there until the 25th. So, sorry about that.
Yep. I think they're both going to be signing. I know Wilder Jr. for sure is signing at the next big show in September here. He went to school with my sister, actually. Like 3 of them actually went to school that were drafted in the NFL. That's when we had a state championship high school football team.
So yeah, I don't know. I think we're going to have to figure out. I don't think the normal format would work anyway. I'm almost tempted, Dan, to do just cheat and do another Q&A.
Carlos, how late did we go last? Carlos, how late did we go last year?
4 a.m.
Yeah.
No, just north of 6 hours.
Yeah, because I remember.
I'm going to be
pretty late.
I'm going to be in a hotel in like North Carolina on Friday night, so I don't think I'm going to be on till 4 a.m.
Well, that's what I got Rick for.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
That's what happened last time. We just get the West Coasters.
Yeah.
We keep it going long enough. Maybe I'll get Carl from Oz. I'll get the Australians. I'll get the British. It'll be morning. It'll be breakfast. We'll get. See, the key ham is that the only way this works is I need to eventually get Europe on board here. I need to get Europe. So maybe with so much soccer talk and Eric's stupid soccer talk, maybe we can convince the Euros to watch it.
You get time zone hop, basically.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, that's the idea. Like we've got to basically just go for long enough that we get the English to join us for breakfast, and then the Germans. We'll just lean into the Eric angle. That'll get us the Germans.
Here's your thing. You get Rick for the West Coast. Then you get Dylan because he's 3 hours after Rick, and then you get Carl from Oz. So
Dylan is in an alternate reality. He's not in a different time zone. He exists outside of time and space. I'm not convinced he's in an actual. I feel like it changes every time he says what time it is. I'm like, you're just making shit up now. You spin a wheel, and whatever time works for you, that's what time it is.
Yeah, Carlos, you'll probably
12 hours straight through.
Yeah, just throw the link up in chat and just let randos call.
Could work.
It would work.
Yeah. Calling a Hobby Hotline. Nah. Listen, I'm not I won't lower myself to the Hobby Hotline show. I'm off. Nope. You're all on your own.
Guess who's hosting Hobby Hotline tomorrow morning? If I'm well, which I hopefully will be. Last time I was sick, but I am scheduled to host Hobby Hotline tomorrow morning.
Well, just make sure they don't poison you.
You plan on getting sick in 12 hours?
No.
Okay, last time I didn't see a little bit of zinc.
Woke up at 9:30 in the morning, all sorts of issues going on. So
vitamin C.
Yeah, I don't drink anymore. Sorry.
I don't drink as much.
That's right. Rick, that's the spirit. Make sure you bring your energy. We're going to make it happen.
Rick was great last year. He should come on again. Absolutely.
No, that's I was being serious. I think having a couple of West Coast folks is good, just to have some, some folks that are a little bit fresher earlier on in the day. It works.
We need to get Michelle on the show.
Carlos, I have some ideas for guys who are 3 hours in that time zone. Have some ideas. Don't
good ideas or just ideas? Good ideas or just ideas?
You can go up to Canada, west coast of Canada too. Got somebody.
No, that's not 3 hours. I know the one you're thinking of, but that's not 3. That's 2. 2, not 3. You got to go further west to make it 3.
Yes, Orlando is one of the panelists tomorrow. Oops, I'm sorry. I read too fast.
That'd be amazing. That'd be great. But I definitely wouldn't be talking about sports cards if you got to that point. No, you're not getting 3,000 people to do anything with sports cards.
Oh my God. That is a great comment.
Yeah, with the
correct.
Right?
Correct.
Yeah. Buddy Bell had 2 boys who made the MLB, and Father Gus Bell was an all-star. There you go.
Right. You get Amanda.
Name would work.
You're right.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Not him.
That would be Eric's favorite.
Yeah.
No. I don't want to talk to him.
How do you know he wants to talk to you?
This is true.
It's not all about you, Eric.
What did I do? I'm wonderful.
Counterpoint, you're a piece of trash.
Oh, yeah. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Just thought I would point that out. Counterpoint.
Thank you.
Carl from Down Under. That's right. That's what Stuke, this is what I'm trying to say. We need the European contingent and we need Australia. And wherever the hell Dylan is this week, whatever time dimension he is broken this week, we do that. We got it covered. We got all the time zones covered. Every time zone.
Somebody in Japan likes cards. VR cards from them all the time.
He did a VR, which I totally appreciate. I'm going to do a video on it. 36 people did VRs, which is amazing. He did a VR that was 29 minutes long. 29 minutes. He's not in the chat tonight. I'm a little sad.
Well, my favorite part about it was where he was challenging you. He was bringing up that, so you don't always agree, and then he brought up 72 tops, and I had the perfect response in the chat to 72 tops. So Ham, he's been trying to pitch this whole 72 tops thing. He loves it. I know it's one of the worst sets ever made, but I keep trying to explain this to Dylan, and poor Dylan, in whatever alternative timeline, alternate reality he lives in, he thinks it's a good set. And my response to him is, I said, the 72 set is fine. Trash cans and bonfires need love too. I got the perfect place for the 72.
Why does he think the 72 set's so great?
Because he's blind.
Because it is. 787 cards.
That's horrible.
Beautiful design, fits right in with the year.
You lost me a beautiful design. 72 tops is fine if you, like in 1972, come off Club 54 and you have personally had all the drugs. That is probably okay.
What's wrong with that? 72. Free love, drugs.
It's not 1972, and Eric brings enough drugs for the rest of us.
Thank you, Scott.
All right, let me see here.
I didn't even know that I did the drugs. It wasn't until this show explained it to me that, I understand now.
Eric, there were signs. You unironically like bicycling, and you think you tiered both your legs. That is nothing but the drugs.
Tore.
Oh, you tiered. You tiered many times tonight. Make sure you get a nap Friday afternoons, right? Psychedelic like the times. Yes.
Yeah, I don't care for the 70. I don't care for the 72 design.
No, it's trash. It's garbage.
It's not my favorite either, but it's not trash.
I feel like it should have been like an insert set for it, like a subset inside of it. Like it should have been just an all-star card and just left it at that.
Carlos is going to want me to make 1972 tops my third reason to be cheerful in the next episode.
I wish you would, and then they would all spontaneously combust.
Wow, it's just like a good view of bad photos too.
It's really bad. It's atrocious.
It's rough.
It's bad, man. It's bad.
Oh man.
Oh.
That's why I say it's like, no, it's fine. Like, look, I understood Dylan, right before he goes to look at his cards, he takes bleach, douses his eyes in them, and then he looks at the 72 Topps card, and they're fine.
Is this the only set that Topps hasn't done like remakes of?
I collected it. No, this Heritage for 72, isn't there?
I think it's gotten to it. It's gotten to 72 by now. It's like it's 77 now. I think it's up to 77.
Yeah. They blew right through 72 because I don't remember anything from it.
I have to see. I can probably find it.
Like, who would be the best player?
So Heritage. So Scott, I think they're up to 77 or 78 now. Like Heritage, the last one was 77.
Yeah, 77. I think. Wait a minute.
Yes.
76.
So I want to say.
Let's see.
No, I think they already did 76. I want to say they're up to 77. Let me see if I can find it. Topps Heritage. Let me see what I can find. I feel like I've seen the 77 design. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought I
haven't seen it. That's why when I was just looking, I was like, I don't recall seeing this kind of been redone.
Yeah, 2026 Topps Heritage is 77 Topps.
2026.
Yeah. Okay, 26
so
Heritage is 77 Topps.
So I haven't seen
it.
Yet.
So then to get to that one, it should be 2021 Heritage. I think should be 72. Yeah. 2021 Heritage is 72. Yes.
Oh, yeah, those are super cheap boxes nobody wants. Yep.
Disco was later. Yeah, but it's later. It's much later than 72. It's like 75 is the earliest disco song.
See, as far as I'm concerned, Stu, this is canon. Explains everything.
Mm-hmm.
I was old enough to collect. I am old enough to collect 72 back when it came out. So I remember opening packs.
And did you remember that with your 72 Topps, they said, you're like, hey, I'm hungry. And they said your customary gruel will suffice. You took whatever they gave you. Like you didn't have a choice. Just take it.
Yeah, this set was so rough that they didn't even have an Ohtani autograph in the set. That's why I remember, because I was originally looking for sets that were like second, third year of Ohtani. That you could get autographs out of that were like kind of a cheaper buy that you could, hard pull still, but you had a chance. And I went and looked at this because these are cheap boxes at the show usually. And there's no Ohtani autographs in it at all. Like I think the only autograph they had was like a jumbo box topper, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
And that was
so I think this one, Scott, for Topps Heritage, I think this encapsulates it perfectly. This is a player right here. He's like, why are you putting me on this trash card? Please. Anything else? He understands. He gets it.
Boyhood photos. They did Boyhood in 73 also. It was a terrible idea. Fortunately, there are only like 12 or 15 cards or whatever it is. 72 also has those stupid like Babe Ruth Award, Cy Young Award, where it's just like a picture of the trophy.
We need 7 more cards for this set. What are we going to come up with, boys? Why don't we do a card of the trophy?
787 cards in that set. And they also have trades. First time they did traded cards also. They did like, I don't know, a dozen traded cards. That, high numbers.
Yeah, so here's a question. So in a departure, Dan, from the normal format, I'm going to pose a baseball card related question. Here's a question. I know. Here's a question.
All right.
So what's worse, the Boyhood photos from the 72 or the super veteran fillers in 83?
Well, if I'm answering first, I'm saying the Boyhoods are worse.
That's what I'm going to go
I think the super veterans were actually not that bad.
I was never a big fan of them. I always got a kick out.
I don't like the kid stuff.
Yeah. I don't need to see Mel Stottlemyre as like an 8-year-old.
Yeah. Here's his first baby photo and his Red Ryder.
In action. Yes. Some of the in-action cards are awful.
Horrible.
But no, 71 has actual cards that have game action, and those were good. There's 52 of them in the set. Like the Munson card. Like, that's a fucking great card. Sorry.
Yeah. Look, here's the thing. So do you want me to? I can actually make a legitimate argument. In addition to trolling Dylan, there is a legitimate reason why. Number one, I actually really don't like the 72 design. Like, that's true. But beyond that, even the two sets that preceded it, which somebody could argue, oh, the 70 tops is playing with the gray border. I understand. But I think some of the subsets in that, I actually like the subsets. I actually think they did a decent job with it. I understand it's playing with the gray border, but I don't mind it. Like, to be honest, it doesn't bother me. I don't mind it at all. 71, again, black border, very simple. But to that point, the in-action shots, some of them I think are very well done. I think they took some really good photos and utilized them effectively with that 71 tops. So basically the black border is just a framing on it. It's just a frame to the image that you're going with, and it lets you focus on the image because that's the main point. It's not worrying about the design. 72, they're just trying to sell you on the design. And if you like the colors, you like the colors. And if you don't, you don't. It's all or nothing, because basically that's what you're going with. 73 is basically back to basics again. You can went back to like a standard color. I think it was a response to 72, to be honest. I think it's basically just literally they went the opposite way from 72. I think 72 caused 73 to be more plain than it would have been otherwise.
73 has some pretty terrible game action shots.
Yeah.
Really terrible.
Although, and we've shown the Reggie Jackson before, I unironically like that. It's so bad that I actually kind of like it.
That is one of the worst baseball cards in existence.
It's amazing.
And I have one. I actually have the card.
Of course you do.
Because I collect Reggie, so I'm stuck.
Yeah. Team Leary must have paid a visit to Tops in 71. There you go. 72 has this problem, but far with the biggest sin of 70s top set. All right, Dom, let's go. All right, what's the biggest sin of 70s top set? I like this challenge. Bring it. What do we got?
I have an answer, but let's let Dom type.
Yeah, let's let the young man cook a little bit. Let's see what he comes up with. I'm curious to see what he believes the biggest sin of the 70s is. Now, you said 70s top set. So your answer could be every single hockey card made in the 70s. That could be the biggest sin.
Oh, my good God.
I'm just saying. That'd be an understandable take. Eric would agree.
Nope.
75 tops is very polarizing.
It is, but I
like the fact that the teams were color-coded.
75. I hate 75. I think the colors are ridiculous.
Oh, the colors are ridiculous in 75, but they're not ridiculous in 72. Really? Really?
Purple? Like purple and pink and orange and all. Oh, 75 is awful.
72 months, it looked like my dad looked like playing catch with me as a kid. There you go, Sven. That's an interesting take.
But the purple goes well with the George Brett card.
Oh, I think so. Yeah, I think the George Brett card worked out well.
Yeah, I don't overly hate. I mean, that feels like a 70s card.
All right, so Keith is saying, what's the best 72 card? And Dom, we're still waiting. Biggest sin of the 70s top set. I want to hear this. Biggest sin. See what you got.
All right, this is a great card. Clarence Cito Gaston. That is a great card.
That's one of the better photos too.
Like that. Total common card, but man, that is great. You guys know Clarence Gaston, Cito Gaston, Toronto.
Yeah, he won the World Series of Toronto, yes. My dad's favorite is George Brett, 75, but people hate it. Interesting. All right.
Yeah.
79 tops black and white rookies by far. There were some very grainy ones included in 79. I actually think if you're going to go with the black and white, I actually think in 79 you had I want to say it was like all-time leader subset, and they must use the grainiest black and white photos ever for the players that were on it.
So one thing that 72 did, which pissed me off, is this. They have a bunch of these photos of guys who were traded, but they take the photos so you can't see the hat. You can only see the brim. There's like 20 of these, and they're terrible photos. They're too close up.
I remember in the 70s, they used to make us take pictures like that for team photos.
Yeah.
So you can see our face.
They would take multiple shots like that in case the guy got traded.
Well, I remember in Little League, they told us to put our hat back on our head so they could see our face when taking our pictures.
Let's see here. Life is full of colors. 75 is beauty. There you go, Josh. Mene, 75 top finger.
Here's a boyhood. Wilbur Wood caught a fish.
That's I like the
That's a
fish,
terrible card.
but there's just no reason that he needs to have a boy, picture.
Well, Wilbur Wood was a very good pitcher. No, he
Ham. They needed to get up to 780 odd cards. We needed filler.
I know. That's really.
So this is the one I was referring to. This particular.
Card. This is a great card. Look at this. Boog Powell smiling with the he's got the guns out and he's in Yankee Stadium. That is a great card.
Those are guns.
You know what would make it better, Dan? If you grab a pair of scissors and just cut out all that blue crap around Boog Powell and just fix it.
Look like the product of a couple 12 packs there.
What they did in the 70 when they did do the 72, they made the minis.
So Scott, this is what I'm talking about here. The all-time record holders. Nolan Ryan at this point is an active player, and they basically wanted him to look as grainy as Walter Johnson. Like they got the grainiest black and white photo. It's like 1979 printed technology is enough that you can get a reasonably clear image of these players.
All right.
So that was the free photo at the library.
I'll just show one more.
So 1 second
this is fantastic. Look at the sideburns. Meanwhile, he's at the end of his career. He's drank and doing drugs, and he's like throwing his career away.
Is he hammered there? His fingers are out. Looks like he's having a little struggle.
I know it's with the fingers. I don't know what's up with that, but the sideburns. I mean, it's right out of the 70s.
I mean, he's got two pinkies out and a pointer. I don't even know what that's called.
That is.
I think it's a gang sign at that point. I think he's trying to send a signal to somebody.
That's just called the peppertone. That's all.
I got you.
Wilbur Wood caught Fish Boy. That's right. That's right, Stu. 72 tops Billy Martin card. There you go.
Yes.
It in fact does not rule. There were definitely some bad choices, but that's why I say the all-time record holder stands to me because 79 tops was the first vintage set I ever finished, and the all-time record holders were terrible. 79 tops was arguably so bad that it jump-started the John Wax era. Fleer and Donruss were like, you can at least compete. Let's get the card presses set up.
Was it 91? Was it 91 Fleer? The yellow
Fleer?
92.
Yes, 91 Fleer was the yellow.
It was 91. Yes, 91. That's right.
Oof. Oof.
90 Don Russ was the red ones.
That's another one.
Well, Scott, if you go, there was a box set. You could have a blue one if you wanted.
Yes, the blue variant. Yeah,
there was another version if you wanted that one instead. First player to have a blow dryer in the locker room. Check out the sideburns. Indeed, some very interesting. Let's say interesting choices, interesting selections.
Very interesting.
Indeed. I have to tell you. So, chat, since there's enough of you tonight, I will ask. Obviously, we can continue down this lighter conversation. But look, I'm gonna need to steal some ideas because Dan, I'm thinking I might have between 5 and 6 hours to kill a couple of weeks. So we might have to fish for ideas here. I don't know. I haven't thought of anything in particular. I was trying to come up with
hopefully some news pops up that gives us something extra to talk about. That will make things a lot better.
Yeah. Look, I'm worried we might have to go to the debt. We might have to break glass in case of emergency, and we might actually have to show cards. And that's a fate worse than death.
I think what you ought to do is send somebody out on their bicycle, and for every dollar raised, that's a mile.
That's
for 6 hours. For 6 hours.
I mean, sooner or later, I'll definitely tip over and die. But
Scott, the best part about it,
I did it for you.
First of all, that's good TV. But let's be real, Scott. Literally, as soon as we started, it's like we got a donation of $1,000, and it says "Fuck you, Eric," signed Carlos.
Yeah,
or better yet, "F you, Eric," signed your mother.
It's like get biking, bougie. Get biking.
So I did 45 miles last Sunday morning. I was going to do 50, but I ran out of time. I had to get to work. So I'm comfortable to say as long as the donations don't go over 50 miles, I'm probably good.
That's your window?
Yeah. So let's just keep the donations to a minimum. Because
we could always start a hobby feud. We can just start making shit up for a while and just see what pops.
Oh yeah, because we don't make up enough shit.
I was gonna say, Ham.
I can do some hobby feuds. I can do those.
Ham, I've got 298 previous episodes in my catalog in this category.
Well, we got to, but at this point, when you're coming to a show like that, you got to form Voltron. You got to bring it all together.
Oh,
yeah, unleash it.
As long as
I'll have no problem if you want me to invent some hobby feuds. I can do that.
Don't threaten Dan with a good time. Don't threaten Dan with a good time.
Pull them from the air.
Dan will. I don't know if you know. I don't know if you know the reference, Ham, but I think Scott will. Dan will be like Chris Jericho. It'll just be these are my 1001 hobby nemesis.
Yeah, and then what you do is create a hobby poll to keep everybody active in the chat, voting on just polls.
That basically is what happened in 72.
Yeah.
So maybe it was the same designer.
If you're bored on Tuesday during Professor Sports Cards live, there'll be a vote that I'll be a part of. You wouldn't mind popping over there to vote during that time would be great.
Are you trying to rig a vote right now?
I'm trying to rig a vote. That's right.
Wait, what are we voting
I'm going up against Blue Red. So, and he's
what's the vote for him?
So basically, people that call the show and contribute to a show, he did a tier down. So I won a tier. The last tier this past week, I beat Ziggy because it was me and him to go to the final.
Ham, please tell me he didn't. Please tell me he got like 5% of the votes.
No, it was like 46 to 54.
Why? How many of Ziggy's burner accounts did he use?
All of them, obviously. He bowed out gracefully, though. I'll give him that.
Wait, so if he lost to you, that means he's like you're his nemesis now. Is he gonna start being mean to you?
No, he likes me too much. I'm extremely nice to him compared to everybody else.
How else are we gonna start feuds, Ham? Like, look, you want us to rig a vote for you? At least you can start some feuds.
You remember, I used to do a show with Ziggy. So
I understand, but we like some feuds. It'd be nice.
Jumping into quicksand.
We've all done shows in the past with questionable people.
I'm willing to do a show with anybody. That's the thing. I don't really care.
I still do. So,
listen, Eric, we've already established tonight. Like, are you sure that you want to be talking about your associations when we know about your associations? We know about the kind of people, the crowd you hang around in.
I hope Bret Hart kicked your ass for that.
Bret Hart would have a second stroke, and then I would respectfully, Eric, I would excuse myself while Bret Hart is having the stroke. First I'd call for help, then I would excuse myself, and as soon as I'm out of listening touch, as soon as I'm outside of range, but to be clear, I will call for help first. And while that's going on, he will say, fuck Goldberg.
I was going to say, just ask him what happened. Kick his face off with Goldberg. Yeah.
Indeed. So I'd have no choice. I would have to do it. And then when he asks why, I say, Goldberg sent me.
I think this is a great idea.
The owner of Sports World on for an Eric Performance Review. They'll buy you at least an hour of gold lore and stories. True.
It'd probably be over in 2 minutes.
Yeah, he goes, wait, how much did he steal?
They might
that guy works for me?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He doesn't work here.
He just walks in every day.
I just keep seeing him every day, and he's got this red stapler, and he's muttering to himself when he comes into the.
We just figured he had a disability, so we just kind of, let him move around the building.
Around this radio.
Have you seen my stapler? Yeah.
You can hardly see him over the counter.
That's how he sneaks around.
We give him a free pack of cards.
Brendan Ryan, no. I've only said it once already.
Let's not. No more.
Yeah.
No.
When did Eric meet Gary Vee? True.
Yeah.
Bret Hart is still kicking Goldberg's imaginary ass. It's true.
Gary's always been nice to me.
Auction off a jar of mayo signed by Eric.
Eric, what does your signature look like? You pride yourself in other people's signatures. What does yours look like?
A lot of people don't know this, Mike, but it's literally Ted Williams' signature. At this point, he no longer has his own identity. He's just Ted Williams.
Ted Williams and Mickey Mantle.
X in crayon.
But Mike here says, Eric, do you put a phone book on your bicycle seat to see over the handlebars?
I'm 5'8". That's average height.
Compared to for where? Guam? Yeah,
That's not real. I don't even care if that picture was real. All right. But I'm still 5'8". Maybe he's just a freaking Sasquatch. You ever think of that?
I'm 6'1". We figured it out. You're 4'8". Come on, let's be real.
I don't think so. That's total bullshit.
Looks pretty legit to me.
No, that's some total bullshit right there.
All right, little buddy, whatever you say.
That's some serious bullshit.
Can you put me where Eric is and put Eric where Ham is so I can pat him on the head?
That's my autograph right there.
There we go. That's not bad at all. I like the line continuing through. Eric Jawad.
Yeah,
Jawad. Jawad. That's your basketball name.
Yep. That's my auto.
Very good, little boy. That was very good.
Oh, eat shit. Freaking Sasquatch.
Thank you, Sven.
Oh, there's the
right.
zombie boy.
God,
he's still repping Germany though.
They had U-boats. They had to have somebody 5'8" to work those.
Yeah, somebody has to work in the submarine.
Yeah.
It's all true, Mike. It's all true.
You know, it isn't like I'm too tall to be a jockey. I mean, give me a break.
I think you could totally be it. Eric, with your tears, you could totally be a jockey.
All right, can you put us back? I like my spot. Put us back.
Feel weird up there, don't you?
That's just it's like the altitude is getting to him. The altitude's getting to him.
I get this joke.
AI is crazy these days. I know. You should have seen. Listen, if you want to see crazy AI, go to Sanderson to Orr, and basically every time Eric is with somebody, it's all AI. I was literally thinking to myself, you ask Eric to sign his name without hesitation, he signs a perfect Mickey Mantle signature. It's probably true.
I'm surprised you hadn't learned Tom Brady's signature. It's pretty easy.
Well, when he signed it for my friends a couple of years ago, it was just a bunch of just yeah.
Oh, I saw that too.
Are these friends or friends?
Yeah.
Friends.
Why were they trying to get Tom Brady?
Somebody told you a story about their friends.
Why were they trying to?
When he signed it for the people that I know, I don't have any friends.
I've seen them down the hall. I've seen them down the street. The J in the middle of the auto is dedicated to Joe Thornton. Facts. Facts, Dom.
No.
Listen, man, Dom is a fellow Massachusettsians. He's all about the mass. This is a mass hole and mass hole crime.
Dom lives in Connecticut.
You have to repeat that, Dan.
It was New England.
I know what to say, Eric. Even your own countrymen denounce you.
My own mother denounces me. You think I give a shit about anyone else?
Yeah, you do probably.
I think you do.
No.
Yeah.
I think you care when Willie O'Ree calls you Eric in quotation marks.
I don't know why he does that.
Because he knows you. He understands what he's dealing with. I bet you care when other notable people call you out.
Carlos, hey, it's the hardcore legend Mick Foley. I know I don't know you, but can I ask you a favor? Can you do something about this guy? Get him away from me. What a pain in the... Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Just do something. Thanks.
He didn't mean it.
Go ahead. Is that AI too, Eric?
I didn't know if he...
That's what happens when you pay for something.
The evidence keeps piling, Eric. At a certain point, Dan, at a certain point, if we keep piling enough evidence...
We have plenty of evidence.
I think Mick Foley likes me.
You notice at the very end of that video, he runs off. Like he can't wait to get...
This man fell off of a 4-story cage. It could still run.
He was able to briskly walk away from Eric, and Eric couldn't catch him.
Not without my bicycle.
You know, I was thinking about this, Scott. We talked about earlier about Mystery Science Theater 3000. Did you ever see the Manos, The Hands of Fate episode?
I probably did. I just didn't pay attention.
It was amazing. So This is a Google a kid situation here. For any of you out there, if you're familiar with Manos, the Hands of Fate, and you're familiar with Mr. Science Theater 3000, look up the Haunting Torgo theme. Look up Torgo, and then realize that now I'm seeing the vision. This is our Torgo.
Your references are stupid.
Google it, kids. You'll get it. Friend of Eric is not someone I want to meet. True, Zach. Boston sports fan. Went to college in Mass. So Mass hole adjacent. Well, adjacency is important.
What college?
Eric does a perfect Anthony Richardson auto. True.
Yeah, so do I.
Is Eric standing on a chair next to Foley? Ladder. How it is, Scott. Like I said, the evidence keeps mounting. The associations of the Hamburglar complains about Tom Brady to no end, but there he is with Tom Brady being gifted a Joe Thornton autograph.
I have no. I seriously, I would not be interested in even meeting him unless he started off by apologizing and giving me a check.
So you're saying there's a chance?
If he wants to give me the money that he owes me, and then we can start with that and have a conversation.
How much does he owe you?
Well, I
Are
donated.
you a disabled kid yourself?
I donated.
I thought that was given.
I donated and collected, and because I didn't have it myself, I raised the money. I raised like $5,000. So a portion of that went into his pocket when I thought 100% of it was going to go to the Best Buddies Foundation and help, kids with, special needs. And instead, some of it went into Tom Brady's back pocket. And he can suck a big bag of them, and I have no use for the guy.
So what you're saying is that he owes you a percentage of the 5,000, because he's not going to give you the 5,000 if some of it did go to the charity.
No, he should because I almost want to take the money back and put it somewhere else. But no, he owes me a percentage that I ended up giving him against my will. I thought he was being charitable, being the face of this organization and trying to raise money for these kids. And instead, he was just collecting a paycheck and cutting a couple of commercials for the Kennedys, who I also think are a bunch of corrupt pieces of crap.
If you're in the system, you're in the system. It's part of the game.
See, I find Eric's story interesting. I got a small problem with it, though. Dan, I'd like to put some evidence in. So Eric gave this whole story about Tom Brady.
Yep.
And apparently, according to Eric's story, he was fooled and thought that Tom Brady was doing something charitable. That is, I believe, Dan, what was previously uttered moments ago.
Yes.
Here's my counterpoint. Look at him, and you tell me how you could have been fooled. Look at him. He's literally he may as well have told you, I will fucking steal your money, you peasant.
It looks like Jim Carrey being Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Tom Brady
Eric,
was a spokesperson for FTX.
To be clear, Eric, there were signs.
Yeah.
There were signs.
Yeah.
He did throw the NFL, Super Bowl trophy from boat to boat.
This was, he stole my money before he became super, super famous. He was just like one Super Bowl win,
Did he know what he was? Did he actually know what he was doing?
He had to sign a contract and collect a paycheck. Of course he knew what he was doing.
That's a good question.
A few things in people's names, and sometimes they don't know that stuff's going on.
No,
And maybe that money was taken by somebody else that represents him.
No, don't make excuses for that piece of crap.
Oh boy. So you don't want to fall in love with him again.
No, I don't.
So
not till he pays me.
So Ham, I think the appropriate gesture would be, obviously I'll get my people on this. I think we will find a way to bridge this gap. And I think Tom Brady should make Eric whole. Even though, again, I'm going to point out, there were signs. It was kind of obvious. It's like literally going to the Hamburglar and being like, I can't believe you stole from me. Like, again, there were signs. Again, signs.
This was early in his career. We didn't know he was a scumbag then.
Listen, I happen to think he was the spawn of Satan from the beginning. So I wasn't fooled. But all
cheater,
I'm saying,
big cheater. Even though he won me at Super Bowl, big cheater.
Yeah. So bottom line, though, I think the appropriate thing, Scott, is we will find a way. We will make Eric whole. And I think Tom Brady should pay Eric back in full. As a matter of fact, Eric, just to be nice to you, he should give you the full $5,000
Good
in nickels.
I don't care. I'll donate it to another charity.
You will not make it out of that room. $5,000 in nickels. You will re-tier. You will tier things that you didn't even know could be tiered.
I'll get my wheelbarrow. I don't care.
It's like final tally, Dan. All right, Eric got his $5,000 back, but he paid $18,000 in medical bills. Eric doesn't do math.
I'll get a wheelbarrow and an F-150 pickup truck, and I'll take the $5,000 back because he doesn't deserve it. He's a scumbag.
Beatty will give you a coupon redeemable, a card vault by Tom Brady. Valid. Just learned a couple of weeks ago, Massachusetts is the only state that has a total consumer fireworks ban. Fireworks is such a big deal here. I'm fascinated.
The state police sit at the state line looking into New Hampshire, and they watch with binoculars the cars in the parking lot of the fireworks stores. And if they have Massachusetts plates, they wait for them to drive back into Massachusetts and then pull them over and arrest them. And
so you can't even drive through the state with fireworks?
No, can't have them. And the cops
can't have a bazooka, but I can drive through the state with one.
No, you cannot drive through the state.
So is that, Eric, why in the middle of summer
with the constitutional carry, and you do not need a permit to have a gun in the state of New Hampshire, you cannot drive through the state of Massachusetts.
So going back to the fireworks.
Carry my gun.
So hold on. Going back to the fireworks. So is this why in the middle of July you have the puffy jacket that you're walking across New Hampshire state line with? And you kind of roll in this way.
So they don't shoot fireworks off anywhere in Boston tomorrow?
You have to have a permit, and it has to be done by a professional company.
Sounds like a rig job to me. I don't even like fireworks. I think obviously we're trying to pollute the planet all at one time on one day. I think it's kind of stupid.
I've never been fascinated by them, to be honest.
We have drone shows put on by the cities here. So they don't do the fireworks anymore. They do drone shows.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be more interested in that maybe. I don't know. Fireworks never really excited me. But anyway, yeah, the state police do it every single year. They just sit by the border in New Hampshire and just bust people coming back with their cars loaded up. Yeah.
By the way, $5,000 in nickels weighs 1,102 pounds.
F-150 can hold that.
Hey, you're going to have to get it into the F-150. You in what army, Eric? The Oompa Loompas? Who's going to join you in your quest?
Hey, on principle, I will take 1 penny out of the wheelbarrow. I mean, 1 nickel out of the wheelbarrow at a time and throw it in the back of the 150. And I will do that until it's all loaded.
Oh, hand pennies would be even better.
Because copper is worth more than the cent.
Yeah, I was going to say they're not even legal tender anymore. Like I think the penny's gone. I think the penny's over.
No. Well, in the United States, it's still here.
Oh, you still got the penny at this point? I thought they'd stopped it already.
They stopped making it at the beginning of the year.
Okay,
but it's still a currency that's used here.
Right,
but they did stop making it this year.
Since '82.
Correct. 1982 is when they stopped making them in copper. That's why there's the 1982 large date cent. It can be worth so much money, especially an 83 copper that accidentally got made. It's worth like $5,000.
Paul, I thought we addressed this already. Eric hates freedom, the troops, and America.
Nope.
So Eric personally wrote this into law, which is difficult because he doesn't know how to read or write.
He lives in an un-American state.
Oh, don't get me started. I'm not happy where I live.
Then move.
Come on down to Florida. You'll be closer to us.
Yeah, there's no laws.
I am definitely not coming down to Florida with my wife.
She's already here, buddy.
Not unless
literally already there.
Alaska.
You don't want to live in Alaska.
No, you can live in Alaska.
I would flourish in Alaska. I like seafood and crabbing and fishing. Like
Ham, we've already discussed this. You can't handle the cold. The moment the temperature drops, it's over.
I don't have to there. I can dress warm and I can stay inside.
Alaska, that won't help at a certain point. It'll get cold either way.
I don't have to.
It's Alaska.
Baseball in the middle of the night with no lights.
That'd be fun. That'd be fun.
The sun's out.
And fend off a polar bear.
It sounds like a pretty fun childhood for Stu.
You can have guns in Alaska because them damn polar bears will just walk around just trying to eat you.
Yep, they don't care. It takes more than one shot.
Well, it depends what caliber you have, but yeah.
No, it doesn't. Those things are mean as fuck. That just keep coming.
Where Erica, you're going to find out is you think you know what's going on over there. You go to Alaska, you try to point the gun, the polar bears are going to shoot back. And you're like, wait, I didn't think you were. They're polar bears, Eric.
Yeah, they're nasty.
They'll take it back to you.
They're
probably melting pennies in his garage, maybe.
I got a bunch stored away.
Watching Ryan Nolan freak out when the temperature dropped below 50 was hilarious. I made a lot of fun of him the entire card show. So we've already established cold is Ham's kryptonite. If he had to deal with it now, Ham, if it'll make you feel any better. I was talking about with Scott before I hit the go live. So like this past week, Wednesday, the Humidex hit 120 Fahrenheit. So like we've got the two extremes.
Yeah, you're swinging. I mean, this year too with the Super El Nino. The northern part of the United States and parts of Canada are just getting jacked up. You're getting jacked up all year long. All we've been getting is rain.
Yeah.
So
it's going to be
hot or rain.
We had 100 degrees today, and then it broke, and we got these thunderstorms with 80-mile-an-hour winds, and like a bunch of trees got knocked over, and it was pretty wild there for a little bit. But now we're down. I think we're down in the 70s right now.
And our feels like today was 105.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going back up again into the 90s tomorrow, but we'll see.
Yeah, there's a huge pocket of high pressure sitting over the United States.
Chris from Missouri here says, sitting in the big house right now because I went crazy on the snaps and snakes and mass.
I don't know what that means.
Well, snaps and snakes are kind of the most harmless fireworks you can have.
Yeah. You know the snake, you light the little black circle on it and it's like basically burns into like a snake.
They're the most harmless.
Not a fireworks guy.
But you still can't have them. Not in Massachusetts.
Not a fireworks guy.
Can't have them.
You have dynamite there?
Yes, you can have all the dynamite you want, but no fireworks.
So then, Eric, I think
M80s
problem solved. You take the dynamite, you take the powder out, lay it all across the house, light the fuse, everything takes care of itself. That roof is in fact on fire.
Yep, there you go. My new roof.
There we go. They're the M80s right there. Little sticks of dynamite.
There you go. I can't have those.
That's how you fix that real quick.
Eric, given the way you hurt yourself, I don't think you should be allowed to have anything.
Am I allowed to show this on your screen? Or are you going to get arrested? Are they waiting for this?
Is there anything that Mike Ham does not have in that room? You could just turn around and pull anything.
Yeah.
Well, Dan, he doesn't
house, and this is a museum in here of just random shit.
Dan, he keeps the nuclear weapons in a different storage facility.
Yeah, that's what happens when
the nukes are elsewhere.
When you yard sale,
he would be irresponsible.
Years, you end up with things.
He would be irresponsible.
Last show we turned around and got like a signed porno thing or something.
Dan, I was trying to explain. Dan, I was trying to explain
next
to
to Castle Grayskull.
Ham lives in Florida land with the Florida mans. It is a lawless society of fiefdoms. And Ham has to protect his one fiefdom from the other fiefdoms.
Well, hold on. Everybody's from somewhere else, and they come here and bring their lawlessness here. And then the regular...
So you're blaming... So you're saying all the Florida men are not actually Florida men? Is that what you're claiming?
No,
well, we've adapted to everybody at one time.
You've adapted.
To defend
Scott,
ourselves from
the Florida man is claiming that Florida men are a product of the environment brought by others.
Yeah, so everyone is from somewhere else, but us locals are not from somewhere else.
Did you come out of the
Florida?
primordial?
Everybody's from somewhere else.
Ham, did you come out of the primordial ooze? of the swamp.
That was a hell of a sentence.
Possible.
That was
Very possible.
The only people that come to Florida from New York are retired people who are totally harmless, and they go out and they have their early dinners, and then they,
you get down here to the
and go
heat, and they
sleep
get
at
a little
9.
wild. No, they go here, they move here, they go to the nude old people place up about 10 miles from here.
You mean where Eric would be if he was there right now?
Yeah, there's a whole clothing optional community with like 8 to 10,000 people living in it.
What?
Not joking.
This Florida place that comes up with things.
Dan, hold on.
No idea.
Scott,
Anybody
help
can
me.
drive through it.
Scott, how many times have I literally explained the Florida man thing? Like, no matter what. You know what, Ham, you'll understand. I don't know if you'll understand this reference. I don't know if you've ever read Bill Simmons at all. There's the Mike Tyson zone. Are you familiar with the Mike Tyson zone?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So the concept of the Mike Tyson zone is that Mike Tyson was so crazy when he was at his absolute apex that the Mike Tyson zone is when you reach a level of celebrity or whatever it is, that any story, no matter how outlandish or ridiculous, we could believe it because it's Mike Tyson. That's the Mike Tyson zone.
Okay.
Florida is the Mike Tyson zone.
I agree.
Yes.
Again, that's why I said Florida is divided into different sections. It's basically 3 states in one.
So there's like 8,000 naked people at a nudist colony.
Yeah, for the
Eric's like, sign me up. I'll bring the greasy pole.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, I'll tell you. Let's see, clothing optional.
That was last week.
I'm just saying.
Well,
my
you
God.
guys all know about the retirement communities down there, especially this one place called the Villages. That
Yeah, the villages. Yeah, the villages. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the Villages has a major STD problem.
Yep.
Eric, why do you know this? And the answer, and is it in one of your tabs?
It's
Is
all
it in
the
one of
old
your
people
tabs?
they're all on Viagra, and everybody shares.
Yep. This is an honest to God issue that all these people in their 70s and 80s are spreading STDs.
No, I have
villages.
experienced it when my wife and I inherited a place in Florida in Delray Beach. We owned it for like 8 years, and so I was in this retirement community like 4 weeks a year, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And these people were perfectly fine. They were not crazy Florida people. I think you're blaming the out-of-state people for your own problems. That's my problem. Eric knows too much.
Look up.
So is
the
this
first
one
time
of those
anybody's
things,
ever said
Dan, when
Eric
everybody
knows
else
too
is
much.
fine? Are you the crazy one?
Just do your research on the Villages. It will blow your mind.
Villages are. Yeah.
My concern, Eric, is how much research have you done on the villages?
The shit that goes
What's
on.
funny is the
in
first thing
villages
that
in
comes
Florida,
up.
You will not believe what an 85-year-old man will. The trouble that an 85-year-old man will get into.
Eric, according to you, no one lives past the age of 53. So how is there an
Especially-
85-year-old man? How is that even possible?
They do
Especially
it
with the
in
pocket of
Florida.
Viagra.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's a major crisis.
What we're gonna find out is that this is one of Eric's tabs in his incognito window that he does all his research on this, right beside Emmanuel in Space. And then right beside it, he goes, Dream Life Post-Retirement. Eric is like, these are my people.
Yeah,
I am not going to start Googling Florida nudist Viagra.
no,
My
Well,
wife-
it's funny because the first thing that pops up is like top 10 places in Florida clothing optional. There's more than 10. There's already a top 10.
Was it compiled by Eric Wade, Eric J. Wade, who wrote the article?
I'd have to open up the Yelp thing. He might be one of the top contributors.
all you gotta do is just type in, the Villages in
Yeah, the
Florida,
Villages is huge. Yeah, Villages is massive.
and you will get stories that you cannot not.
Hey, Eric,
They
we
have-
know you
they
don't
have
read
their
it,
own
so you're there to
newspaper.
see the pictures, ain't you?
No.
Mhm.
Yeah, because I want to see some VD on somebody. Yeah. Oh God.
Eric, I believe I've been very clear that we do not kink shame.
Yeah.
We kink judge. We kink judge real hard.
You shame the entire state on every
That's
Dan, that's not because of a kink. That's because it's Florida.
Well, Florida is shaped like a penis. So, I mean,
And do not bring up the inherent contradiction of this entire show, Dan. The entire delicate tapestry of it is based on the idea that we completely contradict ourselves all the time.
All right, so I'll read what the Villages. It says the Villages, Florida is a large master planned age-restricted retirement community that is also a census-designated place spanning Sumter Lake and Marion counties. known for its extensive golf courses, numerous town squares with live entertainment, shopping, dining, and a vast array of resident-led clubs. It's designed as a self-contained area for active adult living with a population of nearly 80,000 people.
I want to make clear one important thing after Ham is done reading that, Scott. If we do not carefully program the Fanatics Festapalooza programming for that Friday, this is basically a glimpse into the future of what we're going to devolve into. I can pretty much guarantee it's going to happen. For the soldiers.
I don't anyway. Even go golf on one of those golf courses if it's clothing optional. I don't know.
Well, the whole community is clothing optional, and there's 80,000 people that live there.
Before I continue,
the villages is not clothing optional.
Yes, it is.
These are all the flower children. Okay, the hippies are now in their 70s and 80s, and they're all at the villages thinking it's 1964.
This is true. My dad is 80. Yes, you are correct.
They are living life like it's 1964.
But my parents wear their clothes. I mean,
well, because they're not in Florida right now.
I guess they're not in Florida.
So look,
you're right. It's not clothing. Villages is not clothing optional.
So Eric,
yes.
You want to read that one?
That should be one of your shirts, Eric.
I just left it there.
Oh, that caught me off guard.
I know.
I didn't say the villages was normal. I just said that there are normal people in most of these retirement communities because I have experience in one of them. They were very
Dom is also correct.
You're only in one of them.
Dom is also correct.
Retirement community.
He wore protection. He wore protection. He was well guarded.
So Dom, you found Eric's other Instagram page. This is the secret one.
Yeah.
Had the McAfee.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah, DeLand. Yeah, for sure.
Nobody's taking it harder than Grandma.
That's right. There's also a nudist RV park down here.
I bet.
I'm sure.
But all right, that's Florida. That literally, there's no other place in the world where that could take place.
Yeah, so I delivered uniforms for 6.5 years and like office stuff and things. And I went to a clothing optional RV park every week to deliver stuff. And I went right in and got the hell out. That's
you didn't look for the grocery store?
Wait,
no.
Were you allowed to wear your uniform, your delivery uniform?
Yes, it was clothing optional. So I opted.
Optional.
Okay. Yeah. So delivered fully clothed, delivered butt naked.
I delivered the uniforms to the maintenance guys and shop rags.
Scott came in and he lowered the welding mask. He's just like,
I have a half a dozen loincloths for you.
I didn't realize it for like a year. I just went in. Everybody's really nice and stuff until one day I had a corner of my eye. I was like, wait. And I go, and then I found out, it was clothing.
Wait, what were you delivering to them?
Uniforms to the maintenance people and shop towels.
You were delivering clothing to a nudist colony
that were clothing optional. I mean, the
those were shop towels, huh?
They're with the weed eater. They probably want some clothes on.
Mm-hmm. Had nothing to do with those shop towels.
I don't know. I wore gloves, so
I was just saying. I hope you did. Double bag.
The stuff was already in a bag. I was just
oh God.
Years later, Scott is now like in the hazmat suit, and it started back then. Just hazmat the whole way.
The problem with nudist camps and places like that is there's nobody there who's nude that you would want to see nude. That's the issue.
How do you know that?
It's not the
Eric's research.
I assure you, it's not the grotto at the Playboy Mansion.
Listen, Dan. Eric personally has examined thousands of photographs to come to his conclusion. He's done a heavy amount of research.
Mm-hmm.
Well, somebody just made a reference with the who has the most horrifying search history, Ham or Eric? I'd say Eric.
Yeah. Eric's curious. I already know.
You don't have to search if it's right down the block.
Yeah. What should horrify you is if Eric goes into Google and says how to, and then Google tries to complete it, and it just goes greasy pole, manual space. It's like, what? Google knows.
Yeah, Google knows where you walks over and goes, "Hey, explain what's going on here. I want to know now."
Well, I used to use Ask Jeeves, and now I just ask him.
And then Jeeves told you to kick rocks. Jeeves was like, "I'm not searching for this anymore." Jeeves has standards.
They didn't have a safe search on Jeeves.
Would you please explain this to me?
And Jeeves is like, "Let me begin with the birds and the bees."
Oh my god.
This is true, Chris.
I don't know what to
Listen,
say.
You'll be out on the boat in the bay here, and your boat will pass by with 4 or 5 topless girls on it, just in the middle of the bay.
Happens at the rivers, yeah.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I get full body tan. How else are you gonna
Are
do
you,
it?
Eric?
Yeah, I'm
Sometimes I got my shirt off, my boobs are out.
Do it to it,
I
baby.
don't want to see that either.
So look, listen,
Can
Eric.
you walk around topless in New York?
So listen,
in New York, can you walk around topless as a female?
So Ham, look, I gotta be honest with you. We went back. We began this episode explaining how July the 4th, which is moments away in the East Coast, how Eric hates freedom, the troops in America.
No,
and let's review. No. So he hates Massachusetts and he bitches and moans about it, but he lives there. He wouldn't want to go to New York. No interest in Seattle. So California's out, Seattle's out. We already covered Alaska's out. Florida's out. So we don't got that. You want to go to Texas, Eric? Like, where are we going? Oklahoma? Omaha?
Oklahoma might be nice.
No, it's not.
He wants to go to Canada. That's why he collects hockey cards.
There are bitches and moans about Canada too. So, and to be honest, Eric's self-hating. Like he literally likes one of the Canadian national sports, and he's like, again, which isn't even a real sport. Someday it'll be real.
I think if I could, if Michelle ever smartens up and gets rid of me, I think I'm just going to pack up my shit and go to New Hampshire.
Now you're going to go to New Hampshire. Is it just for the fireworks?
Well, yeah, I can blow stuff up.
No, he's going to be like the Unabomber. He's going to have like this 5-foot cabin up in the woods.
I'd be fine if I had a nice view to open my little cabin.
Internet, so that you could look in onto the webcam, the nudist colony in Florida.
Starlink.
I don't need any technology. I could definitely live.
You're going to print out the pictures?
In the woods.
You're going to have a binder?
No.
Yeah, what are you going to do with your cards?
Look at that.
Sell them.
It just has to be the size of that room, right?
You're willing to sell
He just needs a tickle trunk.
I'm just saying, there's a possibility that if my wife ever smartens up and gets rid of me, I'll sell all this crap, take whatever money I can get, and just go up into the woods in New Hampshire, off a cliff with a beautiful view, and say, I live here now.
Hang out with Bigfoot. You see how Bigfoot as he comes in and out of a portal.
Have a big old beard and just that's it.
I don't hear a lot that's stopping you right now.
Me and my
beard. That's it.
I'll have my mountain bike, and
your mountain bike.
Well,
I don't think that mountain bike works the same on those mountains.
You could save on wood because since you're only 4'8", the doors only have to be like this high.
Mm-hmm.
I am 5'8". I am average height.
I look forward to the Sanderson Manifesto. Facts. Eric's Cinder page coming to you from New Hampshire any day now. It might already be in progress right now as we speak.
He is the average height of a 5'8" man.
I am 5'8". God damn it!
Happy July 4th, fellas.
The evidence contradicts you. Those photographs. I'm 6'1". I know how tall I am. That photograph, I'm like 8 inches taller than you.
Yeah, yeah.
More than that.
That's like The Rock and Kevin Hart.
You are taller than me. You're just not that much taller than me.
The photographic evidence says otherwise, man.
Yes, I am.
Mm-hmm.
So photographic evidence.
It is 4th of July. Happy 4th of July to those who celebrate. Eric says, America, fuck you. I heard him. He already sent me a text message. That's inappropriate, by the way. I'm not repeating that.
I would like to say, now that it is July 4th, happy birthday, Bobby Burrell.
That's true.
Happy birthday, Bobby. Where is Bobby at?
Where is he? It's 2 weeks in a row. No Bobby.
Happy birthday.
Well, he's annoyed that America's celebrating the 250th. And then he's like, wait a minute. He's not allowing them to upsell him.
Yeah.
The Burrell will not accept that.
I blame Guelph.
According to Eric, it doesn't exist.
Not a real.
So how are you going to blame a place that doesn't exist? According to Eric,
Not a real place.
All you have to think about is it exist.
But yep, Bobby's birthday. So we celebrate Bobby with fireworks, cookouts, and heavy drinking this weekend.
That's what I assumed.
Massachusetts.
Not in Massachusetts. We can't have that kind of fun here.
Nope.
Oh, Eric, you have your own fun.
You go to
All
Buffalo.
the fun you need.
Ooh,
No.
a lot of.
Look at how
Viagra.
happy that guy is. Look at how happy that guy is. It's amazing.
No. I don't like what you did to Ray. You turned him into a giant thing of Hellman's. I don't like that.
I don't know who Ray is.
What the
I don't
Ray?
like that. This
I
is
only
why
know-
he won't come in. This is why he won't come meet with me, so I give him a check. Because he's afraid I'm going to turn him into a giant thing of mayonnaise.
How do you know his dream wasn't to be a gigantic jar of mayonnaise? In another life, he could have been a gigantic jar of mayonnaise.
Parallel universe.
Mm-hmm.
One string over.
You have your secret tabs where you try to find out about greasy holes and nudist colonies in Florida, and Emmanuel in space, of course. Ray Bork might have secret tabs of how do I become a gigantic jar of mayonnaise. Don't judge him.
I don't believe that's the case.
You can't prove to me it's not the case. That's what I thought.
I'll ask him next time I talk to him.
Assuming you ever find him again.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We're talking the garage of knowledge with candy bars. It's true.
I haven't seen him in like 6 months.
Sounds like avoidance, Eric. Sounds like avoidance.
Does kind of seem a little bit like that, doesn't it?
I'm just saying again, Eric, the evidence is mounting. The evidence is mounting and it's pointing in one direction.
I'm starting to take it personal.
Maybe he's sitting there going, you know what? I like Tom Brady. Fuck you, Eric. And you know what? Bret Hart says, fuck Goldberg. And fuck you, Eric. Again, there's a recurring pattern. It's crazy you found an average height jar of mayo. It's true.
I'm 5'8", God damn it.
4'8".
There's a typo on your driver's license, Eric.
You know, Dan, I've been asked before, do you ever feel bad doing these things to Eric? And then I think, no, not even for a second, not for a microsecond, not
The amount of enjoyment that he gets from it.
Oh yes, it is truly
Don't I
what
like
makes life worth living.
Yeah, look at that.
It is
Look
the
at that
joy,
force. You're
the
forcing
gift,
that.
the gift that keeps on giving. It's
Same
incredible.
look. That's a look he has when he's holding in a fart.
Yeah.
The disturbing part, Dan, is that we still have around 50 people. apparently they're like Eric, and they're not allowed to light fireworks. I don't know what to tell you.
Should we open a pack of hockey cards?
All right,
We've had a good
what pack
show.
of hockey cards you got?
So there you go.
I don't know. What year is this?
I don't remember what
80.
year that is. I know the
88.
design, but I don't remember the year.
80. I don't know.
Yeah, it's 80 something.
It's easier to open it to find out. Ooh,
G.I. Joe.
penguin.
It could have been
Got a-
anything else.
Could have been
Got a
anything
penguin-
but that.
Penguin with a mustache on the back. Ooh, come everywhere.
I think that's 88, isn't it?
No, I think it's 81, 82.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, no, 82, 83, I think.
No, it's 81.
You know?
Is
All
it
right.
81?
Is Rick Kehoe Hall of Famer?
No,
No,
he is.
Bob Gainey is, though.
Oh,
Wayne
okay.
Gretzky is.
That's Gretzky.
Wayne Gretzky. Yep.
There you go. Grade that.
Stassi was a good player. Stassi was a real good player.
Stashny rookie card, baby.
There we
Peter
go.
That's a
Stashny.
rookie? Oh, nice.
Yep.
Yeah, oh yeah, single
Oh,
line
wait.
on the back too, one bar. Oh,
Yep.
look
There
at
you
that.
go.
We've got a Maple Leafs. Somebody likes them. Kings.
Who says you can't make money opening?
Hey,
that?
there's Charlie Simmer. There's the guy who carried Marcel Dion.
He's a
Yeah.
super nice guy. I like Charlie.
Another one of these. I'm getting all the team cards here.
There's another Pat. I think that's another Peter Stashny rookie card.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's see. These are upside down.
It's actually a pretty good pack, Ham. I got to be honest.
Yeah,
For
it is
81,
a good
82.
pack.
It's a pretty strong
I
pack.
remember Dave Maloney. Dave Maloney was legit.
Ryan Walter.
Brad
Brad
Clark,
Clark.
Hall of Famer. Late career, though.
Yep. What is this? Didn't even
Blaine
look at
Stoughton.
that. Look at the gap between the A and the L. Peter
McNabb.
McNabb.
Rest in
That's a
peace.
good
Peter
pack.
McNabb.
Yep. And then Ed Johnston.
Pretty good pack, to be honest. To be, you got a Gretzky subset card. You got a Stastny card. Like, that's actually a pretty good pack for 81, 82.
Yeah,
I would say pretty strong.
Well, the Stastny is the big one. That's a good one.
It's true, Mike. It's true.
Sweet.
Josh says, raining Chicago, so nothing else to do. We got to do what we can. The Burrell, thanks, people, for the birthday wishes. Tune in if you listen.
Happy birthday, Bobby!
Happy birthday, Bobby.
Happy birthday, Bobby.
Birthday, Baba. Or as Eric calls him, Bobby.
Bobby.
Well, we don't want to repeat what he called him before a pre-show during the Patreon. That's a lot of 4-letter words, is all I'm saying. Like the summer office, the garage knowledge is too hot. It's true. The garage knowledge has been getting pretty hot over there. The garage knowledge does not have the heat. Dan, the joke was that for the first couple of years that I was doing this, I didn't have the heat pump in the condo. So it would basically, this was an oven, the main floor. It would get to like a ridiculous. I actually had a -2 Celsius ambient temperature down here. I could have had a snowman. It was below zero, comfortably below zero. But then in the summer, it would get, so if it was 120 on Wednesday, which it was, in here, I could probably cook meat because it would have been that hot. So now I have the heat pump. Now I become weak like the others, and now I have air conditioning.
There you go.
Happy
Look
birthday.
at this.
Yes.
Everybody's saying happy birthday to Bobby.
Happy birthday to Bobby.
Yes, yes, yes.
I think Bobby and I are now the same age.
Here he is for the Burrell.
And then I will take a year on him. I'll lap him a year in November. So
there you go.
Yep.
62.
2 also. For the next 6 months.
Works out. I gotta start saving up my pennies because November is when we do the fall show.
Yeah.
And actually we'll get some updates. We'll see how things play out because I'll be checking in with Brad to see if they're going to do on-site grading by then. Because by November, the backlog should be interesting to see where it's at. I expect they'll still do on-site grading, but I'll see what but it's going to be, the price is going to be through the roof. It's going to be absurd.
I'm still planning on coming.
I mean, we'll see where they're at with the backlog at that point. They're grading more cards than they ever have since they have that dedicated staff now to just grade versus receive.
Yeah.
So again, if they're going to do 2.5 million plus, they're going to blow through it pretty quick, and they want to have a $4 million backlog at all time. So,
yeah. I think it's, especially if they're dedicating directly to it, they're going to be pretty good. I did hear apparently also, which probably will help a little bit, is that apparently they're planning on ramping up. They want to get Eric's favorite. They want to get Beckett up to 250K. They want to shoot to get it up to 250K. Now they're going to have to see how they adjust the price point, but updating the label isn't necessarily going to do too. But there's a couple of old school basketball guys who would love to send it to BGS, so they'd be fine with it.
100%. It still has its lure to it, for sure. I wish they would have done a better upgrade than what they did. I don't think they did a whole lot that people made a big stink about, and they need to change the slab.
I actually think it was the bare minimum because it was years ago they had that security issue with people replicating and faking the slabs. So like the thing with the label and the hologram on the back was basically a security feature. But it was like it's been years since that should have been the case. Like that should have happened years ago. But the case is still the same. You've just got a different label on it. So I don't know. We'll see. So let me ask this question and then we'll get out on this. So like I said, a couple of weeks we'll be doing Fanatics Palooza. Cardboard Cynics, Dan and I will have to confer. We'll have to figure out what we're going to do programming wise. I don't know yet. But then for the Friday one, I don't know. I got to think about a couple of programming things. Like I said, I'll try to bring in some West Coast folks just to mix it up a little bit. But I don't know. You are the regular BIC folks here in the chat. What do you want to see? I could literally just do the regular show for the most part, but I don't know if it'd be worthwhile tweaking anything to make it a little bit. It is going to be a different audience because you're going to have a couple of folks carried over from some of the other ones. So it's we can't spend the entire show making fun of Eric. We can spend 95% of the show making fun of him.
Yeah, because they won't get it.
There'll be so many things that they're like, what did this guy do? Listen, worst thing you can imagine, that's Eric.
Why don't we do something completely different, something that nobody would expect?
I got a great.
Don't come on at all.
I got a fantastic idea. I think that's a great idea. I think you should come on, and then I'll just mute you the entire time so you can't defend yourself or say anything.
But you have to pretend like you're speaking sign language, and we make the words up for you.
Yes.
We have to tie in the Eric stuff to people donating to signatures for soldiers somehow.
Okay.
I think that's true.
Somehow.
Amanda, we can't spend the whole time making fun of Eric. Is that a challenge? Amanda, listen, I was trying to be a man of peace. Eric, Judas has spoken.
I hate her.
But if I'm there and I'm talking about Eric's wife and people don't realize that we have this thing going on and they think it's overly serious, that would be possibly interesting too.
You already got it.
Depending on who you ask, arguably that's what, listen, I can tell you on this very broadcast, Big Scott 35 had some big on big violence. He took on Big Bry. Yep. I saw that.
Well, yeah,
Scott, that happened. That happened.
Oh, yeah, we can bring that back up.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't have a problem with that.
I'm sure something will happen prior to that show going on.
I'm sure one of our good friends will watch it.
What has Mike Hamm done to be called a villain? Mike Hamm is not a villain, but the rest of us are.
Oh, Dan, I beg to differ. I think Hamm is the puppet master behind it. He's the one pulling all the strings. He's friendly to everybody. How convenient.
Yeah.
And yet he is in the land of the Florida man land. We've got the nudist colonies. We've got everything all under Hamm's fiefdom. He controls everything.
A card show in the clothing optional community. I'll go to that cards and cases. That'll be the first one where everything's upright.
Wait. Where would it keep their money in cards after they purchase?
Tap to pay, buddy.
Eric, you can't even get Josh to support you. What's going on? What happened? Eric, where was the honor amongst Clubhouseians? This is Clubhouse on Clubhouse crime.
The Zion sling bag. That's how they keep their money.
Clubhouse died, and so did the code.
Wow.
You know? Now it's just Fight Club, I guess.
Yeah, I like Jeff Wilson.
No, here's the thing. Mike says Jeff Wilson. I don't know who Jeff is. I only know Geoff. So I will invite Jeff Wilson, and everybody will be like, "Who the fuck is Jeff Wilson?" Look, it was requested. Jeff seems like a nice guy.
Got to be a guy in a hobby with that Jeff Wilson name.
Totally, 100%.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
The key is
I haven't seen another Mike Hamm yet.
We just tell everybody, guys, we're bringing Geoff, we're bringing Jeff Wilson on, and everybody's like, "Oh, did you misspell it?" Oh, everybody tunes in, and they're like, "Here is Jeff Wilson." Here he is.
He's like a perfectly nice guy.
He played 12 years in the Pirates minor league system.
It's like Jeff likes to volunteer at the soup kitchen. He likes to give money to charity, even scammy ones like that bougie Eric guy who wouldn't even give money. He wouldn't even get autographs from Ray Bork. Money was just stolen.
Jeff doesn't prospect at all. Doesn't marketing. There's no marketing.
Amanda says they had a room. Clubhouse lives. Niners running back.
Eric could bring one of his best friends that come and do all the autograph signings on.
True.
Like, at what point has he facilitated any of those individuals to the show? And he's best friends with all these people.
I'm not best friends with them. I've never claimed to be best friends with any of them. I'm friendly with a couple.
You have broken bread with these individuals?
Yeah, a lot of them. Some,
that's crossing a barrier right there. That's a line.
Yeah, but like I'm friendly with Willie. I'm friendly with
Tim Thomas. Now, for clarification's sake, Eric, when you're saying friendly, you mean they won't open fire when you first appear,
right? And they
friendly
actually know I exist as a human and like say hello to me when they see me.
Yeah, hey you, hello.
Yeah, they go, I know that guy.
Is that little guy behind the counter? Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, like when I see Tim out in public, he's like, I know that guy. Hey, how are you?
From somewhere, yeah.
Yeah, where like other people I've worked with in the past see me and go, do I know you? And I'm like, I guess not.
Wow. Amazing. Keithy says, Carlos should silently show off his entire Medano PC one card at a time. Everyone else can golf clap at his card. That would actually take the time. Even if I did this PSA style and did 30 seconds per card, that's 2,900 cards.
Well, forever. There's a story about 1972 Topps that we didn't talk about.
Is it the part where I burst them into flames?
There is a YouTuber. His name is what is it? 50. How many strikeouts did Nolan Ryan have? 58-17.
57-14. Wasn't it 57-14?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, his name is Jim Faulkner. He is a incredibly nice man. I've met him on, I don't know, 3 or 4 different occasions. Incredibly nice man. He went through the 1976-72 top set, 15 cards at a time, over like a year, every week for
every single
year.
Card.
Every single card. He talked about the player, his history, his stats, and then he moved on. So every video is like, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes long. He did it every week for a year. Or over a year, because it's like part 72, I think was the last one. So there you go. 1972. You can do it.
I could just imagine though, even if I did 10 seconds with each card, 6 cards per minute, it's 2,900 cards.
You'd still be going through it faster than PSA graded cards, so you're doing great.
You know, we always talk about how we have trouble coming up with content. There you go. That's content for years worth of content, and the chat just gave it to you, Keith.
So that would be. So hold on, I did a quick rough math. Don't worry, Eric. The math's just for you. I did rough math. At 10 seconds per card, Ham, that would approximately take a little over 8 hours.
There we go. One shift at PSA. And go. And go.
They don't all have restraining orders against me. That's just silly.
And go. Not yet.
There's a couple.
Like give it time.
But Marcel's only works in Canada. If he crosses the border, he's fair game.
Eric, Marcel is Quebec, so he's in a different country. That could be multi-country jurisdiction. Did you check with your lawyer?
Yes, my lawyer said if he comes into the United States, he's fair game.
Dan, did you tell him that?
I'm not his lawyer. I've sued him. That makes me not ever being his lawyer.
Eric, did you consider that you, as a non-resident of the United States, as someone who has vacated their citizenry because, again, you hate America, have you considered that American law doesn't apply to you either?
I've not considered these things, no.
There might be an important issue. You might have to think about that one.
No.
Just saying. Throwing it out there. So those cards that I showed a little earlier are actually going to be a mail day. I actually got some mail this week. So I'll be doing a mail day. I'll explain. There's actually something behind a couple of those cards, but I'll explain it on the video.
I have 2 cards coming in this week of both females, by the way.
Wow.
I bought an interesting card. I bought Bruce Lee's rookie card.
Oh, really?
Is Victor somewhere going to throw something at his monitor? Is that what's about to happen?
Make me big, and I'll show you Bruce Lee's rookie card. This is from 1966. I thought so. 1966, Green Hornet. Bruce Lee played Kato. This was a spin-off from the Adam West Batman show.
It wasn't a spin-off. He was in the show.
He was in the show.
There's actually an episode with the Green Hornet. There's actually 2 episodes of the Green Hornet.
Yes, the Green Hornet show was a spin-off from Batman.
But the Batman set is where that card comes from. It wasn't a spin-off then. It was an actual card.
He just bought the card because Bruce Lee's in it. He didn't realize where it came from.
I do. I know exactly. I know all about it. What the hell are you guys talking about? This is from the Green Hornet. This is from the Green Hornet card set.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, that's Green Hornet card set.
The Green Hornet TV show was a spin-off of the 1966 Batman Adam West show.
Eric, it's not their fault. They didn't understand your accent. You had your tears, and they were trying to figure it out.
Did I not use my R's again? I'm sorry. So, yeah. So there you go. There's Bruce Lee playing Kato, 1966, Green Hornet. Kicking ass, taking names, and it's in a PSA 7. So,
I got a card.
It's got a card.
Second year Jim Bouton in a PSA 8. Jim Bouton known for writing Ball 4. Look at that card. PSA 8. And you know what? I looked at it. It's a real 8. Even though it's an old slab.
Good.
I got another one too. 1931. W502 Miguel Gonzalez, otherwise known as Mike Gonzalez, one of the first Cuban players, a catcher. He's a manager. Might have been the first Cuban manager, although he was an interim. But in the Cuban Baseball Hall of Fame, he was incredible. He played in baseball for like 40 years, or played and managed. And I also got Bill Dickey signed card.
Oh, that's cool.
Catcher for the Yankees. The Uncle Jimmy collection was a famous collection that was found around, I don't know, 2019 or so. And it had all sorts of signed cards in it. Amazing. Uncle Jimmy collection was auctioned in 5 different auctions by Wheatland Auctions. And I actually have one of them now. Bill Dickey. Beautiful signature, too. Period specific. Probably in the 40s he signed this. So there you go.
Now, Dan, are the sirens after you because you got the Uncle Jimmy card, or did somebody take the fireworks too far?
I've been muting the fireworks. I'm sorry. I've been muting the myself during the sirens all night, and that was the one time I couldn't. But Scott's got some cards. Let's see Scott's card.
I wanted to show Eric what a rainbow is. So it's of different colors of, it's hard to show, gold, silver, orange, yellow. I just wanted to show Eric. That's what I've been working on.
And it's all the same picture.
All the same picture.
In different colors.
Wow.
In different numbers.
Different numbers. Yeah. Got about.
Scott, have you seen his golden mirror for that set?
No, I have not.
I
looked it up, and it was a blank picture on the cardboard database.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet either.
So, I do have the full photo variant, and I just picked up the camo today.
Nice.
I got the black border and the black border Diamante coming in too.
Ooh, Diamante.
Yeah, that's some stupid stuff. But anyway, it's fun.
It's fun.
Wow.
Yeah, you're right. It's stupid.
I just, I got most of the bigger one, and I have not got the base yet.
It's usually the best is leaving it for last. Being just a jerk and leaving the base for last. That's the best.
Yeah,
I pulled his base the other day when I opened a box of it up. Actually,
I was opening up a box of the value or the mega today.
No, I couldn't quite make it out. Who was the card of that you had the rainbow of?
That's
who was the player?
Pete Alonso.
Oh, the Alonso. Okay.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Baltimore.
That's an Independence Day, right?
Yeah,
there.
His regular photo in the card's good. It's a good photo.
Yeah. And I'm also working on last 2025 platinum chrome.
Nice
run.
It's true, Zach. That is an issue. All right, so I think that's good. We'll call it a night tonight. We don't want to use all our energy. We're going to need it a couple of weeks for Fanatics Palooza.
I got a card show this morning.
That's right. All right, so we'll call it at that. So thank you, everybody.
Florida, they have one every day.
Oh, we're gonna get to all that. So anyway, so thank you everybody for participating tonight. Appreciate it. So thank you, Dan. Appreciate you joining in. Big Scott starting a beef with Big Bry. It's always enjoyable. And we didn't even get a chance. Like maybe we'll see what happens, Scott. We'll see. I don't know. Are you going to do a thing on Sunday?
Yes.
Maybe. So you know what? I think you might have to. If you send me a link, we might have to talk about the death of physical media, because I watch videos on it.
Yeah, I did one Thursday, so of it on my Nerdy Thursday. So
yes,
but yeah, so tomorrow should be a video up of my setup. That's what I'm planning on tomorrow, at least.
Nice. Sam, you got a show going on. You got to run the fiefdom, the lawless society that you are. You might need to protect the nudist colony because Eric's been doing a lot of research. So you might want to, start making provisions and guard it, like set traps or get gators or something.
Get pictures up. Beware of.
Quick thing. I'm hosting Hobby Hotline at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning live.
That show's still on the air?
And I have a video coming up too. Posting 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So yes, on this channel right here.
There you go. Thank you, Laura. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you for that.
The next Cynics.
More cards and Cynics. Well, we're gonna have I think there's gonna be a Cynics episode before Hobby Palooza because I think the scheduling works out that way. And then Hobby Palooza will be I think it might just have to be a Q&A, Dan. Like, honestly, I don't think any other format fits it. Like, with the time cap, like, I think it has to be something like that.
We'll talk about this between us, but I want to do the show. Everybody's got to know the show.
All it's going to be is cynical. Like, there is no time for anything else. It's just going to be you.
Careful.
It's going to be cynical and you cursing somebody, and that's all we got time for. And then on to it for the soldiers.
I've already pre-cursed the signature for soldiers, guys. So
I already told you. Just don't curse any other soldiers. Eric will appreciate it. He hates
Danhausen them.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't curse the soldiers. Eric's the only one who'll be rooting for that. So anyway, thank you, Big Scott 35. Thank you, Ham, and more cards and cases, and running the fiefdom of Florida. Thank you, Dan. And Eric was here.
Hey.
Next week is episode 300.
Yeah.
Over 5 years in the making.
0-0. Eric, I want to see a suit. Tux. I want a tux.
Yeah. I'll see if I get one of them tux t-shirts somewhere.
There's a major league pitcher who has exactly 300 wins, and then he retired. His name is Early Wynn, W-Y-N-N. So are you going to retire at 300 like Early Wynn?
Depending on who you ask, some would figure that I retired from pretending this was anything other than a vehicle to make fun of Eric like 290 episodes ago. Which wouldn't be wrong. There's a case to be made.
I have an idea. I have the idea. Bring on everybody who's been on the show from the beginning. So it'll be, us, then Bobby.
Every one of them.
Are they still alive?
And then you got,
are they still alive?
Andy, who was on last week, he could come back, and then you could go back to the early days. There's some guys.
Dan, I don't think you understand the forces you're trifling with. I don't know if people are ready to listen to. I think the early episodes was myself and Amit, and I think that was the very beginning. And a lot of folks today will be like, "Who's Amit?" You have to go all the way back to the beginning. It's there.
Amit's a good guy. I like him.
Yeah, I just don't know if he'd be too interested at this point. I think he's just kind of doing his own thing. Like, I could reach him, but I'd be kind of interesting.
Later on, maybe in like episode 20 or 30.
Dan, like the only person that most people would want if I was going to bring back somebody from the blast from the past would be Justin.
I knew you were going to say that.
Eric, am I wrong?
You are not wrong.
Thank you.
Dave
That's
Archer.
That's why I knew you were going to say it.
Amish Dave. Come on.
I could get Dave to come on. That wouldn't be a problem. I'm a man of peace. This would not be an issue. I could get. If I was being accurate though, I'd be Dave. It'd be Steve because they've been on together and separately. So Dave and Steve. I think Vinny's been on before, Eric. I could be mistaken. I think Vinny's been on previously.
I can't remember, man. It's been too many years now.
The first two, I feel like it's been maybe like for a brief cameo towards the end of an episode because there were a lot of there were a lot of people towards the end of episodes.
I'm thinking somebody more specific, Canadian, tall.
My understanding was he was dead. He wandered into Florida in some nudist colony and then never appeared again.
All right.
That was my understanding.
Oh no.
Dan,
I don't think
you're nothing but a troublemaker. All right, let's say goodnight. Let's say goodnight.
Well, tell Tom if Tag's legit now. Are they legit?
Let's say
they're not even at the National.
Not legit. It's over, Tom. It's over, man.
Give him 5 more years. 5 more years.
Episode 300. I'll see if I can put together something. Maybe I'll put together a little video package of some of the greatest hits or Eric. We'll see. We'll see what I can come up with between now and next week.
Eric hitting Eric?
Well, Eric breaking the kazoo would definitely be a thing on there somewhere. His attempts at being a thespian, hanging around, a fire and not lighting himself on fire, almost lighting himself on fire, playing with his grease poles. That's not a euphemism. That's the thing.
Sharpening his
that actually happened. It's true. Just saying. We'll keep that off of Fanatics Palooza for the sake of the soldiers.
Tire.
Okay. Yeah, air in the tire. There's a lot of that. He was doing a lot of pumping. Again, not a euphemism. It's not. All right. Good night. Have a good weekend.
Night, guys.
I hate my life.